this and all the things that go in that direction. I'm Rotni Chaka. I'm one of the co-conveners of this project. It is a pleasure. It's my single pleasure to welcome you here in this space. So without really wasting much time, I want to invite to the front the Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences, Professor Zethu Kgosi, just to do the proper welcoming and to make us all feel comfortable in her space. Let's give her a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Program Director Dumelang. And Macheron, Molwen, Sanbonani, Lochani. Yes, may I thank the organizers for allowing me to do the welcome. Colleagues, I'm going to leave after the welcome because we're having a meeting with the Dinari, but I wish you all the best for this two-day conference. Distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, indigenous leaders, colleagues, students, community members, I greet you all. It is with profound honor and scholarly pride that I welcome you to this historic and intellectually significant conference. I'm sure you noted the two. It's historic and it's very intellectually significant. Histories of banishment and imprisonment of indigenous leaders in South Africa and Cape slavery, which is hosted under the auspices of the Advanced Afrocentric Studies of Apartheid, Colonialism and Slavery project within the College of Human Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, may we give a round of applause for the two co-PIs who conceptualized the idea, started with Prof. Chaka to conceptualize and say we cannot just keep quiet with all the historic events that happened in the country. And then Prof. Dondolo came in looking into the same concepts. And as a college, we say, let us have a joint project. I'm glad to say today we are here to witness the intellectually significant conference. This gathering is not merely an academic event. It is a moment of reckoning, remembrance, and reclamation. It is a space where we confront the silences and the erasures that have long shaped dominant historical narratives. It is a space where we honor the courage, resistance, and dignity of indigenous leaders. Amakhosi ethu esigodini ezihlukahlukene, Kgosi, Kgosi, whose stories of banishment, imprisonment, and exile have been marginalized in our national memory. Some heritage institutions and in the border rewriting of history projects in the country. And I'm so glad that we've got academics from the Department of History and we've got academics from the Department of Theology so that we joined our thinking caps in ensuring that we are moving the right direction as the University of South Africa. As we convene during the two-day conference, we invoke the spirits of Ashumato Chief David Stearman, Nkosi Maqoma, King Dinizulu Kacetshwayo, Ingonyama Langalibalele Kamthimkhulu, Umhlonhlo Usekhukhuni, and many others whose lives were disrupted by colonial violence, yet whose legacies continue to inspire our pursuit of justice, sovereignty, and historical truth. Let us remember the defiant Chief David Stearman, who was exiled in Australia after he was banished twice to Robben Island for offering refuge to escaped slaves and resisting colonial rule, who is believed to have once declared, We are not slaves. We are the rightful owners of this land. We will not be silent. We remember King Dinuzulu kaCetshwayo, exiled in to Saint Helena and then Eastern Transvaal for leading resistance against colonial encroachment. His legacy is one of unwavering dignity. King Zulu is accredited to have stated during his exile, "They may take me from my people, but they cannot take my spirit from the land of my ancestors." We honor Ingonyama Langalibalele kaMthimkhulu, banished to Robben Island in 1874 for defying colonial gun registration laws. His story remains of interest to date, and we uplift the voice of Nkosikazi Kaje, who stood behind her husband, Kgosi Maqoma, during his imprisonment on Robben Island. They always say, after every successful man, there is a woman. Let's give a round of applause to Imbokodo. I can see other guys don't want to clap. Don't be jealous. Together we stand to make this country beautiful and successful. Ubaba, umama behind. Injalo nje lento. Slavery at the Cape began under the Dutch East India Company, which imported enslaved people from Angola, Madagascar, Mauritius, and Indonesia, among other countries. These individuals were forced into domestic agricultural and construction labor, forming the backbone of the colony's economy. The slave lodge in Cape Town, now a museum, once housed hundreds of enslaved people owned by the DEIC. They were denied basic rights, subjected to violence, and treated as property. As noted on the website of the Cape Town Museum, despite this, enslaved people contributed significantly to the development of Afrikaans, Cape cuisine, music, and Islamic traditions, shaping a unique creolized Cape culture. While the system of slavery was brutal and repressive, it was never uncontested. Enslaved people resisted in both subtle and overt ways through work slowdowns, escape, sabotage, and open rebellion. According to the Series Museum website, another notable act of resistance was the Gallant Uprising in Kowi, Bokeveld, led by Gallant van der Kaap, a slave who believed that emancipation has been promised but withheld. The rebellion involved the killing of a farmer and his family. Gallant and his fellow rebels aimed to incite a broader revolt against the region. Through the uprising was quickly crushed and Gallant executed. His actions reflect the growing unrest and resistance among the enslaved and Khoi populations in the early 19th century. This conference is a testament to the power of interdisciplinary scholarship and community engagement. It brings together historians, theologians, heritage practitioners, artists, and indigenous leaders to engage critically with the intertwined legacies of banishment, enslavement, land dispossession, and cultural resistance. It is a space where Afrocentric thoughts, decolonial methodologies, and indigenous epistemologies converge to reimagine our past and shape our future. We are especially honored to host the keynote addresses by Prof. Salem Badat and Professor Rosanna Mart, whose intellectual contributions have profoundly shaped our understanding of political banishment, slavery, and the afterlives of colonialism. To our presenters, thank you very much for your rigorous research and commitment to historical justice. To our indigenous leaders and community representatives, thank you very much for grounding this conference in lived experiences and ancestral wisdom. To our students and emerging scholars, may this be a moment of inspiration and intellectual awakening. Let this conference be a site of intellectual rigor, cultural accession, and historical healing. May it generate scholarly outputs that challenge exclusionary narratives and contribute to inclusive heritage discourses. And may it remind us that history is not only about the past, it is about the present we inhabit and the future we are called to define. On behalf of the College of Human Sciences and the University of South Africa, I welcome you warmly. May our deliberations be fruitful, transformative, and guided by the spirit of Ubuntu. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome. Ki a leboga, ngiyabonga, ndiyolibua. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean, for that welcoming message. Indeed, it is also our belief that now that you have welcomed us, we will be relaxed and the engagement will be very fruitful. Now that we have done the welcoming, I would like to invite Kgosi Thabo Siatlholo to come forward and just give a message of support.
Ke a leboga program director and greetings to the leadership of the university. I didn't write a speech like you did because you are talking about us and our ancestors. So naturally it should be all in my head. Hence I decided that no, I'm not gonna write anything because it's about us. We should be in a position to tell the story far better than everybody else. And greetings to the students that are here, the academics, the Kgosi tsa rona. With me, I'm with the Deputy Chairperson of the National House, Nkosila Ngamavuso, Kgosi Kekana from Hammanskraal, Kgoshima Hlangu from Bronkhorstspruit. You don't know how much this means to us as a faculty, because the flu that I have now, it's because we were hosting a memorial lecture this past Saturday in Kuruman, where we were commemorating exactly what you are talking about, and it's in your booklet. And when we decided to host the memorial lectures, we took a decision to take them to university, to communities, because we realized that a lot of these intellectual discussions are held in this kind of places. So it's important that we are able to take our people with. So it was our second one as the National House. Last year we were in Free State, go Morenemo Holomota, where we were commemorating the legend Queen Mantatisi, as the previous speaker was speaking about the importance of women in the institution of traditional leadership. So our first memorial lecture, we decided to honor a woman who was actually a wife of a traditional leader. When Kgosi passed on, she held the fort, and she fought so many fights in the mid-1800s. She didn't lose even one of them. Even when she was pregnant, she continued to take the spear and fight to protect the land of her ancestors, and also for the future generations. And then this year we took a decision to broaden it up a little bit. We looked at what you call the Langeberg Rebellion, in which the person who was delivering the memorial lecture was actually saying, no, it's not a rebellion, because when you rebel, it implies that the government that was there was legitimate. So it's actually an uprising. It's not a rebellion. So because that government was illegitimate in any case, the British came in the land of Batlharo le Batlhaping. They invaded their land and took it, and took a lot of animals. As you see, you know, the British government, for the larger part, started in Kimberley, where you now have a place called the Kimberley Diamond Hole, where they took a lot of our diamonds. And they're still there. They built literally England as it is today. So we were commemorating not only the traditional leaders there, but we were commemorating also the community, because a lot of times we tend to only speak about leaders and not speak about the communities, because when the attacks were done, they were not only done to traditional leaders, they were also done to the communities. And I'm only Kgosi because of the community that I have. With them, the whole thing does not exist. So we were commemorating those communities to say, and not only commemorating, we were saying to them, you are here because people decided to take a fight and fight to protect the land that you have today. This is how they manage. This is how the Kgosi managed to build schools. This was the contribution of the Kgosi in the development of the area, protecting the culture, making sure that, because you see, I come from Buputatswana, and what happened there is that the late Kgosi Mangope, he made sure that communities are able to build their own facilities. Especially in terms of schools and the university itself. You know the story quite well. So it was the contribution of those past leaders. And also, when we were in Cape Town at some point, we took traditional leaders to Robben Island. When we were listening to the historians there narrating the history, they were only talking about the usual people, which is your Mandelas and your Robert Sobukwes and others. But the truth that you are here to speak about today, I'm sure Prof would speak more about it, is that we are the first political prisoners of Robben Island. But when you go to Robben Island itself, they only speak about the political leaders. So it's part of the reason we decided to start hosting these memorial lectures, because instead of keeping complaining, we need to do something. Because it's also part of the problem with this country. We complain and we do nothing. Tomorrow we complain about the other thing and so forth. So we need to start doing. So we, as the Kgosi, we took a decision that we will commemorate and we will change the narrative in Robben Island. They need to start doing more in talking about a lot of the first political prisoners, like you were speaking about Kgosi Langalibalele. Those are some of the earliest political prisoners. But you really find that history there. So we thank you for creating this platform, because you are legitimizing what we did this past weekend, and what we are continuing to do, not only in commemorating, but doing something productive. We can not only tell history for the purpose of telling history. What is more important is that what can we take out of what happened to make sure that we build our communities going forward? And for the larger part, how do we infuse that, including the military strategies of the likes of the late Queen Mantatisi, because she managed to fight about 32 wars and she didn't lose any of them. So she was quite brilliant, but also it means you have to take note of the indigenous knowledge systems. Because if you look at the war that was won in Haiti, the historians will tell you that they used voodoo as part of their fighting mechanisms. But now, because we are Europeanized, we are extracting their own military strategies to fight them. But we are not utilizing what is given by our ancestors and God to say, if there's a problem, there's another way which might not be logical to solve that problem. So we need to look into all of that. I'm happy that scholars are looking into this. I remember, this is my last issue. I remember when we were burying Kgosi in Northwest, he was a professor. Zibi, Kgosi Zibi, Professor Zibi. And I was telling to the academics that were there to say, you know, I personally have a problem with universities, because year in, year out, we are giving out graduates, after 3-4 year cycle and so forth. But I see these graduates are tending to be what is happening in our communities, whereby the number of sangomas are increasing at a rapid rate. But they are not solving anything. The more we have sangomas, the more problems we have. So you have universities who are producing a lot of graduates, but they are not solving anything. What is the purpose of higher learning institutions if they are not going to assist us in solving our own problems? So if you are going in this direction and going to the people and not just be an island, I think it will take our country very far. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kgosi. You have spoken like a king indeed. These are things that are your lived experiences that happen on a daily basis. I really appreciate that. You will see, ladies and gentlemen, that we are struggling in a sense that we have this conversation in the university. And the problems sometimes is once you have something at university, people tend to associate it with something else. But we really want, and we're deliberate in saying we need to have a conversation with stakeholders where these things are really at a cold face. And so this gives us an opportunity to be a little bit quiet and to hear from the stakeholders themselves about these issues. So thank you very much. I really appreciated your support in this regard. We are now going to allow for some poetry, and the person that is going to assist us in this regard is Dr. Nomusa Mdlalose, and she will be doing some storytelling for us. I know she is in attendance. Please come to the round of applause, please, Clarence.
Good morning, all. All protocols observed. So, I am a storyteller. I've done a lot, and thanks to the previous speaker, thanks, Kgosi, by saying that these stories should be within us. We should know these stories rather than reading them on papers. And that's a powerful point as well, to say that we're not contributing that much as graduates. But there's a lot of information that is archived, that is saved, that is put nicely on our libraries as well as in archives. So as a storyteller, I've been telling stories to promote culture as a cultural preservation, but I moved on to do history storytelling. After I've done a lot of storytelling as moral and for moral and values for children. So I'm saying storytelling is broad. Just to link into the Kgosi's articulation is that academia does need storytelling to take out that messages, that information, those research papers out to the people from where they were taken or from where they were collected. Give back to the people, use storytelling, use poetry. And so my connection with King Dinizulu Kacetshwayo is based on me having realized later in my life that banishment or exile did not only happen at Robben Island or in places in South Africa that we knew or that we know even today, but it happened even outside South Africa. except for the fact that I got connected to the king's story because his mother is buried in one of my father's lands in KZN in Vryheid. What struck me about this is that King Dinizulu Gacetshwayo was exiled to St. Helena for about less than 10 years. His story is not, when you listen to the story, is not as painful as the stories that we hear about people who were exiled. It's someone maybe went to exile in other countries or were exiled or banished to Robben Island, because we hear that. If I may read some of some of my research papers, that Dinizulu was banished twice. Banishment, like the previous speaker said, the dean said, was a colonial tool to isolate leaders from their people and dismantle resistance. First, it was to St. Helena in 1890 after the Zulu uprising, not Zulu rebellion. Later, present in Transvaal. And we learned that Transvaal today is what is known as KwaNdebele. So now, when he came back from St. Helena. Sorry, I keep on saying Robben Island. Also, the first time I heard about St. Helena was from my husband who was incarcerated in Robben Island. So the Robben Island story is it is in my mouth. Is in my mouth more prominently than this one. So this was not just punishment. There were attempts to erase influence and to rewrite identity. Because when King Dinizulu Gacetshwayo was in St. Helena, he learned to speak English, isilungu. He learned to play piano. He learned to dress like a white man. He was made to be white. When he went there, he went with entourage. Today we can izinduna zakhe, but you can say bodyguards and some of his wives. So he was treated very, very decently. To the point that he wrote a letter back home to say that, oh, the weather is beautiful, the people are nice, we are being treated, giving good food, we are living life. So, though dressed him in British cloth, they taught him piano and tried to tame his spirit, King Dinizulu returned not as a subject, but as a souvenir, as a sovereignty. After years of indoctrination on the island, he resumed his mission to free his people. The colonizers may have asked themselves, where did it go wrong? How did the fire survive the floods? Well, that's what happened. They tried to silence the king, but they couldn't silence the story. King Dinizulu's exile was not the end, it was the beginning, a reminder that even in isolation, dignity can survive. Even in banishment, legacy can survive. And even in silence, the drumbeat of resistance continues. So, when he was taken there, you might assume that because they were Africans, they were singing. I don't know what song they were singing, but maybe it was like, when he arrived, Mina ngingubani, hawu, hawu. Mina ngingubani, hawu, hawu. Can you help me? Mina ngingubani, hawu. Mina ngingubani. Okay. Mina ngingubani, hawu, hawu. Mina ngingubani, hawu. Mina ngingubani. I'm trying to turn academics to artists, right? Can you please raise your voice? And I know it's still early in the morning, but it's towards 10 now. Mina ngingubani, awu, awu. Mina ngingubani. Mina ngingubani, awu, awu. Kanti futhi ngiphumaphi? Kanti futhi ngiphumaphi? Bathi ngiphume eMzansi. Faster, bathi ngiphume. Maybe if you clap your hands. Bathi ngiphume eMzansi. Much better. Ngiphume eMzansi. Bathi ngiphume eMzansi. Uyangibona ngiyakholosha. Uyangibona ngiyakholosha. Uyangibona ngiyakholosha. Uyangibona ngiyakholosha. So, when he was in St. Helena, he gave birth to a number of children by his wives. And one of his wives was Slomo Mdlalose. And which is why when we go to St. Helena, we can, if you want, reclaim African culture or South African culture there, specifically Zulu culture there, because his great-great-great-granddaughter, who they used to call her Princess Dinizulu, passed on at around the age of 80 back in, when I was there, she had just passed on. So around 2018 or early 2019. So King Dinizulu left legacy in St. Helena. Though not politically executive, they were his advice. And King's advice on matters of affecting Zulu nation and mediate in disputes, especially in rural traditional context, was one of his roles. And this is what the colonizers never liked. He was a person who brought the community together. As a king, of course, he was respected. When he went to Robben Island, when he went to St. Helena, he was with his two uncles. They also gave birth to to children in St. Helena. When he came back and started the uprising again, which we call it a Bambata, not rebellion, but Bambata uprising. That's when he was banished to Transvaal at the time, now Gwandebele. It is said that when he died, because that's where he died in Gwandebele. When he died, he was with Gandhi, the Indian leader, and he asked him to ask the superiors at that time, the colonizers, that he wanted to be buried to his people in KZN. As we speak now, he's sleeping at Amakhosini, where kings in KZN or Zulu kings in KZN are buried, and that's where he is today. So, if I may end my story, I would like to say that though they dressed him in British cloth, taught him piano, and tried to tame his spirit, again, Dinizulu did not return as an indoctrinated person. Dinizulu returned not as a subject, but as a stronger leader. He resumed his mission to free his people. They tried to silence the king, but they couldn't silence the story. Even in banishment, legacy can grow. Again, even in silence, the drumbeat of resistance continues. Because to serve as Zulu king means embody the spirit, cultural, symbolic leadership of Zulu nation, preserving heritage, guiding people, and presenting unity. Mina ngingubani, awu awu. Mina ngingubani, awu awu. Mina ngingubani. Mina ngingubani. Bathi ngiphume eMzansi. Bathi ngiphume eMzansi. Bathi ngiphume Afrika. Uyangibona ngiyakholosha. Uyangibona ngiyakholosha. Uyangibona ngiyakholosha. Okay, thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Doc, for that. We are now ready to listen to our first keynote address. And I would like to introduce to you our speaker, who is Professor Salim Badat. Professor Badat is a research professor in the Department of History at the University of Free State, where he directs a national research project focused on producing critical histories of universities in South Africa. He served as the director of the Education Policy Unit at University of the Western Cape. He's the first CEO of the Council on Higher Education, Vice Chancellor of Rhodes University, and Program Director of International Higher Education at the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation in New York. Salim is the author of 4 books: Black Student Politics, Higher Education and Apartheid, published in 2000, Black Men, You Are On Your Own, which was published in 2010, The Forgotten People, Political Banishment and Apartheid, 2012, and Tennis, Apartheid and Social Justice, 2023. He is co-author of 1 book and co-editor of 3 books, including 2 published in 2025. Research and Activism, Root First and Activist Research, Building a Non-Racial Racial Culture, which was published by UKZN Press, which will be published by UKZN Press. The Road to Rhodes University, Adventure in Knowledge and Activism, which is going to be published in 2026. Dr. Badat, 60 chapters, journal articles, policy reports, and over 50 newspaper opinion pieces concern questions of structure and agency, reproduction and transformation, equity, redress, and social justice in and through universities, and the decolonization and transformation of universities in colonized societies. Can we please have a round of applause as we welcome him to the podium?
Sanibonani, Dumelang, Mulweni, and thank you very much for this invitation to deliver this keynote. There's a full paper available from the organizers, so I'm going to focus on just certain issues during this keynote. And I'll proceed in 5 steps. First, I want to offer some comments on the stated aim of this conference to spotlight and promote the case of indigenous and traditional leaders who were imprisoned or banished to Robben Island. Second, I want to draw attention to banishment under Dutch and British colonialism and to the local traditional leaders who were either banished internally or beyond South Africa, and you heard about that, and those from elsewhere who were banished to South Africa. Third, I want to distinguish conceptually, theoretically, between banishment, imprisonment, banning, exile, deportation, endorsement, removal. All part of the armory of colonial repression, intimidation, and control that were used to reproduce colonialism and apartheid. But each of those things is different. We're often using those terms like they're the same. They're not the same. They have different lineages. They do different things to people. So banishment, in a nutshell, was a distinct feature of the wider picture of state repression in general in South Africa, part of the laws and non-legal devices that were used to maintain white rule in South Africa, in the face of growing opposition and militancy amongst indigenous people. Fourth, I will briefly highlight banishment under apartheid, the reasons for it, the incidents of banishment, and the material dynamics related to banishment. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to cover conditions in banishment, like we heard about what was happening in St. Helena. That was a very different experience, I must say, to the banishment that people were experiencing in South Africa. And also the collective and individual responses to those banishment. People didn't just accept banishment, they fought banishment. And finally, I want to conclude on the questions of memorialization, the marginalization of the banished in thought and materially today in South Africa. And I want to identify some themes that I think deserve research in this area. So let me begin quickly with some comments on the intention to give attention to the cases of indigenous and traditional leaders who were imprisoned or banished to Robben Island. Now, I identify with this goal, and it's a laudable goal, but it could be limiting and it could also conflate key concepts. So let me just issue 2 warnings. First, there's rightly a concern about the way that Robben Island is memorialized and associated largely with one of the national liberation movements. However, exclusively focusing on leaders that were banished to Robben Island could marginalize other important sites of banishment, remembrance, and memorialization. Frenchedale, banishment camp in the Northern Cape. Driefontein, banishment camp in the Northern Cape. We don't even know where some of these places exist. Okay? So, in that process, you could unwittingly confound more complete and inclusive histories of banishment. Second, traditional leaders were not only banished to Robben Island from the late 1600s. They were also banished to other places in as well as beyond South Africa. Thus, there could be unwitting erasure of heroic traditional leaders not associated with Robben Island, but with other places of banishment in South Africa, including those banishment camps that I mentioned. Third, traditional leaders who were banished, particularly during the Dutch colonialism period, were not all South Africans. Some were from the Dutch East India colonies, banished because of their resistance to Dutch colonial domination in Indonesia. Their banishment to the Cape introduced whole new dynamics in social relations, both in the Cape and in South Africa. Mention is already made. Without the banishment, no Islam in the Cape. So let's turn to the banishment of traditional leaders under the Dutch and British colonialism. If the legislative provision for banishment predated apartheid and found its expression in the Natal Native Code of 1891 and the Native Administration Act of 1927, the practice of banishment existed 250 years before those laws in South Africa. Even before the first European settlement, in 1636, an ex-governor general of Batavia suppressed a mutiny amongst the crew of his fleet. One of the ringleaders was banished to Robben Island, 1636. Banishment was created in the arena of external relations conducted between the Dutch East India Company, representatives of rival European powers, and indigenous polities, both in Indonesia and here. The company used political and religious exile. I'll come back to this term exile. Exile is not the same as banishment. We need to distinguish between exile and banishment. And used political and religious exile as an effective tool of diplomacy. The company banished many rebels who resisted political incorporation into the DIC imperialist realm. Banishment became an important political tool in relationship with indigenous polities because the company could physically remove and relocate individuals who threatened its interests. It was an element of political and legal strategy to enforce treaties and contracts with the Dutch East India Company. Fast forward, and I don't want to get into controversy here. I had enough controversy with the late Chief Gatsha Buthelezi. But you see that playing itself out too. Because I have argued in the book, and late Gatsha didn't like that he was part of the banishment of some people for political reasons. The use of the Cape as a place of banishment has its origins in the Dutch East India Company, its circuit of penal transportation and political exile. The Cape of Good Hope was a significant node in the company's network of forced migration in regard to the slave trade, penal transportation, and political exile. It was not only in South Africa, it was also happening in Ceylon. It was also happening in the Andaman Islands. The Indian resistors from India were banished to the Andaman Islands. From the mid-1600s, South Africa received people banished from Batavia, headquarters of the Dutch East India Company, and elsewhere. By May 1658, immigrants at the Cape included 7 banished persons who were used as forced labor, and they became part of the free black population on completion of their sentences if they were not repatriated. Between the 1650s and 1780s, the Cape and Robben Island were the recipient of several hundred banished people coming from elsewhere to Cape. There was a gender dimension to banishment. Women were not, again, wrong word, women were not exiled as political prisoners in their own right. Women were, however, exiled alongside their husbands, fathers, and sons, and were particularly vulnerable once their male relatives died in banishment. On the Kramat shrine of Syed Mahmud in Constantia, you can go and look at this place, there's the inscription, on 24th January 1667, the ship, the Polsbroek, left Batavia and arrived here in Cape on 13 May 1668 with 3 political prisoners in chains. These were rulers, men of wealth and influence. 2 were sent to the company's forests and 1 was sent to Robben Island. For the Dutch East India Company, the Cape was an attractive location for banishment by virtue of its geographic position. It combined security, distance, and isolation in a unique configuration to the advantage of the company. And it was the least likely to be captured through conquest by indigenous or neighboring polities. So excellent place for banishing people. And Robben Island then became a crucial secondary site of banishment and also imprisonment. The Robben Island first gained its notoriety as a prison for Eastern political exiles. One of these was Sayyid Abdul Rahman Mutura, the famous Tuan Matara, reputed to have been a very learned and religious man. Following his death on the island, his grave became a respective shrine. That shrine is still on the island. But political and social control by the Dutch East India Company was never complete. Even banishment was never complete. People found their ways to resist. The Dutch East India Company was unable to completely restrict the ability of the banished to communicate and create other networks. And this is seen in the rise of Islam in the Cape. You cannot understand the rise of Islam in the Cape without understanding banishment coming from the East. So spreading those banished people who we are bringing to the Cape, around the Cape, inadvertently provided the circumstances by which Islam was propagated among slaves and the free black population. The person credited with the madrasa tradition at the Cape, Tuan Guru, was banished. And he had been a prisoner on Robben Island during the 1780s before his release in 1792. He established the Dobb Street Madrasa in 1793 and the first mosque also in Dobb Street. In 1795, Guru, this banished person, becomes the first Imam at the Cape. So high-ranking exiles were often accompanied. Here's the paradox, if you like. High-ranking exiles that were being banished from there were often accompanied by their own subordinates and slaves. But at the same time, they disrupted the colonial hierarchy that equated rank and privilege with ethnicity, religion, and freedom. You know the case of Sheikh Yusuf of Makassar. When Sheikh Yusuf is banished to Ceylon by the Dutch and then comes to the Cape, he comes with slaves. We must not shy away from writing about that, because I come across articles that are very shy to mention the fact that he came with slaves. And I don't think that's doing justice to history, when for political expediency and so on, we banish those things from our articles and from our research because we're afraid what someone is going to say. Banishment was also deployed in the rest of Africa, and I want to mention this because I want us to get away from the South African exceptionalism. We're not exceptional. These things have happened to other people too. I want to say little, I cover more of this in the book, except that in the 19th century, the imperialist scramble for Africa led to unsolicited European offers of treaties of protection and free trade. Refusal to accommodate such treaties provided excuses for war and colonial conquest. Some of the African rulers who refused to submit to the exigencies of British imperialism were arrested, sometimes treacherously trapped, and they were banished from Nigeria, from the West Coast, from various places. Insofar as the banishment of indigenous South Africans is concerned, we think the first person banished within the boundaries of South Africa was Ashumo, a chief of the Khoikhoi Koranikos. He had traveled on a ship to Java in the 1630s, but by 1657 he had outlived his usefulness and had fallen from grace with Van Riebeck and the company. He was accused of duplicity. He was implicated in the murder of a shepherd boy. And in July 1658, Ashumo, together with his two Khoikhoi companions, Yanko and Bobo, were removed to Robben Island. He escaped from Robben Island on a small boat in November 1659, again open to research and dispute. He might be the only person who ever escaped from Robben Island and lived to tell the tale. In 1693, in a display of colonial power and supremacy, Governor Simon van der Stel banished Dora, leader of the Western Chinook clan, to Robben Island for disloyalty. After 1806, when the British permanently occupied the Cape, both the Cape and Robben Island began to be used by the British to house prisoners, house soldiers, or banish people. We've heard already from both the executive dean and from our poet that British colonial expansion in the 19th century and the resistance this provoked saw Robben Island continue as a place of banishment. Harriet Deacon, a historian previously at UCT, writes that a number of black leaders who took part in the frontier conflicts and those who survived the battlefields but failed to escape capture were punished with, she writes, exile on Robben Island. And its use as a prison helps to establish British authority over the colony's black opponents. In some instances, Harriet Deacon conflates imprisonment, exile, and banishment. They're three different things. Jeff Perez, another historian, indicates that Hans Trompeter was imprisoned rather than banished to Robben Island after his role in the Third Frontier War. On the other hand, already mentioned, David Stearman was indeed banished. He was involved in the Third Frontier War and then was captured by the British in 1819. Also banished was the Xhosa warrior poet Makhanda, who drowned in 1820, apparently trying to escape from Robben Island. In the Fifth Frontier War of 1818-1819, Makhanda led an unsuccessful attack by the combined Galeka and Lame forces on Old Grahamstown, now Makhanda. He surrendered on guarantee of life and treatment as a prisoner of war. Perez notes that Makhanda was not confined within the prison at Robben Island or subject to prison discipline. He had his own little house on Robben Island to which he was banished. Zulu political leaders resisting the colonial government first arrived on Robben Island in 1874. So I think it's very important to put these things in perspective. It doesn't start with 1963, with the arrival of Sisulu and others, as important as they are. We're going back to 1874, almost 100 years earlier. And they included Langalebelele, who was banished to Robben Island for life under a special act of the Cape Parliament called the Natal Criminals Act. Here's an honest thesis for someone. Go and find the Natal Criminals Act and do some research on that, because that was used against Langalebelele. In 1875, Langalebelele was moved from Robben Island to Uitvlok, today Pinelands. He was allowed to return to Natal in 1877 and died there in 1889. Following the Battle of Ulundi, Zulu King Cetshwayo was captured by the British in August 1879 and banished to Cape Town. He was permitted to return home from banishment in 1883 to much reduced territory and then dies in 1884. The case of Dinizulu, Cetshwayo's son, illustrates the use of imprisonment locally and overseas and of banishment. For resisting the British in 1888, Dinizulu and two uncles, Ndabuko and Shingana, were charged with high treason and sentenced in 1889 to imprisonment in St. Helena. They received a free pardon on 22nd January 1985, and after delays of almost 3 years, they returned in 1898 to our already annexed Zululand. Following the rebellion, uprising of 1896, I think an important distinction. In 1907, Dinizulu surrendered himself for trial. A special court was established under Act 8 of 1908 at Greytown Hall. And in 1909, he was found guilty on 3 counts of high treason. He was sentenced to 4 years imprisonment, now imprisonment in South Africa. However, following union in 1910, Dinizulu was released from jail and banished for the rest of his life from Zululand and Natal to Middelburg, which, as we've heard, is in Old Transvaal. Following his banishment, his home in Zululand was destroyed to prove to his people that he would never return. He died in 1913, according to his companion Mankulu Mana, of a broken heart. There's a whole history still to be written around this. Moving to the third part of my lecture quickly, I want to now distinguish conceptually between banishment and other instruments of political punishment, reprisal, intimidation, repression, and control in South Africa. As noted, terms like deportation, endorsement, removal, exile are often used interchangeably and even conflated, even though they are distinct practices and they are different instruments of political control. They have some common features. That is, political opponents of colonialism and apartheid were prohibited from being in one specific geographical area, and they were administratively expelled to another part of the country without any judicial process. There's no court cases and things like that. So we can speak about deportation, and I don't want to go into the details around these things, but that was for 1 year, usually. We can speak about endorsement, and people who were falling foul of past laws were endorsed out of the urban areas, right? So, Joe Morolong, ANC Secretary in the Western Cape, is an example of someone who falls into that category, not banished, deported, or endorsed out. There was removal of Africans, and we can speak about the 3 million people who were removed and relocated into the Bantustans. The term exile is used in at least 4 senses that I've picked up. People sometimes use exile to speak about deportation or banishment, right? Sometimes it's about movement from one area to another area, or it refers to expulsion to another country. But remember, sometimes people go into exile voluntarily. Rather than suffer, they make not everyone who left South Africa during the 60s, 70s was forced to do so. Some of them made that choice. They went into exile. They weren't banished or deported and so on, right? Or we can speak about a life in exile. But exile is different from banishment. Okay. Just to quickly get into the literature, the scholar Young postulates 3 features associated with banishment. First, banishment is the expulsion, in fact, of a person from a community. You're uprooted from your community, right? Second, banishment is always to a non-institutional setting. It's not to a prison. It is just out there in the wild. You have to look after yourself. There's no warders and all those kinds of things. You police yourselves, right? Thirdly, banishment severed your ties with your community, absolutely, by the fact that you were 1,000 kilometers away, right? So banishments in South Africa share all those characteristics of the scholar Jung. But I argue that there are 8 other reasons why banishment in South Africa are pretty unique to some extent. Elsewhere, banishment was used against criminals. They were used against specific communities, social groups, political opponents of the state. In South Africa, they were directed specifically at the state's political opponents. Not everyone was banished. It was against political opponents. Secondly, in South Africa, the banishments happen within the boundaries of South Africa. It's not like Trotsky being banished by Stalin to another country altogether and eventually being murdered in Mexico. Banishment in South Africa happens within South Africa. Thirdly, in other places, banishment was applied to communities. In South Africa, it was applied to individuals alone. Although sometimes the family of people who were banished went into banishment with them. But usually it was against individuals. Fourthly, elsewhere banishments were usually for specified period. In South Africa, under the Native Administration Act, banishments were for an unspecified period. It could be 20 years, it could be 15 years, no time was specified. Only in the case of the Suppression of Communism Act, Internal Security Act, was there a period of banishment, usually 5 years. 6, in South Africa, the people who were banished were South African citizens. They weren't people from elsewhere. 7th, banishment was only applied to one specific community and group in South Africa. Only African South Africans. Banning was applied to Indian, colored, whites, deportation also. Banishment was only to African South Africans. And finally, banishment was one of the important weapons for maintaining apartheid domination and colonial rule. Okay. So, in a nutshell, banishment was government reprisals against key, principally rural, political opponents that involved the administrative expulsion from their home areas to usually other distant, desolate and inhospitable areas for unlimited periods. It was a political tactic for punishing, intimidating, marginalizing and controlling political opponents, part of a wider political strategy for suppressing opposition to state policies and maintaining apartheid and colonial rule. And I want to argue that relative to some of these other things, banishment was a far harsher punishment than even being on Robben Island. On Robben Island, you can talk about it being a university. You are amongst hundreds of other political prisoners. In banishment, you are on your own. Like Ben Bartman to Worcester being banished to Ngwavuma where you don't speak the language. Or Stephen Kadimen being banished from Sekokuniland to Golel where he doesn't speak the language. It's a far harsher political reprisal than bannings, deportations, imprisonment, and so on. And it has its roots, as I've mentioned, in 1891 in the Natal Native Code. And it was introduced, and listen to the language, it was introduced on the rationale that you cannot control savages by civilized law. So they almost acknowledge this is uncivilized law, right? And the power to banish rested with the supreme chief. Now, as far as I know, and others here will, there's no idea of supreme chief in indigenous communities. Someone who can rule entirely on his or her own without any reference to anyone else. The colonialists created the supreme chief and gave the supreme chiefs powers, and one of those powers was to just banish you. Okay. Let me turn to the incidents of banishment in South Africa. And my work mainly covers the apartheid period, and that was difficult enough. I mean, this research took 30 years. I started in 1982 when Helen Joseph gave me all her documents and made me promise that I would publish a book one day. This book came out 30 years later because I didn't have access to the documents. I wanted to see those banishment orders that Verwoerd and Jansen and all of them signed, right? And I've got quite an extensive set, but not every single banishment order. So before apartheid, there were certainly banishments. At least 83 people, likely more, were banished between 1927 and 1948, the period that we call segregation, right? And we know that at least 30 people were banished before 1927. We know nothing about the banishments before 1927, and we know very little about the banishment between 1927 and 1948. So what was happening in South Africa during those periods? It doesn't all start with apartheid, you know. It's happening already. So we need to know what was happening in our country at that time that were leading to these banishments. Because the banishments were a response to things that were happening amongst oppressed people. And I want to argue that if we do this research, we may find more and more instances of rural rebellion, something we don't talk about. Everything has to do with the mass defiance campaign of 52 in the urban areas. The rural areas were in the forefront of resistance before the defiance campaign and so on. How come we're not writing about those things? Why is it only the urban people are the heroes? At least 160 people were banished, according to my records, between 1948 and 1986. 150 men, 10 women. 101 people were banished in the first 10 years of apartheid. 78% of all banished people were banished by 1960, and 92% were banished by 1965. What was happening? We know what was happening, but what were the specific things happening leading to these banishments? 80% of the banished people were banished from rural areas. And 56% of those 80% were banished from just 7 places. Mabiskraal in the late 1940s, Witsieshoek and Gamatlala in the early 1950s, Baharutse and Sekokuniland in the late 50s, Tembuland, Pondoland in the late 50s, early 1960s. The majority were coming from those areas. What was happening? And I document that. Common to all these areas was popular resistance to new apartheid policies and measures, betterment schemes related to land, a new system of administration called Bantu authorities, the creation of Bantustans, Bantu education, and the introduction of pass laws for women. That was what was provoking the uprisings and the banishment. On average, banishment orders were enforced for 9 years. 9 years in banishment. Right? 69% were banished for more than 5 years. 11 were banished for 15 years. And 3 were banished for more than 20 years. Some of those who were banished didn't actually go into banishment. They escaped into exile. Or they went into banishment and soon afterwards, like Ben Bartman, skipped the border and went into Swaziland and joined the ANC. Again, very interesting. The majority of the people who skip the country and go into exile are the urban people who are banished, not the rural people. The rural people are wanting to make their way back to the rural areas and carry on the fight. And don't want to go into exile, it seems. Right? And the conditions in banishment were not easy. The trade union and political leader Elizabeth Mafeking from Paarl broke under the pressure of the new circumstances. She couldn't cope. Others cope and sometimes rose to prominent positions in the national liberation movements. Most of those banished from rural areas were traditional leaders of different rank, chiefs, headmen, and so on. Or they were militants connected to the largely urban-based political organizations, or they were connected to urban associations that catered for migrant workers from all those different rural areas, like the Vitsishoek Vigilance Association, the Baharutsi Association, and the Sebak Komo from Sekukuni land. Here are new associations, new institutions that we don't often know a lot about. We know some of this from Peter Delius's work on the Transvaal. All of these people were key players in fighting apartheid. So why was banishment used, especially in the rural areas when apartheid state had other measures? It could imprison people, it could deport people, it could ban people. So why were they using banishment? Because the advantage of banishment was, unlike the others, you take someone from one place and you deposit them 1,000 kilometers away in an area where they normally didn't speak the language and where they were isolated and where you told the local community to keep away from these people. They're very dangerous people. Right. So let me conclude with the questions of memorialization, the marginalization of the banished, and research on banishment. In 1986, Section 5.1b of the Native Administration Act, which provided for the banishment of African South Africans for almost 6 decades, was repealed. This occurred during, again, why was it repealed in 1986, right? So I just want to share something that I'm learning more and more, and that I'm sharing with the people that I mentor at different universities more and more. Don't worry about the answer. Worry about the question. That's the best advice I can give you as young scholars and researchers. Don't keep worrying about the answers. Worry about the question, the better question. What is the best question in this circumstance? If you're going to spend years of doing research, don't waste your time doing research on a question that is not a question. Spend more time in asking, what's the question? Then the answers will follow and they'll illuminate us. But too many people are rushing to do research when they don't have a question. What is the question? Right? Especially for those of you doing PhDs. You know, when you're driving with me, I'm always going to say to you, what's the question? And you've got 2 minutes. I haven't got 1 hour. In 2 minutes, what's the question? And I can tell you within 3-4 minutes whether you have a question or not, and whether your PhD is going to be likely successful or not. If you don't have a question, what are you doing? We must be asking questions all the time, right? So it gets repealed in 1986. Why? Because in 1986, the country is becoming ungovernable. The streets are burning. It wasn't like what happened in 1990, where F.W. de Klerk wakes up in the morning and says, now I'm going to be good to black people. He was forced to unban the ANC and the PAC and start the liberalization process because of resistance. So that's why that thing was repealed. Of course, when that was repealed, there was still recourse to banishment under the Internal Security Act. And the Internal Security Act then starts get used to banish Zep Motopeng, Robert Sobukwe, Francis Bard. The moment they come out of prison, these people are banished. How many people know that Robert Sobukwe was banished the moment he came out of prison? And then it began to be used in the 1970s against the black consciousness activists, with Rampela as one of the first people to be banished from King Williamstown to the northern Transvaal area. And of course, Winnie is then banished to Brandfort too. That's happening not under the Native Administration Act, it's happening under the Suppression of Communism Act, Internal Security Act. So let me end up on a lament that we need to fix. Post-1994, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission ruled that banishment constituted severe ill treatment, to quote them, and that it was a gross violation of human rights, the TRC's words. But the banished were largely ignored by the TRC, and they remain the forgotten people of South Africa. Only 14 of the 160 people that were banished feature in the TRC record, Volume 7. And because they don't feature, there are no reparations for them. There's no reparations for their family. It's not just the acknowledgement that they were banished and their human rights were violated. There are material effects on these families. Some of them who have been living in poverty, impoverishment. Amongst the last of them who passes away, Anderson Ganyile, a militant of the Pondoland uprising, lives in impoverishment in Bizana, with no support from his comrades in the ANC. He was thrown away, right? And there are others like that. I can name ministers here who did nothing about this, despite being approached to correct the past. So I have big problems when they stand on platforms and speak. But when they were ministers, they did nothing about this. When they had the opportunity to put these things right, they were too busy with other things. Okay? So let me say that social memory, our memory, is a terrain of contestation, of struggle. And this outcome of the TRC is very unfortunate because it skews our memory of who the heroes and heroines are, who the important people and who are not the important people. So if the archive we have constituted to the TRC, and there's huge records there, if that archive is the official repository of our memory, it's also a site of forgetting. Just remember that. That archive, when you use that archive, don't only ask questions about what's there. Ask the question, what's not there? How come it's not there? And is it never going to be there? If the TRC missed all that, does that mean that we are never going to correct that archive? That we're going to live with that archive? When it is making us deliberately forget a whole lot of things, like the banished people. Okay. And so unlike the islanders, there's no monument or memorial for the banished. They remain banished from consciousness. Who speaks about them? More generally, and this is the important point for me, the marginalization of those banished continues to banish rural actors from struggle narratives, perpetuating the notion that urban people were the principal leaders and heroes of the national liberation struggle. You're wiping out those rural heroes, men and women. In linking political banishment to rural resistance in the 1950s and 60s, what my work has tried to do is to reinsert courageous rural communities and leaders as actors and shapers, to use Colin Bundy's words, as actors and shapers, who also contributed to democracy in South Africa. With the passing of the banished, none of them are living anymore. Some of their children who were in banishment with them are still around, perhaps. With the passing of these banished people have passed memories and narratives of their roles in rural rebellion and popular struggles, and they lived and individual collective experiences of banishment. So we need to extend my research on banishment beyond my own solitary work, which is now 13 years old. I mean, it's a shame. 13 years on, not a single person has come to speak to me about an honours thesis or a master's thesis, let alone a PhD on this area of banishment. Despite the book being launched in 10 different places, there were many newspaper articles around this and so on. The order of Mapungube has not been issued to any of these people. I sometimes see who's being awarded those things. And I say to myself, the same ministers were not interested in issuing any orders on people who were banished. Right? So, what kind of research am I talking about? For one, during the period 1927 to 1948, as I said, that period needs attention. And then the period prior to 1927 needs attention because about 100 people were banished during that period. If you do the research, I'm confident you're going to find there were rebellions, uprisings, resistance in the rural areas from which these people were banished. So we're going to illuminate aspects of our history that we are not aware of. Right? And they'll also show us the continuities and the discontinuities that happened before 27, between 27 and 48 and after 48. Right? For another, all the areas from which the people were banished in the 1950s that we don't know enough about, Lichtenberg, Mabieskraal, Paddy, King Williamstown, Tabanshu, Harding, Mutu, all those areas need research because I think you're going to find episodes of resistance in those areas that led to the banishment. Okay. Final point. When I was doing this research, you're coming across incredible people who were rural fighters, who were actors and shapers, who equally deserve attention and biographies. I'm thinking of Meima Matlala, chieftainess of the Gamatlalas. I'm thinking of Treaty Mopeli from Widzi's Hook. I'm thinking of Theophilus Shangela from Pondoland, Stephen Nkadimeng, Godfrey Sekakuni. Hardly known, but such incredible people, each of them deserving biographies about the role they played in those uprisings and the contribution they made. And I hope that this project will grow from strength to strength and take up the challenge of the research that is required in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that. Quite an impactful presentation. I want to just see whether we can allow between 5 and 10 minutes just for engagements. If there are questions, reflections on what has been said, maybe in the next 5-10 minutes, let's hear them, and so let's have some engagement with Prof on that. I note a hand there at the back. If we have a roving mic, please, can we just please give it there? Can we note another one? Now they're coming. There's one in front and another one there at the back. Let's take these three.
Thank you. Prof. Salim Badet, thank you so much for the presentation. I really enjoyed it. My question will be about locating the official documents that were signed to affirm, by the then apartheid system, the banishments. I recently learned that the DA has submitted a request to the government requesting the names of the MKs, from the ANC side. Is it something possible that we as ordinary citizens can also request these banishment official letters for the purposes of research and to verify the names of the people who were banished? And I'm saying this with awareness that at Freedom Park, there's a list, the wall of names there. So we don't know how they get those names and who really, I would say, makes sure that those people who appear on the list of names there were the people who were involved in the struggle. So as a matter of getting to the authentic sources, how do we go about that? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's just take another two. There's one hand in front, yes, sister. It's you. You are next, and then the one at the back. First here, and then it'll go.
Thanks so much. This was a great.
Can I just ask to stand for the camera, please? I'm sorry.
I don't really want to be on the camera. Thank you so much for a great keynote, Prof. I have been very closely sort of following the story of the Cradock 4 and that inquest. And I've presented 2 papers on this already. And what always boggles my mind is how many people have never heard of the Cradock 4. And just having spoken to, like, a friend of mine is from Bedford. And the old people in Bedford remember Giniwe, you know, like across the Eastern Cape. They've mobilized the whole Eastern Cape. And yet it's not spoken about. So I don't know if this is a useful question, because you said you should ask better questions. But why is it that rural activism, rural resistance is marginalized? I mean, you said it as a fact, but my question is why? Because I come across this as well when I look at the story of the Cradock 4. Thanks.
Thank you. Prof. Salim, I brought a copy of my book on Robben Island. It's the last copy if anyone wants to get it. But my question is, I'm from Maviskral, so my roots are there, and that's where I'm retiring to. So I will try and do research. I don't know anything about that because, you know, we moved into the townships. And also, in my book, I talk about PROTEA and Ochomato. And I know I mentioned banishment, but I'm going to go onto a PDF and see how many times I mentioned banishment and what is it that I'm saying about it. I also want to repeat the question, why the Bambatas rural rebellions are not discussed? We don't teach about them in the history courses we teach. We only know about Govenbegi's peasant revolt. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for those questions. So, when I was working on the book, I said to Professor Paul Mainland, who I consider a great historian at Rhodes University, that if I had discovered the archives when I was still a student, I would still be in the archives. I wouldn't have wasted my time being a vice-chancellor and advisor to the minister and all those things, right? Because the archives are incredible places. So, to answer your question, getting to those banishment orders was not easy. And there's always something called serendipity, luck sometimes. So firstly, our archives, let's not get started on that, of who's looking after our archives and whether the National Archives are safe. Because if those materials disappear, our history is disappearing with that. So those are not in great shape. Where it is digitized, if you put the word banishment, nothing's going to come up. Until Vern Harris, who was with the Nelson Mandela Foundation, is an archivist, told me, Salim, put the word verbanning, verdwijvering, starts to come up. But even those digitized records are not complete. So whether I have every banishment order is debatable. I would love PhDs to do work and come and tell me, you didn't do all your... That's fine, build on my work. I did it to the best of my ability about what was available at that point in time. And I can tell you, the feeling of having that piece of paper in your hand, where you see the original signature of Verwoerd, banishing someone with that order, sometimes in Afrikaans, right, is an incredible feeling. Right? Strictly speaking, they shouldn't be letting me touch it even. I should be wearing gloves because of the chemicals and things like that. See, that's already telling you, are we looking after our stuff, right? So the archives will yield things to us to the extent that they're there, and we asking the right questions and using the right language even sometimes. I didn't want to get into it, but I couldn't find the stuff for before 1948. Okay, and maybe it's still there, maybe it's not there. Freedom Park. So Freedom Park gets all those names from me. In 2012, the first launch of my book happened at Freedom Park. And I engaged them about how about having a wall for just the banished people. And then I left for New York for 5-6 years. And so only when I came back did I see those names go. And I was very happy to see that because I thought they wouldn't do anything about it. Okay. So that was a start. And then there's a documentary that was made in 2012. It's still not finished, 10 years later. But Freedom Park contributed to that. And it's a documentary where we are tracing the route that Helen Joseph, Amina Kachalia, and Joe Morolong took in 1961 to go and visit all the banished people around the country. So that documentary can be seen at, I think, 5 o'clock. And please critique it because it's not finished. At the moment, it's an hour long. It needs to be reduced to 48 minutes, and some new materials have to come in and so on. But that happened because, in my view, a 48-minute documentary can be far more powerful than a 400-page book. Not everyone wants to read books. Documentaries are very powerful things. Okay, so hopefully that will come out and go to the film festivals and places like that soon enough. So records are important, but they also have problems in them. So I must already warn you, when you start to read, you'll get angry also. Because the people are described as mischief makers, idle people, troublemakers, and so on. So there's a particular narrative about the people who are banished. They're not going to tell you these were rural resistors. They're going to tell you these were skelms, scollies. So you have to read these documents in a certain way. My Afrikaans was not good enough to read, so I had to employ someone to go through all the documents that were in Afrikaans and translate for me. And as you know, things get lost in translation sometimes, right? So there's all those challenges, but it's still worthwhile getting into those archives. Cradock 4. So that's one example, although there's more focus on Cradock 4. So I had the incredible privilege of knowing Matthew Goniwe. In the early 1980s, when I was heading grassroots community newspaper in Cape Town, which was essentially an ANC front, Matthew Goniwe used to take 300 copies of the newspaper and use them in Cradock on a door-to-door organizing, mobilizing. And a couple of months before his murder, I stayed with his family and him in Lingaletu in Cradock, because we were talking about starting a similar newspaper in that area. We had already started one in Oudtshoorn, we had started one in Windhoek. So Matthew Goniwe was this incredible person. Not just charismatic, he was a really powerful person who commanded respect in that Cradock area. And so the question you're asking is a great question. That's the kind of questions we should be asking. Why have the rural areas and rural heroes and heroines been neglected in South Africa? There's a PhD thesis there. That one question. I know when I say to people, what's the question, they're frightened. And I'm saying to them, you shouldn't be frightened, because your supervisor is going to tell you, hey friend, I'm not reading more than 300 pages. That question can help you write a 500-page thesis. Why are rural people and rural resistance marginalized in South Africa? What does it have to do with our politics? What does it have to do with the ANC, perhaps? What does it have to do with the fact that the leaders were all urban, even though historically they came from rural areas and so on, right? So for me, that's a great question. Why the lack of interest? We do know that the Cradock 4 and things more contemporary, and I've had very close friends work for the NPA. One of my closest friends, Nicky Rousseau, is still looking for bodies of all those comrades whose bodies have never been found so that they can be properly buried, right? Very difficult work, right? So someone asked about MK also. I don't know if you've seen the new book by Yunus Karim. It came out recently on MK Special Ops. It's mind-blowing stuff. Now here's another challenge. What are their names? Those are not their names. One of the most incredible these special ops people were the people blowing up Sasol, Kuberg, bringing down planes that we never read about, and so on, right? These were incredible people. And one of the guys was a guy called Rashid. Pseudonym. No one knows what Rashid's name is. We will never perhaps know what Rashid's name is. But my friend Nikki, together with Yunus Karim, when you look at those names, you can start matching the names, who is who, right? Even that work has to be done. Who were these special ops people? Some of them don't want to be known. They're incredible people, these people, including Robert McBride, who we know, and Gordon Webster, and those people, right? So these are the challenges of research and archival work and so on. Sometimes you don't even know the names of people. You've got to match their names and things like that. But that's what makes it so interesting, makes it so much fun. Okay. So, Neo, I hope that work happens on Mabius Corral. These are perfect, honest theses, honestly. Two of the people who helped me with my research and then helped me with the documentary, one guy was called Champs Sepuru, were from that area. They had done short, modest, honest theses with Peter Delius at Wits. I was able to use their honest theses to really do some of my research, right? So, often honest. So here's the advantage of a project or a program. Tell the honest students what to do. Tell them if you want to be part of this program. And of course, they must be interested. Go and become part of this program and do the research that needs to be done in these rural areas. That's how we accumulate a body of knowledge. Out of that can come documentaries, can become biographies, histories, all kinds of things. So I'm not sure we know much about Chief Jeremiah Marbe. But what was happening in Mabius Corral was not happening just for a few years. This was decades. And we know very little about that. So important research.
Prof, if you allow me, we'll just take a last round. There's one hand, the back. Is that the only hand? I just want to check quickly. There's another one here. Very last one.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Before you proceed, my brother, I just want to check here. Is that the very last one? No more hands, eh? Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Program Director. I just want to pose one or two questions to Professor Badat, but also compliment him for mentioning French Dale. I grew up in Mafikeng. And French Dale is an area that I got to know about 10 years ago when I read a newspaper that was started by Dr. Molema, Dr. Mudiri Molema, called Moleba Libi. And there's a story about Ganyile in that newspaper, which is written in Setswana. And I know you did say that people who were banished did not get support, some of them probably, and they were isolated. But one of the things that was gratifying about reading that story of Ganyile in Molebalibi, who incidentally was represented by Joe Slovo in the trial that he underwent in Mafikeng, and I think he was acquitted from that trial. But what comes through is that even though Ganyile came from, I think, the Eastern Cape or somewhere and was banished to French Dale, the people around Mafikeng, because the chiefs there were progressive, they ensured that he was supported, he was given company, and when he was arrested for whatever transgression he had made whilst he was under banishment, they secured him a lawyer through Joe Slovo. So those are some of the warm stories about how our people supported banished people and they rallied around them. But yes, it was quite strange that having grown up in that area for such a long time, and I mean that's my ancestral land. A lot of these stories are not known by people because some of our people had farms there, they lived there. But I was surprised to learn about this history about 10 years ago. And myself and Kgaungwalelwe Molema keep writing about these things in Facebook. Just to popularize those stories for people to know that here are important aspects of history that we must pursue. My second comment is in some of the instruments that you mentioned around how colonialism and apartheid controlled movement of people and isolated people. There are two things that I picked up, and I come to this conference with the exploration of the history of Kgosi Toto. And in reading about Kgosi Toto, I come to discover that indenture was also an instrument that was used against African natives as part of punishment for, well, rebelling or resisting colonialism. Whereas for a long time in South Africa, indenture was only limited to the Indian experience of Natal. So it was quite interesting that people who came from Kuduman, Taung, Pokwani, those areas of the Northern Cape, Griqualand West, in large numbers, were indentured in the Western Cape. So that's one other instrument that I think we need to bring into this discourse. And then another one is servitude, where white farmers would then say, okay, these people were in a revolt, they have to serve time, labor time on our farms. I think without probably payment, maybe just to keep them for sustenance. But that was also one form of controlling people and punishing people for resisting colonialism. So I think probably those other two issues need to be explored further about how they were applied as instruments of suppression during colonialism. I'm not sure if it was still used under apartheid, but probably it was. Thank you. Those are my comments on your very enlightening presentation.
Thank you, Prof, for the wonderful presentation. And this is Ivan Svisochiane from the Department of History here at Unisa. And mine is just a short question. So I'm wondering, Prof, if there is any relationship between the legislative elements of banishment and did that in any way serve as an ideological ancestor to executions of political prisoners under the apartheid era? Thank you.
So, you know how long it took me to try and map where Frenchedale was? You know where Frenchedale is. I'm working on this book at Rhodes University, and I'm from Durban, right? So, you know, I looked at maps, I looked at really, and I'm going by Ernest Cole's description. Now, Ernest Cole, I think, is the most brilliant African photographer in South Africa. Dies in 1990 in exile in New York. His house of bondage has got magnificent photographs because he smuggled himself into those banishment camps and took photographs. And I was very fortunate to be able to use those photographs through his family, allowing me to use it in the book and also for the documentary. And they contacted me a year ago also because they wanted to go to Frenchedale. because of a documentary that they're making on the Skole. So I think we know where Frenchedale is. If you know Driefontein, I'll be saying hallelujah. But I don't know if we know where Driefontein is. But these were banishment camps that people were banished to. Ganile, Theophilus Shangela from Pondoland, and other people. Really, so I liken banishment to what they call social death, a concept from slavery. See the connection, right? But I think it's very important what you were pointing out earlier and what you're pointing out now, that even in that kind of period, people lived, they loved, they had children, they had people reaching out to them, getting Joe Slovo, that part I know about. In Lichtenberg, it was Ruth First. And in Bahorutse, it was George Bezos, who was representing some because of Chief Moila. Here's another person who some work has been done about, but not enough. Listen, the rural people were asking for guns well before MK was formed. They had already come to the conclusion in Pondoland and elsewhere that we need to start taking up arms to get rid of the colonialists. They weren't waiting for MK and the ANC and things like that. If anything, I argue the ANC and the urban movements were behind, lagging behind the rural people. The rural people were out there in the forefront, right? And within the Communist Party, there are big debates happening about how much emphasis you give to the rural areas and rural struggles. People like Moses Mabhida took it seriously. Others didn't take it seriously, and so on. Now you have to ask yourself, if you were to rethink this, and if they had taken the rural struggles more seriously, what might have been the outcome? Maybe it wouldn't have been 1990, right? So you can only speculate about some of these things. So it's part of this bigger question also is, why have the rural areas been marginalized? Why have the rural areas not been given attention that they deserve and so on? So there's still Driefontein to find, but you're also pointing to something else. Look at the source that you're using now, a Setswana newspaper. Now look at my limitations, English. The more access you have to languages and other media, the more you're going to discover, the more you're going to be able to draw on and write about, right? So I think we must also be very wary of our own limitations in terms of language, in terms of access to sources and so on. And I've become a very strong advocate now that if you're starting a big research program or project, do me a favor. I'm not on Facebook, so don't do it on Facebook only, please. But start a WhatsApp group. And before you know it, you will have a treasure trove of stuff coming in. People will photocopy stuff, people will send you stuff and so on. You have your own archive on WhatsApp that you can then use, right? And you get one of your students, to look after that and contact everyone and tell them to send their photographs, and you promise to look after and give them a copy of the book. WhatsApp and this new social media can be very powerful ways of constituting new archives because people have got stuff sitting in their homes. The children of the banished people have got things sitting. I mean, the stories you're discovering about Saint Helena now, Sometimes we're lazy. We're not doing that work, even when the information is available there. We need to get off our backsides and get out of Pretoria and Joburg and go and do that work. I suspect one of the reasons people don't do a lot of work in the rural areas is too difficult for them. They like the comfort of the holiday inns and things like that, They don't want to live in huts and places like that, right? They want comfort, right? Our designer radicals especially. They want everything provided, aeroplane tickets. So let's be honest, maybe that's also the reason people don't do that kind of research, which has to take you out to rural areas where you've got to stay there. I mean, you must go and stay in Frenchedale for a week to really feel what banishment is if you're going to write about it in a kind of, emotive way also, which is important. So that ideas you're putting, what that tells me, so it's very interesting that you're thinking that there were forms of indenture and servitude and so on. So why have we not approached it in that way conceptually? Why have we restricted the indenture thing simply to Indians coming from India, right? And again, it's a question, an important question. Could be a very important paper to write on that. But I also think that this may connect with, and I want to end up with here, this may connect with epistemology. And whose epistemologies? Because we are all shaped by Western intellectual enlightenment, Eurocentric thinking. We don't seem to be able to get the stuff out of our head. We are prisoners sometimes of the people who have gone before us, who have set the terrain and have said this is how it is and so on. Part of decolonizing, for me, if we're going to challenge things epistemologically at the level of knowledge, is rethinking some of these things and maybe creatively applying those terms, indenture and servitude, to start with, to say there was something similar in this country and it operated from these areas and so on. But then you also conceptually distinguish to say how it might have been different. It's different because it's happening inside the country. It's not coming from India and other places and so on. And you see the similarities, you see the similarities, but at least you're starting new research. You're giving us new things to think about, right? And I think that kind of work hasn't been done in the past because I think the people who have produced knowledge in this country have been largely white and male, right? It's only in the last 20, 30 years that you're having more black people producing knowledge and doing it with greater confidence, by which I mean speaking back. To say, no, we respect you, but you're not the last word. You have missed too many things. Our histories and experience allow us to see things that you can't see. And we see it in a different way. And our knowledge, even if it comes from oral traditions, who says it's not as important as your written traditions? So we have a contestation happening here around whose knowledge? What is knowledge? The validation of knowledge. And that's important. So I would locate the things you're saying within that kind of framework to say, that's why, it could be very exciting. More people coming into these disciplines and starting to approach things in a different way from the usual types like me and others who have all been schooled in the United Kingdom and the US and so on. That there's a new generation coming here, hopefully, who won't just be decolonial in rhetoric, but actually decolonial in practice, in terms of the questions they ask and the way they do the research and the concepts they put forward and so on.
Thank you, Prof. So we'll do the thanks later on because we just want to be able to make up for some of the time. We're now going to break for coffee. I just want my colleague here to Dondor. We're going to coffee now, or just not yet. 5 minutes break. Yeah. So let's just take a 5 minutes break. The coffee is not ready yet, and then we come back. We are going to have all the events right here. So we'll take a 5 minute body break, come back, and then we take it from there again. All right.
I will call the presenters of the next session. So what we will do, we'll combine. If you look on the program, there's room 1 and room 2 presenters with different thematic areas that they are covering. So we will combine that. Can Paul come? I know others are joining us online. Corey will present his online. And we have Sfiso Kuzwayo. I'm not sure whether he's in person or will. Okay, I see he's here in person. Please come and forward. And then we have Unkosana Muziwandile Adebe from Amakhosi royal family. I believe he is also joining us online. We also have Samilo. My ngoni, even when I'm reading a Soto, I always, that always comes up. We have Samilo and also Momedi Kapadisa. Apologies if if I mispronounce your name. Please, how many speakers who are present here who will present in person? I know we have a couple who will be presenting online. Oh, it seems like you're the only one. Okay. In terms of the program, Ayanda should also be, but I see he's still busy with other things. So, Veli, are the speakers online ready? Or should we start with the one in person and then they will join? Okay, yeah, please. Okay. $15 minutes. 1-5. Yeah. Good homes. Oh, yeah, he should be there. I always. Okay. Next one. You can come. Okay. 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 I believe the first speaker who's joining us online has already joined. Corey, can you please unmute yourself and share the presentation? He will be talking about the exile and imprisonment of traditional leaders on Robben Island, a comparative analysis of distinctive experiences of heritage implications, 1963 to 1991. He's associated with Harvard and New York University. Unmuted. Please go ahead, 15 minutes. You have 15 minutes. I'm not sure whether there's a technical problem or what. Can we, for the sake of time, can we proceed perhaps? We start with the speakers that are here in person. Network on your side. Okay. Maybe while we are sorting up the network issue, Baba's Fees, I will hand over to you. We have 15 minutes. and are going to talk about the exiled, sovereignty, silence, the spirituality, King Dinizulu, banishment to St. Helena. Over to you.
Thank you, colleagues, for the opportunity to share with you. Igama, it's Fiso Kuzwayo. I'm with the RITR here at Unisa. The title for this paper is Exiled Sovereignty, Silent Spiritualities, King Dinizulu's Banishment to St. Helena and the Theological Politics of Identity in South Africa. I speak obviously from the theological perspective because that is where I'm at, my area of interest being in theology and African spiritualities. The exile of King Dinizulu Kacechayo to St. Helena between 1889 and 1897 remains one of the least acknowledged episodes in South Africa's long history of resistance to colonial domination. While Dinizulu was a central figure in the struggle to preserve Zulu sovereignty in the aftermath of the Anglo-Zulu War, his banishment to the remote island in the South Atlantic has received minimal attention in both academic scholarship and public heritage discourse. In contrast, the imprisonment of 20th century anti-apartheid leaders on Robben Island has become a global symbol of struggle, reconciliation, and liberation. This disparity reveals a troubling imbalance in South Africa's collective memory, a privileging of party political liberation mythology at the expense of earlier indigenous struggles for land, identity, and spiritual continuity. This paper seeks to address the imbalance by situating Dinizulu's exile within both its historical and theological dimensions. Historically, his banishment exemplifies the colonial use of exile as a strategy of political suppression, echoing patterns applied to other indigenous leaders such as David Stearman, Makhanda Ganxele, and so on. Theologically, Dinizulu's removal from his people and ancestral land represents a profound rupture in African cosmology, where land, ancestors, and identity are inseparably bound. Exile was not only the removal of a political figure, but the silencing of a sacred mediator whose role embodied the spiritual coercion of the Zulu nation. As a joint historical and theological inquiry, this study is situated at the intersection of the disciplines of history and systematic theology. From the side of history, it draws on archival records, parliamentary papers, and contemporary scholarship to reconstruct the circumstances and implications of Dinizulu's exile. From the side of theology, it employs African theological resources, including BT's account of the living dead, Bourgeois' ethics of relationality, and emerging models such as Ubuntu theosis to interpret exile as both a political and theological crisis. In doing so, it argues that remembrance is not merely historical correction, but theological praxis necessary for the restoration of continuity between the living, the dead, and the land. The argument unfolds in 5 stages. First, it situates Dinizulu's exile within its historical context, outlining the political crisis following the Anglo-Zulu War and his role as defender of the Zulu sovereignty. Second, it analyzes the theological significance of exile, showing how Dinizulu's removal disrupted the ancestral continuum at the heart of Zulu cosmology. Third, it examines the politics of heritage and memory, comparing marginalization of Dinizulu with the elevated commemoration of Robben Island and figures like Napoleon at St. Helena. That must be upside down, whatever it says. Fourth, it explores the contemporary implications for reconciliation, land and moral regeneration, with particular attention to Ubuntu theosis as a theological framework for inclusive memory. Finally, it concludes by affirming that to remember Dinizulu is to resist the silence, undo exile, and embrace a role more holistic Afrocentric heritage for South Africa's future. And friends, because of time, I think we have enough of the historical background and the politics of exile already from the few speakers who have spoken this morning. So allow me to skip that particular section and do the play on the theological grounding of this particular work. So I jump straight to the third section of this paper. Theological or spiritual analysis, exile as rapture. The exile of King Dinizulu to St. Helena was not simply a colonial strategy to naturalize political dissent. For the Zulu people, it constituted a profound theological and cosmological rupture. In African spirituality, exile carries a deeper significance than displacement from territory. It serves the sacred nexus between land, ancestors, and identity, and undermines the mediatory role of the king as custodian of communal well-being. To interpret Dinizulu's exile, therefore, requires moving beyond political categories into theological dimensions of African cosmology. Land and ancestors as sacred continuum. African theologians have long emphasized that land in African worldviews is not merely economic territory, but an ancestral inheritance. Land carries the presence of the living dead and anchors the community's sense of being. Postel argues land in rural African context functions as a form of title deed inscribed by the ancestors, embodying identity, culture, and continuity across generations. To lose land, therefore, is not simply to lose property, but to suffer a rupture in communal ontological foundations. Dinizulu's exile severed him from his ancestral territory, thereby disrupting the spiritual ecology that bound him to his people and their forebearers. Dinizulu as a sacred mediator. In Zulu cosmology, the king, Isilo, serves as the axis of communal life, mediating between the ancestors, the living, and the land. This role resonates with broader African theological insights into leadership as sacramental presence. To exile Dinizulu was thus to suspend the mediatory role that sustained the Zulu people's relationship with the spiritual world. His absence represented not only political subjugation, but also a spiritual dislocation. And then I go on to speaking of exile as a theological crisis, where I look at issues of identity and continuity and how Dinizulu's absence also affects that as well. And then I do a Christological link with how the presence of a king and the presence of and the representation of kingship mediates between the people who are around, and that when the king is removed from amongst his people, the people are left without a leader, but the connection with their ancestors and their ancestry is severed, and that affects the whole spirituality of a nation. Part of the crisis we face and continue to face were because of this particular exile. And then exile as silencing of spiritualities. This section, I look at how through Princess Makoko Dinizulu, the daughter of King Dinizulu, her work as an artist, her work as a musician and a poet continued to sustain the legacy of her father and continued as a glue that brought together the people of KwaZulu. And part of that work was then picked up by her son, Prince Mangosuthu Gajabuthelezi, who then also worked in that particular space. In the paper, then, I move from there to argue that there are many selective heritage narratives that affect the work of remembering. I play on the word there, that the word to remember also means to rebuild together, to put together these histories of that were prior to 1964 and apartheid liberation struggle heroes who worked in this area. So we need to look at the marginalization of the Khoi and San leaders, to look at the marginalization of the history of the Amakhosi leaders, and of course, amongst them, the Zulu kings such as uDinizulu kaCetshwayo. Then, having built on all that, I look at how this exile and this forgotten heritage needs to be brought back into mainline and mainstream reconstruction and decolonization work if we are to talk about theology and we are to talk about the resuscitation of African spiritualities into the mainline of theology and the work that many universities do, because that work is still mainly based on Western type of theologies. And we forget that as Africa, there was work of theology and spirituality that existed even before the move of colonialism and later apartheid into our spaces. And then in terms of, to conclude all this work, that's where I will jump because I'm out of time. In conclusion, the exile of King Dinizulu to St. Helena reveals the entangled dynamics of colonial suppression, spiritual rupture, and the selective remembrance. His banishment was not an isolated episode, but part of a systematic imperial strategy to dismantle indigenous sovereignty by dislocating leaders from their people, their land, and their ancestors. The erasure of his history in contemporary heritage discourse compounds this exile, creating a silence that impoverishes the moral and theological imagination of post-1994 South Africa. Let me stop there.
Our next speaker is Paul. Will be the title of his paper is called "The Overview of the Banishment, Imprisonment of Indigenous Leaders on Robben Island." Over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm happy to be here today. My name is Paul Ibukunlua from Nigeria. I'm a student of Management College of Southern Africa. I'll be talking about the overview of the histories of indigenous traditional rulers that are banished to Robben Island. The banishment and imprisonment of traditional chiefs to Robben Island is often overlooked by historians, and much attention is given to the Mandela struggle in South Africa. Such misconceptions often make it feel like traditional chiefs gave colonial government a free land to operate on arrival. Traditional indigenous chiefs in frontier states also fought for the independence and sovereignty of the people of South Africa. It is in this light that we shall discuss some of these traditional chiefs, which include Ashumato. I don't know if I got the pronunciation of the name very well, sir. Ashumato. Okay, sir. Ashumato, Chief David Sturman, Kgosi Mahoma, Kgosi Fadana, Kgosi Siyolo, Kgosi Stoto, Kgosi Makhanda, and Kgosi Langelebalele. I don't know if I'm right. Okay, thank you, sir. So, going back to Atsumaksho, he is an exceptional Khoi leader who learned global language, colonial language, and served as an interpreter between his people and the settlers in Cape of Good Hope in 1652. He is popular for repossessing cattle forcefully taken from his people by settlers, and this led to his banishment and imprisonment in Robben Island. His behavior was described by British settlers as uncooperative and provocative before his banishment. By 1659, Atumasho and a fellow captive managed to escape the island and serve as an interpreter again in a nearby settlement in 1660. Chief David Sturman was born in 1773 near the Gamotos Rivers in Eastern Cape. He is an indigenous Khoi chief who fought Dutch imperialism and British colonial rule. He played a key role in Khoi rebellion of 1799 to 1803. Under Sturman leadership, Dutch farmers were always on the edge with the Khoi and Coastal Alliance. British authorities, seeing that Sturman remained formidable, confiscated his kingdom and forced young men to join the army. He was captured in 1819 and sent to Robben Island, but escaped from the island. He was rearrested and exiled to New South Wales in Australia. Kgosi Makroma is popular among coastal and indigenous people fighting 3 battles against colonial rule. Born in 1798 and refused colonial occupation in his country. He was expelled from his territory in 1829 and imprisoned for 12 years. Paroled in 1869 but rearrested for claiming his former land. He died on Robben Island in 1873. Kgosi Fadana is a coastal regent and frontier indigenous leader, banished due to his antagonism against colonial rule. He was against land grabbing, slavery, dispossession of indigenous people. He was banished to Robben Island in the 19th century for 10 years. Kgosi Siyolo is a coastal chief from clan. I'm sorry. He led the war of Mglalane against colonial occupation. He was banished for 30 years with his wife. Kgosi Koto is the half-brother of Kgosi Makroma. He was arrested for participating in 1856 to 1857 cattle killing and banished to Robben Island. Kgosi Makhanda, he was popularly known as Makana and led the Gramson Battle of 1818 to 1819. He was an Inyanga, which means a traditional leader. He was an Inyanga, which means a traditional healer. The Gramson War Battle is a battle. Xhosa chiefs united themselves together to fight colonial dominance. Makana army suffered defeat and he surrendered to British native authority that imprisoned him to Robben Island. Kgosi Langalilbali, he was born in 1814 and he is the indigenous leader of the Ulumbi clan in 1836, accused of engaging in cattle raiding against the whites and refusing the instruction of native authority to surrender weapons by his people, was found guilty and imprisoned to Robben Island for 10 years. In conclusion, We hereby conclude that this research helps us to understand the banishment of indigenous chiefs and understand that indigenous chiefs fought also for the sovereignty of their people. The same political appraisal given to political freedom fighters like Nelson Mandela, Steve Biko, Robert Sobukwe should be also given to our traditional leaders for fighting for the sovereignty of this country. Recommendation. We hereby recommended that students in high schools should be made to value indigenous traditional studies and to be made to know that indigenous traditional leaders fought for the freedom of this country, not just the political leaders, because it is been known that political leaders are being celebrated every year in this country. Nobody is making reference to any indigenous leader to talk about their struggle, their suffering, their dispossession in their own home country. So these people should be celebrated, and it should be incorporated into the syllabus of the high school so that they can learn about their home people. They can learn about their clan, about their country home. Thank you very much.
Let's try to connect with the next speaker. We had some technical challenges earlier on. I'm not sure if we will manage now. Corey? He's not online. Okay. We then move to the next speaker. The next speaker is supposed to also join us online. I'm not sure. Nkosana Muziwandile Hadebe. Is he online? Can we please be assisted with regarding the speakers that are... Okay, I'm told, yes. Over to you, Nkosana. Please unmute yourself. Can you hear me? So as far as home already. He's on mute. Okay. Okay. Technology. I'm told that Corey has managed to join, and I hope this time around we'll be able to present and proceed. Corey? Yeah, technology at times it can fail you. Tempted to say perhaps do all the speakers that are online later. We finish with those that are here.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I hear an echo.
Yeah, there's an echo. Okay. You can go ahead, Corey. Thanks, my brother. unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, you can hear me? Okay. I have an echo, so I'll just try to keep going.
There's an echo, please. Okay. My brother, can you try again?
I can't hear.
Okay. You can go ahead. Sorry for the cliches.
That's the only way I can hear.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead, my brother. Yes, can you try again?
Can you hear me?
Yes, 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 we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. All right, thank you. Sorry, it's like 4 a.m. in the morning here. Thank you, Professor Donalo, esteemed colleagues at Unisa, and other colleagues in the room. So my paper is on the exile and imprisonment of traditional leaders on Robben Island. I conducted a comparative experience and heritage implications analysis. First, want to say this research does have limitations. It was great to hear Prof earlier say know your limitations. And it's basically on secondary and archival resources, limited archival resources. So the historiography of Robben Island has predominantly focused on the narrative of high-profile liberation movements, particularly those in ANC, the PAC, the SACP, and the like. This selective commemoration has resulted in significant gaps in the system, and also in our understanding of apartheid's carceral system operated across different time periods, targeted diverse forms of resistance, and implemented varied strategies of control and punishment. So we see traditional leaders who represented a critical threat to apartheid government's Batutistan policy and its attempts to co-opt indigenous government structures have received minimal attention in Robben Island's historical narrative, despite their significant presence. With very few secondary and verifiable sources of traditional leaders imprisoned on Robben Island, my study attempted to address these historiographical silences by examining how archival records and secondary sources reveal differential experiences of prisoners across two distinct temporal periods, 1963 to 1976, and then shortly after the Soweto Uprising, 1977 through 1991. And so my paper investigates how the apartheid state treatment of prisoners evolved in response to changing political pressures, international scrutiny, and intensifying resistance movements. Traditional leaders emerged from this analysis as particularly marginalized despite their significant presence on Robben Island and their important role in rural resistance to apartheid. Their imprisonment reflected the regime's strategic attempts to destabilize customary governance systems and facilitate compliant traditional authorities amenable to Batutistan policies. Among the few traditional leaders who I was able to find whose imprisonment on Robben Island has been documented with secondary verifiable sources is Chief Zephaniah Motopang. Though his case bridges the traditional political divide, as he was primarily known as a PAC leader rather than solely as a traditional leader. He was a teacher, nationalist, and intellectual, and one of the founding members of PAC. He was a figure of partial royal descent within the Basotho community, becoming one of the most prominent traditional linked intellectuals to oppose the apartheid state's Bantustan framework. So he was there from 1963 to 1964, but also then he was rearrested and tried in a secret trial during the Bethel 18 trial in 1976, charged with conspiring to investigate unrest. The prosecution argued that he maintained the PAC underground network on Robben Island through his earlier incarceration, linking his name to continued political mobilization within the prison. Convicted again in '79, he was returned to Robben Island to serve an extended term under harsher conditions. Sources from Amnesty International and the Robben Island Museum describe his imprisonment as marked by solitary confinement, repeated interrogation, and the deterioration of his health. So as we all know, while Nelson Mandela and other prominent ANC prisoners were celebrated in national memory, Motopeng's story exemplifies the selective visibility of political prisoners. And I use the word political prisoners because, yes, he was a political prisoner, even though he was also a traditional leader. His PAC affiliation made him so, and his emphasis on Africanist ideology and refusal to align with ANC-dominated resistance narratives, I believe contributed to his marginalization within post-apartheid commemoration. Like many other cases, this case underscores how archival practices reproduce political hierarchies, privileging certain liberation narratives while erasing others. Other undocumented traditional leaders who resisted Bantustan policies and in many cases endured imprisonment, exile, or assassination between 1963 and 1991 could not be verified by me with secondary sources as have been imprisoned on Robben Island, specifically though their resistance to apartheid's rule control strategies was significant. I seek to learn further information on figures such as Chief Sabata Dalianyebo, Chief Victor Poto, Chief Mslambuzima Mapumulu, Chief Timothy Bazuka, Metetwa, Chief Ozolisi Wadiso, and Chief Makurane from the Kuruman region. Collectively, these leaders embodied a rule strand of anti-apartheid resistance centered on defending land, identity, and indigenous sovereignty rather than party-based political struggle. Yet these stories remain largely absent from mainstream heritage narratives. This silence underscores how both archival practices and post-apartheid heritage institutions reproduce selective memory. Robben Island's archival lists and museum exhibits have overwhelmingly privileged the narratives of urban, educated, and internationally recognized liberation leaders. By contrast, the imprisonment and resistance of traditional leaders whose authority challenged apartheid's rule control strategies remain peripheral to official remembrance. So recognizing and reintegrating these histories into broader Robben Island narratives is essential for achieving inclusive heritage management and advancing a decolonized understanding of political imprisonment in South Africa. I also examined the memorialization practices, particularly at the Robben Island Museum, and how they reveal post-apartheid politics shaping stories, how stories are told, and how they are framed. Again, the museum's focus is on Nelson Mandela, given his undeniable historical significance and the site's role as a major tourist destination. So let's not forget that it is a UNESCO heritage site, right? So they want as many folks to come see the site around the world as possible. And how do you achieve that? You have Nelson Mandela at the forefront. So while these efforts toward inclusive interpretation have increased, the dominant narrative framework continues to be certain privileged prisoners, political organizations, and temporal periods while minimizing others. Yet and still, numerous chiefs, headmen, and indigenous leaders were imprisoned, banished, or politically marginalized for rejecting apartheid's manipulation of customary governance Their names and experiences remain largely absent from the archival lists and post-apartheid heritage frameworks. This erasure reflects both the apartheid state's deliberate misclassification of rural political resistance and the selective focus of post-1994 memorialization. Archival materials housed at the Robben Island Museum and the National Archives of South Africa primarily document high-profile political prisoners affiliated the ANC, the PAC, the SACP, and the like, while traditional leaders and rural activists often appear only as numerical entries in admission registers or brief notations and classification documents. Chiefs and headmen who refused to cooperate with homeland authorities or resisted forced removals were frequently detained also under security legislation or subjected to administrative exile. However, the state's documentation practices deliberately avoided labeling such individuals as political prisoners, and that's why I've done such. Instead, they were categorized as tribal dissidents or ordinary offenders, ensuring that the resistance did not enter the political record. This bureaucratic strategy effectively removed the key strand of anti-apartheid struggle from both archival and public memory. So the Robben Island Museum faces a complex challenge of representing nearly 30 decades, my time frame, of diverse imprisonment experiences to international audiences with varying levels of background knowledge, all within limited tour time frames in a physical space that has been shaped by post-apartheid interpretive choices. Achieving inclusive heritage management requires several interconnected interventions. First, we need to expand oral history projects, most urgently document marginalized prisoners' experiences before that generation passes away. Obviously, some of them probably have passed away, but traditional leaders, ordinary political prisoners, women activists, and members of smaller organizations all have stories that deserve preservation and interpretation, but risk being lost if not systematically collected and archived. Secondly, interpretive frameworks must explicitly acknowledge temporal differences, political diversity, and differential treatment, rather than homogenizing the Robben Island story. This requires moving beyond singular narrative arcs of collective resistance leading to democratic triumph, instead presenting the full complexity of varied experiences, competing political visions, generational tensions, and uneven conditions across different periods of time and prisoner categories. Third, physical memorialization should extend beyond Nelson Mandela's cell, let's just use that, to recognize other significant prisoners and prisoner categories. This might include marking a cell of traditional leaders, dedicating spaces for the Black consciousness movement, recognition of ordinary prisoners whose names are not globally celebrated, but whose suffering was equally real, and acknowledgement of the diversity of the anti-apartheid resistance. Fourth, there needs to be guided training and tour content at Robben Island Museum, and it should equip former prison guides and professional interpreters to present nuanced narratives that acknowledge the complexity without overwhelming visitors. And when I speak of visitors, I'm talking about Western visitors. This requires developing interpretive and strategies that can convey depth and diversity while remaining accessible and engaging diverse audiences. And then lastly, educational programming should engage with the politics of memorialization, helping visitors, particularly those in the West, understand how and why certain narratives become dominant while others are marginalized. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to our next speaker. Also joining online, Nkosana Muziwandile Hadebe from Amakhosi royal family. Is going to talk about Ingonyama Langa Libalele Kamthimkhulu exile 1873 to 1889. Over to you, Pupungan.
Thank you. Good day, Chairperson, esteemed colleagues, and fellow custodians of memory. Though I join you from a distance, I stand with you in spirit, in purpose, and in the sacred work of remembrance. The screen may separate us, but the story we gather around today binds us together across space and time. It is my honor to share with you the journey of Ingonyama Langalibalele kaMthimkhulu, remembered as the blazing sun of the Amakhosi. His long exile from 1873 to 1889 is not only a story of colonial dispossession, but also a testament to African endurance, sovereignty, and the unyielding flame of dignity. On 31st July 1873, Theophilus Shepstein, Secretary for Native Affairs in Natal, summoned Langalibalele to Pietermaritzburg, accusing him of disobedience for refusing to register the firearms acquired by Amakhosi men in the diamond fields. This was no small administrative matter. It was a direct challenge to Amakhosi sovereignty. By 30 October, the British troops marched towards the Ukahlamba, Drakensberg Mountains to arrest him. On the 3rd of November, Langalibalele crossed into Basotholand as a refugee, beginning a life of exile from his land and his people, never to return in his lifetime. On the 4th of November, Amakhosi men confronted colonial troops at the Umtshezi River Pass. It was known as Bushman River. The encounter ended in disorderly British retreat with the 7 combatants killed, 2 unnamed Amakhosi and 5 colonial soldiers. This moment of Amakhosi resistance, though brief, unsettled the colonial authorities. It escalated their harshness and brutality. What might have remained a political dispute was transformed into a campaign of punishment. On 9 November, Sir Benjamin Pine, the Lieutenant Governor of Natal, proclaimed Ingonyama Langalibalele and the Amakhosi, declaring them rebels. In that proclamation, he also issued the martial law. This proclamation was not merely administrative. It was a weapon of law designed to criminalize African sovereignty and legitimize the use of overwhelming force. Within weeks, colonial newspapers were calling for Amakhosi lands to be opened for white settlement. November 29, Pine informed London that Amakhosi and Amangwe locations would be cleared and repopulated by settlers. Thus, the proclamation became the hinge from resistance at Umtshezi to the wholesome dispossession of land, livestock, and dignity. It was the moment when the colonial state declared war, not only on a king, but on a people. On December 11, Langalibalele was arrested in Leribe, Basotholand. December 31st, Ingonyama, his sons, councillors, and Amakhosi were put into cells in Pietermaritzburg. It's now known as the Old Prison. The king, isolated in solitary confinement, bore the weight of colonial vengeance as he and his people were branded traitors and prepared to face the trial of 1874. The trial was a travesty of injustice. Of course, he lost the case, charged for high treason and rebellion. The Natal government published its record in 1874 to justify its actions, but Bishop John Colenso Sobanjo refuted these claims, exposing the colonial manipulation of law to criminalize African leadership. The Natal Legislative Council soon passed laws enabling the forced labor of convicts, a thinly veiled extension of slavery under another name. On 5 August 1874, Langalbalele and his son Malambule were transported by the SS Florence to Cape Town, and he was imprisoned on Robben Island, one of the earliest African royals to be confined there and banished there. 27 August 1875, he was moved to Eindvlecht Manor on the Cape Downs, where he remained under surveillance for over a decade. And his wives, Nowetuga and Vangi, preserved Amakhosi traditions even in captivity. Of course, they said they presented their woven baskets and beer strainers to Lucy Lord in 1877 and 1887. Of course, they were looted. Quiet acts of cultural survival amid forced exile. On 22nd April 1887, Langalbale and his family were released and returned to Natal, though still under supervision at Swartkop under the custodianship of Chief Tetele Zondi of Mpumoza. 2 years later, on the 22nd of January 1889, the king passed on, and he was buried next to his homestead called Wapehu Zulu in Giant Castle. And his body returned to the soil of his people, but his life had been marked by displacement, surveillance, and the stripping of sovereignty. Langalibalele's exile is not only a story of the 19th century, it is a mirror of the broader colonial project. In 1874, he was formally stripped of his kingship, a symbolic act of dispossession that sought to delegitimize African authority itself. The act of erasure continues to echo in the present, as the Amakhosi struggle for recognition of their kingship reminds us that the question of sovereignty was never second, only suppressed. This was not isolated, but part of a wider colonial design. The criminalization of African authority, dispossession of land for settler expansion, the transformation of leaders into convicts to justify forced labor. In post-1994 South Africa, his story challenges us to reckon with how exile, imprisonment, banishment, and slavery shaped the politics of identity. His life reminds us that sovereignty was never ceded. It was denied, misrecognized, and exiled. To remember people like Ingonyama Langalbale today is to restore dignity to Amakhosi. It is also to affirm the AFROCENTRIC scholarship. It is also to affirm that African scholarship must continue to unearth these silenced histories, not as relics, but as living foundations for justice and recognition. Though I speak to you from afar, I leave this gathering with a deep sense of closeness. The story of Ingonyama Langalbalele Kamthimkhulu reminds us that exile could not extinguish sovereignty, and that memory when restored, is it itself an act of liberation. Stripped of his kingship in 1874, his authority was denied but never surrendered. And the continuing struggle of the Amakhosi for recognition affirms that sovereignty lives on. His blazing sun reminds us that sovereignty was never surrendered, that memory is liberation, and that his light continues to guide our scholarship, our communities, and our pursuit of justice. Across distance, yet united in purpose. Thank you.
Aitabe Pungana. We now move along to the next speaker. We are taking a break from the online presentation for now. The next speaker is Masilo. Do you have Masilo? Okay. That. Yeah, Gina, go. You can come and make your presentation. Our next speaker is Mo. Is Momodi Kepadisa. You know, I'm from Queenstown in the Eastern Cape. The only language is Kgosi, but sorry for mispronouncing your name. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Dondolo. At least you made the effort, you know. Agilu Dumerise, Makhosi a rona, Professor Badat, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone that is joining us online. My name is Moemedi Kepadisa. I think I come here by default. And for my own sins, I like posting these stories on Facebook. And I had posted one of those stories, and then in a few days' time, I saw an invitation from Professor Dondolo to work on a story that I had developed just as a memory on Kgosi Toto. And he said, please come in, come, we have a conference in November and speak much more broadly about this Facebook presentation. So yes, I'll encourage you, Professor Badat, to also get involved in popular history. There is a platform there called Facebook. Some people have given me feedback that they learn sometimes from some of the things that I post. My focus, or the focus of my presentation, is going to be on Kgosi Toto Amakholokwe. Initially, I had prefaced it as Ditako. And when I did my abstract, that was the central theme, Ditako, colonial resistance, imprisonment, and that of Kgosi Toto Amakholokwe on Robben Island. But the beauty about engaging in formal research is that it also removes certain cobwebs from your mind and your eyes. And as I was researching this story, I then discovered that, no man, Ditako is not so much connected with Kgosi Toto, but so much with Kgosi Luka Janji. So I had a challenge now to say, how do I change my topic? So that's why you see question marks there. And then I read further on Ditako, on Kgosi Toto, but then I discovered that Ditako is also relevant to this story. Because this history is a history that revolves around three Batswana Dikgosi. It is Kgosi Galeshewe, Kgosi Luka Janchi Mutibi, and Kgosi Toto. And in my evaluation of their roles, I then got an impression that Kgosi Galeshewe's story is the more celebrated story. You know, he's got one of the ships named after him by the South African Navy. Galeshewe exists as a township. Various books, booklets, and stories have been written about him. More recently, Kgosi Luka Janchi has come into public reckoning because of the book that was written by Kevin Shillington. But as I read and researched, I then discovered that very little has been written about Kgosi Toto. And then I said, you know, let me delve into the story. So in my introduction, I say the role of several Batswana Dikgosi, primarily Kgosi Toto, Amakhosi, Kgosi Luka Janchi Mutibi, and Kgosi Galeshewe Abotlhasetse. In the books by Shillington and others, they call him Botlhasitsi. And I make a conscious and deliberate effort to bring in corrections of language, corrections of place, and nomenclature. Because if we're saying that we are embarking in decolonization or decolonial studies, we've got to do that. And I'll come to that topic later. So the former Kgosi Toto represents Batlharo in Kuruman and the latter two Batlaping communities in the resistance wars against European colonization of South Africa. So I make the point that the research will focus on the Vala of Kgosi Toto and his son Prince Robanyane, who were imprisoned together on Robben Island in 1898, and where Kgosi Toto ultimately died in that notorious penal island in 1901, after being imprisoned there in the aftermath of what the Batlharo call Maje Agamokgotu battle, otherwise known in colonial records as the Langeberg Rebellion. And I contrast these two things because colonialism was also about erasure. They fight you, and after fighting you, they rename your place so that they can erase memory. And then they write about their battles, and everybody talks about Langeberg. And Langeberg now becomes distant from Batlharo. But when you use your own language, it triggers the memory of a people that in fact that place belonged to us. So in my conducting this research, a lot of this comes through. The Harz River, which is established in geography, I revert to calling it Kolong River, because it was changed by colonialism, not by the people. So I think that's part of the themes that come through in this research. Shillington notes in his book that conflict between Batswana Dikgosi and European colonists, including Transvaal and Orange Free State Boers, as well as the British of the Cape Province, had been simmering and was apparent from 1886. And this point becomes very important because there was the Transvaal Republic on the one hand, and then there was the Orange Free State Republic. And these two Boer republics also overlap with the borders of what was then called British Bechuanaland. On the other hand, the northernmost border of the Cape Province had actually ended at the Orange River. That is more towards the R. But with the discovery of diamonds in Kimberley, the northernmost border of the Cape Province had to be pushed up. And in the research that I'm doing, I highlight some of those things about how this manipulation of land was done. But importantly, from a theoretical perspective, I say I locate Kgosi Toto's narrative in subaltern theory. Most of you are academics, you might be aware of it. Subaltern studies focus on the history of the powerless and marginalized. So that's why I picked the history of Kgosi Toto and the Batlharo, who are dominated by the state, parties, classes, or groups. The concept was originated by Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci. His prison notebooks give further expansion on the concept for those who might be keen on reading up on subaltern studies. But a writer, El Habib Louai, says this about subaltern studies. The subaltern classes refer fundamentally, in Gramsci's words, to any low-ranked person or group or people in a particular society suffering under hegemonic domination of a ruling elite class that denies them the basic rights of participation in the making of local history and culture as active individuals of the same nation. And I found this appropriate in understanding and exploring this topic on Kgosi Toto. So that is the subaltern approach and the reasons why I'm adopting it. Let's come back to the conflict that erupted in British Botswana-land, as it was then called. The discovery of diamonds attracted thousands of people to the diamond fields, with various parties laying claim to the area. There was a fellow called David Arnott, who on behalf of the Griqua leader Nicholas Waterboer laid claim to the whole of Griqualand West. Now, if you know Kimberley, if you know the Northern Cape, there was a small strip of a colony that was then declared, but it basically covered where the diamonds in their view were located. So it was, I think when I read up on it, the strip of land between the Vaal River and the Harts River. Now, they exploited, obviously, the claims amongst the various chiefs. And when they took this matter to court, I think that's on the next page. It says the dispute was brought before Lieutenant Governor Robert Kidd of Natal. He features a lot in Botswana studies, this Robert Kidd of Natal, for final arbitration. Kidd subsequently awarded Waterboer, who had earlier sought British protection from intruding Boer farmers, the whole area he had claimed. So there are disputes amongst natives, including the Griqua, the Korana, Barolong, Batlaping, and Batlharo, who had lived in these areas for a long time. But the British, realizing that, hey, you know what, we could probably side with one of them, and I don't know why they chose Chief Waterboer, but there might be reasons why. Then they said to him, you are the owner of this land. I want to come to Kgosi Botlasitse. He was Kgaleshiwe's father, and in my view, he was the one who put up the bravest resistance from a young age, and Kgosi Kgaleshiwe probably takes after his father. It is said that Kgosi Botlasitse was totally opposed to white colonists taking over land belonging to the Batlaping. And there were many other courts of arbitration that were held. This backdrop is useful, obviously, in understanding this conflict. There is a writer called Lucas Ledwaba, who might be familiar with most of us. He focuses on some of these marginal stories. In his article, The Bones Echo the Cry for the Return of Ancestral Land, he writes that in 1896, Kgosi Toto rose to prominence and heroism in what the British called the Langeberg Rebellion. But in essence, what made Kgosi Toto stand out in this battle is that both Kgosi Kgaleshiwe and Luka Janji ran for refuge to Kgosi Toto. And when the British came looking for Kgaleshiwe and Janji, Kgosi Toto said, no, I can't release them to you because these are my cousins. And he suffered a lot for that. I want to move a little quicker. I will not speak. I think I have spoken a lot about the genesis of the war. The paper is in draft. So in essence, there were what I call triadic episodes in the prosecution of this war. It starts in Pokwane, which is near Hartswater. It then goes to Manyeding near Kuruman, and then it ends up in Langeberg, which is a little bit away from Kuruman as you go towards Uppington. There's a place there called Oliphant's Hook, and that's where the Langeberg rebellion happens. I also focus on and informed by subalternity, not just on the story of Kgosi Toto, but what struck me as I was doing research is also the executions. People surrender. There was only one white person killed. I think it was Bloom, his name in Pokwa. But look at the number of black people who were executed. So I bring up their names in this research. Jacob Ramasabeta, Paredi, Ramakula Khadi, Manone, Petlu, and Radipiti. There are others, apart from these who were executed, who were also, like I said earlier, Professor Badat, who were, what's the word again, indentured to Cape Town. Many men and women who went to the Western Cape to work on the farms. So, in connecting the story of Kgosi Toto with Robben Island, my own observations is that there is not much written about the connection of Kgosi Toto and Robben Island. I know that Robben Island celebrated, or they had a reunion recently, where some miniature statues were unveiled. There was a wall of remembrance of all the political prisoners. I tried to go to their website to check how the memory of Kgosi Toto might appear, and it's not there. The only other memory that I can see is that of Chief Matoma and some of his cousins that were there. So it brought then into question how public memory is constructed in South Africa and how it is preserved by institutions like Robben Island. So in the last bullet, I make the point that Kgosi Toto's memory is being invisibilized. So this invisibilization of Kgosi Toto reveals the taken for granted that society applies or grants to official histories. So I'm saying, let's be careful of official histories. We need histories that are also written by academics outside of the official histories. We need also histories to be written by writers to challenge the dominant history. The whole objective here is to balance the Robben Island narrative. Robben Island has got many other stories about it. There is the leprosy colony at some stage. That story hasn't come out. There were black people who were living there. Who were the people who were put in that colony? That's a subject of interest to me. I know I'm running out of time. But I want to demonstrate why sometimes official histories shortchange history, and history is actually preserved in the memories of the people. The one person who popularized the story of Kgosi Toto is a singer called Laitis Kishopile. He sings with a cultural group called Ngwao ya Chona. And his music was very popular in the early 90s up to 2000s. I think he passed away around 5 years ago. There is one of his popular songs where he sings about Makhosi Arona Akai. Where are our kings? Where are our chiefs? And in that he talks about, or he uses these lyrics in Setswana. Makhosi a tshwana kae? Ke opela ke sa itumela. Kgosi Toto o ile. Ke mang yo ka lebalang kgosi ya Bakgosi Kgosi Mosweu. But he doesn't only speak about Botswana chiefs, he also speaks about Kgosi Mosweu, who was the chief of the Koranas. I think there was a dispute or something about land there. Just one more point before I sit down. I've spoken about the brutality of these wars, but it's important also that we connect these wars. And I was sitting here listening to Ingonyama Langalibalele's story, Chief Makoma. If you look at all of these conflicts, they more or less happen around the same period. Now ask yourself why all of these wars, even the Anglo-Boer War in South Africa starts in 1899. My own impressions are that there is a resolution that was taken in the Berlin Conference called effective occupation. It's a very dangerous resolution that has been little explored in history, because in essence, effective occupation was saying if any European power is going to claim authority on a particular part of Africa, it must demonstrate that with effective occupation. So what did it mean? It meant that if you have anyone challenging your authority in Namibia, challenging your authority in Congo, you need to use extreme violence to suppress it. And that's why we need to connect these histories of Kgosi Toto, connect them with the genocide that happened in Namibia, connect them with the genocide that happened in the Congo and other places. I think I'm going to stop there because the rest of it just speaks to, okay, the last slide on references. And I think it demonstrates how we should practicalize decoloniality in what we do. I have consciously and deliberately sought out sources written by Africans, narratives written by, Black people who have also done the research on the story. Because we want to move away from the dominant Eurocentric narratives. So if you look at some of these sources, Ngolo, Matlako, everyone else, they need to come in because they offer a contrasting narrative to the current dominant narrative. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry that I took a little bit longer.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. We are left with two speakers. We tried to put two sessions because of time. We only have two now before we go for discussion. Sibusiso will join us online. I'm not sure if we have him. Sibusiso Mianda is going to talk about the ink and exile, visual ethics of African sovereignty. And the next speaker, I haven't seen him. I'm not sure if he'll also join us. Siyabonga Nxumalo. Are we winning with Sibusiso? So we don't have the two speakers. Yeah, okay. It seems like we don't have them. No. I'm told they are not online, both of them. Maybe let's take questions if we have any. The two remaining speakers are not online. So let's use this time perhaps to reflect and ask questions based on the presentations. Okay, they are not online. That at least it helps us in terms of time. I will allocate 10 minutes for discussion. And if it goes longer than that, I will use my powers as the program director. I see there's a hand there. Okay. Can you have maybe a group of people want to ask questions? Or others are still formulating? You can go ahead.
Igama lami nguThando lwethu kaDlanga. Thank you to the presenters for the various interesting conversations and presentations. Ntate Kiapadisa, I'm sure ndibiza kahle. You speaking about the violence of colonialism, which involves the naming and renaming. How much of this violence of naming and renaming manifests itself today as a process of decolonization. Let's make an example. Somebody was transported to St. Helena by a ship called St. Victoria, or whatever the name of the ship. In the post-94 South Africa, you've got the ship, or whatever it's called the SS Mendi. You've got a town that was called Jamestown. It has been renamed in post-1994 as James Calata. You've got a town that was named Port Elizabeth. It is got a municipality that is Nelson Mandela Bay, but with a town name called Gqeberha. So how does this violence of renaming continues to manifest itself? Because I see you speak about that. Uba Upungane, there is a use of a particular language that you are applying. You are talking about Ingonyama. Ingonyama, to refer to Ingonyama ulangalibalele kamthimkhulu. Now my question is, why is this? Because it seems like it's an important element why you are using it. How has this title been colonized by the Amazulu people, which has been utilized now today to refer to a sovereign of Amazulu people as Ingonyama, but other sovereigns like Abo Ingonyama ulangalibalele kamthimkhulu have been used this. The last one is Utatu Kuzwai, as a student of politics, history, and philosophy, is there any alternative concept to use other than theology or theological in order for you to infuse a more decolonial orientation of your scholarship? Is there any other alternative word that could be utilized rather than theology? Thank you very much.
Okay. Maybe if you can respond to that, because I don't see other questions or people want to ask questions. The violence of naming.
Hi, thank you very much for that question, my brother. It's a very important one. I think that violence still persists in various ways. I've had debates with people, and I said my own personal standpoint on this issue of renaming is that it's not informed by our African culture and heritage. Because when I assess my own culture, but also when I check with the cultures of other people, historically Africans never named their places under individuals or after individuals, whether it was their kings or queens. It was always the natural environment. But we, in the process of renaming, we then resort to using names of individuals, which are problematic because sometimes there is no common embrace of those names. So it creates problems for us. I mean, if you look at a place like Mafikeng, those were features of the environment that were used. And I can go to as many places, Umhlabo Yalingana, for instance. You know, now you ask yourself the question, people who are leading the epistemology around this naming, have they drawn on African influences and African heritage? I think it is completely wrong, but that's just my own personal view. But maybe this is a debate we should have. I do support the issue of renaming because one of the instruments of colonialism, as we seem to all be coming to a consensus about it, was erasure. But it was also a very vulgar erasure. Let me tell you what I find as I do the research here. Sometimes the European powers didn't have enough fighters. So they would actually ask for volunteers from even the Transvaal and all of those things. And some of these volunteers were not paid money. They came into it and they provoked wars deliberately because of it. Because one of the standing
positions was that if they participate in a war on the side of a colonial power, once the Africans are defeated, they will be rewarded with farms, they will be rewarded with cattle, they will be rewarded with wagons, they will be rewarded with labor for free. And if you go, for instance, to the Griqualand West and the Northern Cape, where previously there were one of the things Afrikaners did very well, and this might be an issue of interest for research later on, they were very brilliant keepers of statistics. When they arrived here, they beaconed off almost 80% of South Africa. So there were farms even before the British arrived here. But when the British arrived, they took over those farms. If you read about Kgosi Toto, or this history of the Botswana against the British, Kevin Shillington says about 200 farms were dispossessed from Africans. Some from Kgosi Kgaleshewe, some from Kgosi Janchi towards Kuruman, some from Kgosi Toto. Now, those farms were also given English names. If a place like Campbell today, who was Campbell? Campbell was one of the magistrates. Jankem, these were people who were participating in capture. So when we say, no, don't change the names, I think we are actually venerating and celebrating our own domination. My own argument, and as I sit down, is that let's research the original names of these places. I mean, I hear in the case of Kgosi Langalibalele, which they did also with Kgosi Toto, they took away his places and they erased it. The villages never existed. So they did that everywhere, but these places have got their original names. I speak about reinscribing this history of Kgosi Toto with its original history, and that's what we must do everywhere else, where we can find it. Has River was River Kolong. Let's bring back the original name, and places that we know. Let's bring back those names. That would be my argument. But I agree that there is this violence of renaming that is persisting today.
Thanks, Fanny. Sometimes it's very interesting to answer a question that has an underlying unstated undertone, and it forces me to guess what the question is based on. But be that as it may, what is the fear with the use and the work around the word theology? Because in essence, theology is a study about who God is, what God's relation to people is, and therefore it actually does belong within the African epistemological space. And so we need not fear the word, but beyond that, we need to reconstruct theology from what is Western mainstream theology into the space where we speak about how Africans have always understood who God is outside of just Western theology. This then brings you into a space of what people would then call African spiritualities or African religions and whatever. Those three words for now can work interchangeably, but it is a space that we need to work around for ourselves, and that's where your decoloniality studies would go in. Where we are now, indigenous leadership. The essence of my argument is our indigenous leaders as African people stand in a space that one would call, using theological terms, a priestly space. In the paper, I use it as a mediatory space. They are the ones through whom people speak with the Godhead. They are the ones who mediate our problems as a people towards the deity. And so when you remove those people from their space, you are removing them not only from their space, you are removing them from the land, you are removing them from all the spiritual connectedness that goes with who we are as African people, right down to a point where, as it was spoken about to Dinizulu, when I die, take me back to the land of my people, because that's where my bones belong, where Inkaba Yami is. My umbilical cord is buried at home. So when I am dead, take my bones back to that place. So those type of connections, unless we make them, we will think this is just a political issue, whereas it is in essence about the being, the whole being of an African person. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if there are any other questions, and but for the sake of time, okay. Is that a pending? Okay. Are you sure? Okay. Okay. For the sake of time, we will move to the next session, and then shortly after that, we go straight for lunch. I will then call upon Professor Twala to come and take over.
Thank you very much, Professor Tondolo. And for the opportunity to chair this session. It is nice not to present a paper, but just to listen and to chair. And I hope I'll do justice in chairing before lunch. I don't want to be an impediment between lunch and this session for people who are diabetic. The panel is panel 3, Identity Politics and Cultural Resistance. And I just want to check, Prof. Dondolo is here. Is Sibusiso Mnyanda here? It is a joint paper, therefore Prof. Dondolo will lead the paper then. And then can I just check online whether do we have Prince Manene, Tabane, and Bongega, Gwede? If not, then we'll see when they are online later stage, you can just slot them in. And Mini Enhle Dlamini, Mini Dlamini, she's online. Thank you very much. Oh, is Dlamini ready that we start with Dlamini, because the online people can be problematic sometimes. Is Mini ready from the Durban University of Technology on the paper? Yes. On the paper titled History or His Story, Structural Romanticization of the African Struggle and Emancipation, Mystifying Colonial, etc. Mini Dlamini, over to you and welcome. Minentle? Oh, I thought Minentle is Minentle.
Hi, everyone.
You are welcomed.
Sorry to
over to you.
Disappoint.
I'm disappointed.
Firstly, thank you for the opportunity. I'm very happy to be around you guys, and I'm very jealous that I am this side and I'm not physically there. So I'm hoping maybe you can still meet. But without further delay, I'm just going to get to it. I will share my slides. So I'll share my slides. I'm currently in a public space because in KZN, we sometimes have electricity shortages. So if anything happens out of the ordinary, my apologies in advance. Okay, so I would like to start. So I'm just going to share my paper. I'm not allowed to share. I don't know. I don't have that permission. Am I audible?
Loud and clear, Minnie, can you take us through your paper, even if you don't share it with us?
Okay, no problem. So let me get to it. So the paper is titled History.
I am informed, Minnie, that you can share now.
Oh, let me check. Let me check. Let me check. I think it is allowing me to share. Let me just. Sorry, this is sorry guys, the internet is extremely poor on my side. Please bear with me. Is the paper visible on that side?
Yes, we can see it now. Continue, Minnie.
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You can continue.
I can't hear anything. Are you able to hear me on that side?
We can hear you. Switch off the video. We can see your presentation.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so the topic of my paper is History or History, Structural Normatization of the African Struggle and Emancipation, Mystifying Colonial and Apartheid Injustices in South Africa. You know, it's quite broad, so let me just try to break it down. So the image of this paper comes from this assertion when the call came out of this particular conference. So when I saw this assertion that the Robben Island Museum images do not reflect the inclusive history in its entirety, in contrast, it centralizes the focus on the 20th century history underscoring apartheid activism in the early 1960s. So this paper started off by just looking at this assertion because it was something that was an anomaly to the disciplines that I'm currently in. So this is what started it. So this is what inspired it. From this, I bring it to the South African legal system. So there is a pattern. I've heard some of the speakers I've heard some of the speakers here talking about the dominant South African history. Yes, there is something called the general South African leading history, or what we'd call the status quo, and which is consistent with the assertion itself that there is a particular narrative. So this paper tries to show that there is a particular narrative that is consistent, not just when you walk in a museum, but you also find it in institutions such as learning. You also find it in institutions such as the legal justice system of South Africa. So in an attempt to show that this pattern of how the history is told, consistency of how it's told, I submit, first and foremost, a law book, which in the University of KwaZulu-Natal is prescribed for law students, and in other modules which are found in Durban University of Technology, such as constitutional human rights and law for life, you find this book. So one, this book will show legal education, the kind of history that you are invited to. I will then move into the constitutional court case, which was one of the leading precedences of the post-apartheid legal diaspora. I will then look at non-racialism as critiqued or as discussed by Everett. I'll look at the Freedom Charter, briefly the insights of these scholars. The main point is to identify or underscore a particular dominant African history that is consistent with the assertion that is made in this conference. And I try to show this, that it is there, but it exists in different ways. So let me start with what I would call legal education. When you enter a law degree in South Africa, there's often or sometimes what they call a baobab tree. So this is how they define the sources of the legal system in South Africa. This is how it is defined. Imagine you want to walk into the legal world of South Africa, and when you enter, it is compared to a baobab tree, because the baobab tree has very unique qualities such as endurance, wisdom, endowment, community. If you zoom in closely, in the book that I'm citing, they have this picture that this is what we have as our South African legal system. We have a trunk which is very strong. We draw our roots of law from English common law, Roman Dutch law, Indigenous law. We have all these primary sources of law. We have secondary sources of law, and then we have all other branches. So this is the nature of our legal system. It is so, it's an objective rule of law. It is a scientific rule of law. It has good qualities. In fact, if you look at the book itself, right, you do not find this critique. It doesn't mention that a legal system as a baobab tree. Significantly depends on how we wish to perceive it. For instance, lawyers, judges play a significant role through the legal interpretation in deciding what rule should prevail over others and what ground should it do so. When they do this, they do not simply interpret law, but they also interpret the lived realities, which include construing the past, present, and the future in a certain light. Maybe this critique might not be so obvious now, but we will come back to it towards the end. The argument here is saying it's not just merely looking at the baobab tree, but it also depends on what the person has within their subconscious about understanding of the tree, okay, how they construe lived realities. So I will show this to the paper. Now, if you go to this book, you find such passages. It says the South African legal system is a product of more than 2,000 years of legal development, starting in Roman times. In this book, they want to show how these seeds of Roman law came to be sown in Holland and how the Roman Dutch law came to be transplanted to South Africa. You will also discover how English law became part of our official written law, and that when the first European legal system was established, the people in West Africa already had their own written law. Now, the interesting part, they say, although South African legal system had all the qualities, I want to highlight that they say the South African legal system, since its inception, had all the qualities of good legal system. The only flaws that is discernible is that it allowed some form of discrimination And we will zoom into this discrimination. So already, the narrative that is in the museum starts becoming visible when we look at what is this legal system that has good qualities. If you continue with the book, this is what they teach first year law students, or what they should first, when you get to university, this is what you are told. It says, imagine that you are one of the early Dutch settlers. Already you are being forced to see the role. You have to see the quality, you have to see the objectivity of the rule of law. So look at this paragraph. It says, imagine you are one of the early Dutch settlers in the Cape of Good Hope. You have to set up a legal system that will help the government to maintain law and order. So firstly, the Dutch settlers coming to the Cape of Good Hope, they want to maintain law and order. Okay, so you probably choose the law of Netherlands because it is the law you understand. This is South Africa, right? We are talking about people who just came in Cape Town. So you also have all the fears. Now, you have the fears and prejudices of our fellow settlers as you come into contact with local people of the Cape. So therefore, you ignore justification of rape. Therefore, you ignore unwritten customary law of local people. As time goes by, you impose your own. You impose your own law on cultures. This is not a new story. Many of the words, again, the last one is very interesting. It says, this is not a new story. So this is normal. Many of the world's legal systems developed in this way. This is a paragraph quoted directly from Legal Education, a book that law students are prescribed for. So at lower level, this is what you get. So I move from legal education. I look at one of the leading constitutional cases, the Azapo case. When the Azapo case was telling the South African history of deep conflict between the minority and the majority, which started in 1946, not 1752, okay? It says, for decades, South African history has been dominated by deep conflict between a minority which reserved all of its all control over the political instruments of the state and a majority who sought to resist that domination. He said in this deep conflict, fundamental human rights became major casualties. So the conflict deepened with the increased sophistication of the economy, the rapid acceleration of knowledge and education. He said the legitimacy of law itself was deeply wounded. So it gives the perception that the law has always been legitimate, always been objective, always been scientific, the South African legal system, ever since it was imposed or was practiced by people who came to South Africa. So the legitimacy of law itself was deeply wounded, meaning, again, good quality, have it in its state. It was wounded as the country are dangerous in the face of this tragic conflict, okay? So you look at the case, here's within this historical background that the Azapo case was adjudicated. In the entire case, the nature of the so-called conflict is never fully captured. Just like the nature of the struggle in the museum and other narratives is never fully captured. The legacy of oppression and exploitation which resulted from consequences of such conflicts is put aside and simply ignored. So it leads Mokhaled to lament as follows. He says, the preamble of the Constitution clearly states other imperatives such as recognizing the injustice of the past, healing the division of the past, equal protection of the law, and improving the quality of life of all citizens as key pillars essential to the achievement of reconciliation. However, now the court is skewed in its interpretation. So when we talk about reparation, fundamental human rights were compromised, while amnesty and negotiable political privilege were presented as a right. Victims experience secondary victimization in the hands of their long-time comrades and fellow human rights. So what is being said here is that the language that is used, the manner in which the history is perceived, already provides some form of justification for what is to follow. The manner in which history is told, what we view. So this leads us to what we call victim perspective versus the perpetrator's perspective. So when we look at racial discrimination, it gets to be viewed through the victim's perspective, which decides on the nature and extent of racial harm brought to the victims and further determine the nature and extent of the compensation and reparation which should be given to those victims. So as Freeman explains, that this is not an anomaly because we were challenged liberals and argued along these lines. female cause a perpetrator's perspective by cautioning the oppressed against allowing others to fight their struggles. So history versus common sense. Now we have Dallin. Dallin points out that Gramsci finds a problem with common sense because in common sense, it denies the reality. It denies that reality is the relationship. So now what is reality is a relationship between an object and a subject for whom and to whom the object appears as an object. So Gramsci questions the belief in the objective reality of the external world on the basis that such a standpoint hides or makes anonymous the standpoint on which the relationship between the object and subject is based, and thereby affirms objectivity and is independent of human perspective. What is being said here means that, well, when we treat something that is considered as normal, it looks as it was common sense, but you will always trace and find that it was not normal, it was not universal, it was merely some form of, there was an author behind it, and I allocated the author or identified the author as whiteness. So Keating interrogates how whiteness has an invisible omnipresence. This bestows its already acknowledged position of dominance and power.
Minnie, just an interruption. You've got 2 minutes to wrap up, please.
Okay, so how many minutes?
2.
2. Okay, fine. Okay, so I continue with the paper and look at other instruments such as the Freedom Charter. I look at other sources of law to show that it is the language that is used that is able to draw a specific reality, fabricate its own lived realities. Just like when you enter a museum, it becomes easy to justify some of the actions, it becomes easy to delay the injustice of the past, it becomes easy to ignore, undermine, treat them as if they never existed. The romanticization of the South African needs is not just observed, it is also statistics of humanity. It is observed sexual experience and critical of the injustices or the struggles that have happened. So the paper continues and look at different roles that is played by whiteness at the author of South African legal history. It looked at the language of whiteness in the Freedom Charter. For example, how before the end of apartheid, whites were seen as the civilized world. So this is how they were able to lead. This is how they were to be dominant. This is why they had the right to be whites, because they possess qualities. So now looking at cases like the Walker, whites are referred to as the minority group. Already that plants seeds in your mind that they need some protection. But I can go back and look at the laws and cases that have always tried to serve, have always tried to protect whites and view them as vulnerable. Even when you look at when they were sent to prisons, their state of mind was defined by rational will, as opposed to blacks that were defined by a savage will. So the sentencing had to reflect that. The way that the state saw them had to reflect it. And those laws that were used there were only in different ways. So by portraying the South-African as an innocent kind of way that was just merely defined shortly by apartheid, that is undermining even the real narrative about the rule of law that we currently have. So I'm just going to stop there, and I hope through questions people will be able to also identify some of the things that are not identified. So I will stop there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Minnie, for that insightful paper. A round of applause, please. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much, and colleagues will have time to engage with Minnie during our question and answer session. Can I check colleagues from Forte? Are you online? Kolisa Plaki? Kolisa? Tinchwalo Sambo, Lukanyo Bakela, and Lizo. Kolisa is going to present. Kolisa, can you hear me? Kolisa? Xoliswa? If Xoliswa is battling to connect, then we need to move speedily so. And while Xoliswa is still trying to connect, let me get Prof. Dondolo to come and present. The title is Free Church of Scotland, Lovedale Mission, and the Free to 64 or more child slaves. Over to you, Prof. Dondolo. Let me remind you, you've got only 15 minutes, including to cough.
Hey. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. PROTEA. Oh, okay. Can I want to close the other slides now? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Please help. Technology, you know.
Can we get out again and
But
is it this one? Is it this one?
no.
Okay.
Yeah, ne? But I want to.
Can you just control?
Okay. I'm told I already lost a couple of minutes. This is the ongoing study. I'm working with Sibusiso Miandu. We are looking at the history of slaves. One of our key statements is when most of the time talking about slavery, we confine it in Cape Town. And here we are saying that it should be a South African slavery than a Cape slavery. And there is an examples that we are using. We are using the case of the 64 Roma children that were saved from Ethiopia and taken to Lovedale in Alice in the Eastern Cape. As I said, these kids were they were being enslaved or in a process, but they were rescued and taken to Lovedale, and they arrived in Lovedale in 1900. They form part of the Lovedale institution. And some scholars, including Shepherd, who was once the principal there, argues that the former slaves, they were absorbed by the communities in the nearby. And others even went to places like Pietermaritzburg. And I will make two examples. We all know Neville Alexander. His grandmother is one of the 64 slaves that were rescued from Ethiopia. And also use the example of Gilo. Those are from Alice, they will know next to John Knox Bokwe's grave, there is an unmarked grave in bad condition. Is one of the descendants of the 64 that were taken from Ethiopia and lived in Alice. For this, we rely more on documentary, and there is a book, Children of Hope, which document the story of the 64 Aroma children. But also, if you look at the reports, the Lovedale report as early as 1900, how they recorded or profiled these students or these children that were enslaved. And also, as I mentioned, how they were absorbed by the nearby community. when these students, or rather these 64 former slaves, these are some of the visuals. There is a documentary about some of them. You see that there's an element of transculturation. Because remember, we're talking about kids of 14, 18, between 18 and 14, when they were taken, and then this ship was taken, and then these kids were taken to Lovedale. So they grew up in Lovedale, and they were Christianized in a way, to do things in a Christian way. And we argue in this paper that suppressed their own identity, because at that time, looking at the heritage and the history in Ethiopia, there were no Christians, or we can argue that in the area they are coming from. This is the Lovedale. This is the group of these girls that went through a Lovedale school. Remember, in 1865, there was a Lovedale college or institute that was formed, so that even the girl child can go through school, can attend classes. So these 64 Aroma, the girls also went through that process. But also, it is important to see the initiative, or what some scholars refer to as the missionary support. And they trace this missionary support to these freed 64 children from when they were rescued from the ship in Ethiopia, and also in Lovedale, and the education system that they were exposed to. What is important here is to see whether in this comprehensive support, as these scholars are arguing, there was an element of humanization, because some believed that the Free Church of Scotland humanized them by introducing them to Christianity, taking them back from uncivilized, backward, to this Western way. However, it is important to underscore that in that process, they lost their own being and also their own identity. And the case of Gallo Kashe, as I said, his grave is there in Alice, is important because he was absorbed by the local community. And what is interesting is the psychological trauma. Because if you look at the profile, how they profile this student, they refer to him as one of the weakest, mentally unfit student, or learner. That's how they classify him, or they described him. And then therefore, if he was viewed as mentally unfit, how did he manage to cope with the academic work and also find a way to work or to be assimilated in Alice? Because we're talking about someone here, Gallo passed on in 1948. He lived with the community. And through our oral history, there are people who socialized with him. Even though they will say there was an element of loneliness, he always felt lonely, disconnected with his native land, which is Ethiopia. Even though he was fluent in isiXhosa, but in terms of culture and also feeling like an outsider, that element was observed. So we're not talking about integration. We need to view that in different levels. Community integration, as I mentioned, but there's also this element of emotional inclusion and stability. His life is documented. There's a literature that seems to be drawing, focusing on him, especially from poetry, where people will use poetry to document his life and also his experience. And through that, you see that they described him as a harmless figure. This person was harmless, who always wanted to go back. Because remember, through the Stewart's correspondence, and also we look at Wilson, who became the first lecturer or teacher of the girls, there are letters between these slaves, of freed slaves, and their parents. And some of them in 1900, even in the first 2 decades, they went back to Ethiopia, but others remained. And this is one of those who remained. And others went to Kimberley and also to Traydok, as I will talk about Neville Alexander. This is one of the poet I was referring to, David, where he used poem or poetry to reflect Gallo's experience and also his way of interacting with the communities in Salamans. When we talk about integration, we argue that we need to look at the issue of identity as it comes strongly from the oral history. As I said, this person passed on in 1948, but there are those who had time to live with him. They present him in a way that he seemed to have an issue of identity because there was this Christianity that was enforced or installed in him or indoctrinated in a way, but also struggled to balance that with his Ethiopian heritage. And perhaps that can also be seen even with other people who went to the missionary school, especially the early generation. So there was this enduring homeland bond of always wanting to go back home or to connect with his native land. So when we talk about identity, it is important then we look at the hybrid of diasporic identity, because he was assimilated by Amakhosi, practiced some of Amakhosi culture, but an Ethiopian, a Roma, who was Christianized. So you see all these identities coming together or coming into play when you look at him. This is one of the books by Sheffield who outlined the profile of these students, these freed 64 slaves, and also what they became. Others became domestic workers, educators, as we will see with the grandmother of Neville Alexandra, and then others became or were involved in business. For the sake of time, I will jump other stuff. We talk about Bisho. This is a woman or a person that is presented as the grandmother of Neville Alexandra. She was one of the slaves that were freed, moved to Lovedale, went through the missionary education, then moved to Traydog, which is where Neville Alexandra was born. And he became a teacher in that area. And of course, he used the education to politicize or to make children aware about the issues of cultural identity and oppression using her own experience. Perhaps no wonder Neville Alexandra became the person that we know. Okay. So, as I said, this is a project, it's still at an early stage, but for us, we want to look at this humanization. What humanization tools or strategies that were used by missionary, by Lovedale in this case, and issues of identity. Because as we can see with the case of Gallo and also Ubisho, the grandmother, you see there are issues of complex or layered identities that come into the flow. Therefore, the cultural memory, it seems, even though they were disconnected with their native land, they kept their native land in their own memory and how they communicated and passed that to the younger generations. So we present Gallo as someone who was rooted in Tsalamanzi. And Tsalamanzi tells his biography. His challenges, as I said, he had the identity challenge and also emotionally, the issue of emotions and social inclusion. Because even though he was assimilated, he still felt excluded or not part of that community. And what we're intending to do is to see whether they are still his descendants, because at the moment, there seems to be no one who claims that is linked to him, even though there are families and people who said, my grandfather, they were peers with him. So through this study, we want to create his biography, but using the society and also his challenges being freed as a slave or a freed child at the time, ended up in South Africa, their journey to South Africa, and also how they were introduced to missionary education and how they defined themselves, because some of them became business people who moved to Kimberley. others moved to Pietermaritzburg, and then others moved to other parts. So based on these few cases, we are saying you can't confine the issue of slavery only in Cape Town, because it goes beyond Cape Town. And there are also histories that can be related to this, to that, in terms of resilience, of their resilience and memory, and how they adjusted in the new lands they found themselves. Thanks, Chair. And as you can see here on this picture, I wanted to reflect their condition. On your far right, this is when they were rescued, the 64. On your left is when they were at Lovedale. You can see the transition, even health-wise. Others, they were affected by that experience. So you can juxtapose before and after. Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dondolo. A round of applause. While I am also rescuing you, Prof. Dondolo. Xolisa? Is Xolisa there?
Yes, I'm here, Doc. Am I audible?
Loud and clear, Xolisa. You've got only 15 minutes if you are lucky.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Let me, greetings to everyone, all protocol observed. As mentioned, my name is Xolisa. My surname is Blaki. I am from the University of Fort Hare. I'm from the Eastern Cape. The title of our paper is A Symbol of Resistance, Xhosa Language, A Symbol of Resistance, Cultural Identity, and Sovereignty During the Frontier Wars in the Cape. I want to thank you to the organizers for this opportunity. As I begin my introduction, the distortion or neglect of indigenous Xhosa people's history, especially that of the chiefs who stood and fought against colonialism, carries deep cultural, intellectual, and social consequences. When neocolonial or Eurocentric narratives misrepresent Xhosa experiences, they erase the community's agency in shaping its own destiny and undermine the legitimacy of indigenous systems of knowledge, governance, and belief. Such distortions, they portray the Xhosa as passive subjects of history rather than active participants in shaping South Africa's political landscape. As Ngugi wa Thiong'o argues that the suppression or distortion of indigenous histories and languages is a central strategy of colonial domination, as it alienates people from their collective memory and cultural identity, making them consumers of a borrowed past rather than authors of their own. Furthermore, altering or silencing Xhosa historical perspectives weakens one's cultural identity, severing present generations from ancestral memory, oral traditions, and linguistic heritage. Since the African continent has abundance of wealth, of minerals, resources, and raw materials, land has always been a prized possession for Africans. Arguably, the continent's land can sustain the whole population, but since the beginning of colonization on African soil, persistent land disputes and theft have dominated the continent's discourse. Colonialism began as a result of changes in the mode of production in Europe. For example, the emergence of the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution ushered in a new era of production, replacing earlier slave-based economy. The Industrial Revolution was a revolutionary trend in human history. The problem of lubricating machinery emerged with the advent of the Industrial Revolution. The slave trade and slavery have by this time fulfilled their basic function of providing the primitive capital. It is an unquestionable fact that the system of colonization in the continent of Africa was a well-architected one, starting from the Berlin Conference in 1884 to 1885, which subjected the African continent to a level of inferiority socially, economically, politically, and otherwise. At the Scramble of Africa for Africa conference, the superpowers sought to establish a way to amicably share the continent, including its minerals. As Smith posits that at the Berlin West Africa conference, the European powers laid down rules and procedures for the annexation of territory in Africa. Moving on to the recorded observation of passing European mariners and those cast by shipwreck on the southern shores of Africa between 1552 and 1686, when combined with the oral traditions of the Amakhosi themselves, confirmed that by the 16th century, at the latest, the Amakhosi were a settled people living in their scattered homesteads that dotted the countryside, and that they were organized politically into chiefdoms. Moreover, archaeological evidence confirms that by the 15th century, if not earlier, the ancestors of Amakhosi, who might not have called themselves by that name, but were of the same culture and practiced mixed cattle and crop farming, were already settled between the Great Fish River to the east of the Bushman's River to the west, that is in the environs of the modern town of Makhanda, formerly known as Grahamstown in the Eastern Cape. It is with this background that the Anglo-Xhosa Wars were precipitated as European settlers advanced eastwards from the Cape Colony. They encountered the Xhosa people whose social systems were based on communal land ownership and pastoralism. This cultural and economic clash laid the foundation for more than 100 years of conflict. For the Xhosa, land was not a commodity. It was a life itself, imbued with spiritual and historical meaning. For the colonists, however, land was property to be fenced, owned, and exploited. This article aims to examine how language can serve as a means of resistance, cultural identity, and sovereignty for the Xhosa people during the British colonial rule, particularly during the Frontier Wars. With the different phases of the Frontier Wars came the imposition of Christianity, which brought with it the agenda to obliterate the Xhosa language, its cultural cohesion and sovereignty. However, the indefatigable, formidable, and heroic spirits of the Xhosa chiefs like Chief Maqoma and Chief Magana inspired their nation to fight to the bitter end of the century wars. Now, drawing on Ngugi wa Thiong'o's work on cultural resistance, the article explores the strengths inherent in cultural identity as encapsulated in one's language, spirituality, and unity. Cultural resistance refers to the practice of retaining and expressing one's cultural identity in an environment where there is pressure to conform to dominant cultural norms. It often manifests through art, language, traditions, and activism, serving as a powerful tool for marginalized communities to assert their rights and challenge social inequities. When we speak of language, language can be used as a political practice. Looking at scholars that treat language, they say that language cannot be merely used as a code, but a practice that produces political community. they further argue that Xhosa shaped how they claimed the land, and this line of work frames orator as a form of political technology, where they used praises, poetry, speeches, proverbs as well, and argues that Xhosa and isiZulu were not just linguistic systems, but also political instruments through which identities were forged and contested during the colonial encounter. He further demonstrates that colonial classification, missionary translation, and indigenous speech act together to reshape and identify who was Xhosa and who was Zulu, showing that language defined the boundaries of belonging and political community.
In conclusion.
Okay. The Anglo-Xhosa Wars were also known as the Cape Finder Wars. Research, however, indicates that these were not only names which were given to these wars. In the 19th century, the British referred to them as Kaffir Wars, a term that survived well into the following century. According to Lombard, the British employed the term Kaffir to refer to indigenous dark-skinned Africans. Consequently, in the Cape, the term was primarily associated with the Amakhosi, and Kaffrarian referred to the region where they lived. However, I'm getting feedback. Am I audible?
Just waiting for that conclusion. You are audible. Continue, Mr.
Let me draw closer to the end. I'm receiving feedback. Leaders such as Chief Makoma, son of Chief Neka, embodied this synthesis of political cultural resistance. Unlike his father, who maintained uneasy alliances with colonial authorities, Makoma viewed British rule as a direct threat to Xhosa sovereignty. His eloquence in Xhosa, through which he inspired warriors, counseled diplomacy, and articulated the injustice of colonial expansion. Thank you. I think let me leave it there because I'm receiving feedback. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kgosi. Can we give Kgosi and the team a round of applause? Colleagues, we had 3 presenters. And let me open this time. We've got 7 minutes. And I'm opening this for questions, comments, and thereafter we'll give our presenters a chance to respond. Any question, colleagues? Comment? Aibo. Are we still here? Can we get a roving mic? Are people still asleep with the mic? Where is the mic?
Yeah.
Just waiting. Any other question? Any other third one? That you've got the luxury to ask it 3 then. Thank you.
No, it's just a direct question. On, I think it's the speaker before this one, but whoever it is relevant to. Someone mentioned the West Africa Berlin Conference. So I wanted to understand
I wanted to understand that conception, because to many of us, the Berlin Conference was about the entirety of Africa and not just West Africa, but perhaps there is a particular orientation or information that they want to share. And then the second question is to Professor Dondolo. Must I stand up? Oh, sorry. My apologies. Having grown up in Kimberley, there was a gentleman that we knew. Recently, I was there, and he's converted to Islam. So I was speaking to one of my Muslim friends and say, man, I see Wandile, I think is his name. And he was dressed in his Muslim garb. And when you looked at him now, he looked like the Muslims from Mombasa and what have you. And I think we discussed about it, and a lot of the guys, he says, no, but that's where Wandile's parents come from Mombasa. Or what? So I thought maybe he has looked the part when he was dressed in that uniform, but I had never read up anywhere about any East African heritage in Kimberley. But I come here today, and this is a great learning session for me. I come here today, and Professor Dondolo then indicates to us that some of the Oromo people did move to Kimberley and as business people, and he is a died to the whole businessman one deal because he operated businesses back in the 80s. So I just wanted to know from him whether this is documented, because as a Kimberlite, I would want to interest some of the other people who are there to maybe try and just develop a narrative around some of those people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ndate. Professor Dondolo, over to you. And to the two other speakers, whoever said something about the Berlin Conference and West Africa, be ready. Prof. Dondolo?
Yes, there is evidence. If you look at the Stewart archives, and here there's also another dimension that we unearth in this project. Some of the archives are not in South Africa, they're in Scotland, Free Church of Scotland, because they profile all these freed slaves. But now we are in a process of accessing more. But this paper for now is based on what is documented by Shepard, the Lovedale reports, and also what is on the book that I referred to. Yes, they argue that some moved to Kimberley, but there's no identity or name attached to that. At the moment, we can't say it's so and so. The only ones that seems to be clear-cut is Ofu Bishop, who moved. Perhaps it has to do with Lionel Davison, rather Neville Alexander, because as I said that in that book, the Children of Hope, they also profile Neville Alexander. There is a clear genealogy from the grandmother who was a freed slave to Trey Dog, the mother, and also traces his political involvement. But for others, there's nothing that is concrete. And through this project, we are intending to access those archives at UCT and also if possible to Scotland, to be able to get an identity and names. And maybe in the future we'll be able to say Wandile maybe is linked to that or not. But on records, it shows that they moved to Kimberley and also Peter Marisbeck. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Prof. Dondolo. Can we get something from Minenhle? Your last word, Minenhle? Is Minenhle still there or not? Or can we get the last word from Xolisa?
Hi, thank you very much. There was no question directed to me, but thank you very much.
Who's that one? Oh, it is Xolisa. Thank you, Xolisa. Minenhle? It seems as Minentle is. Oh, yes, Minentle? Your last word?
Xolisa, am I audible?
Yes, Xolisa, your last word.
Sorry, it's delayed on my side, but that was me before. I was just saying there was no question directed to me.
It was Minentle. Oh no, thank you very much, Minentle, and thanks for your time, Xolisa.
Thank you so much, Doc. Also on my side, I just want to thank everyone, the conference organizers as well. Thank you for having me. And also just to note on the Berlin conference, it is indeed the conference was actually for the whole Africa, the annexation of Africa, but it is called the West Africa Conference as well. I think I'm going to have to look deeper on that as to why that wording, it was called Congo or the West Africa Conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Xolisa. Colleagues, let us give all the three speakers a round of applause. And also to thank myself for having chaired this session, and I guess successfully. Can you please give me a hand of applause? Thank you very much. Prof. Dondolo or Prof. Chaga, announcements, please. Oh, there is a hand online. Can we get a hand online? I can't see a hand, but can you go through, please?
Yes.
Sbusiso. Oh, it's Sbusiso.
Yes. Greetings to everyone. As a closing word, I'd just like to.
Sbusiso was supposed to present. Are you still going to present, because we can shelve you to the next session, Sbusiso?
No, it was a closing statement, Chair. I wouldn't like to present, just acknowledge the speakers who were speaking, and also my colleague, Dr. Tondolo, and all the other speakers, Minentle Sonwabile, and also I'm Stephanie from Amatole, and Dr. Corey. I'd just like to say that, just to emphasize on what Professor Tondolo pointed out on our research and our attempt to retrieve these archives. One of the institutions that we're looking at as well is the Presbyterian Church itself, that houses some of these archives through the Lovedale Press, as archives that were transferred to, as you are hearing, spaces like South, spaces like Glasgow, and spaces like UCT. So we are in the process of also accessing these records that specifically give us a reference to lives beyond Lovedale, and how these slaves were able to inculcate a life beyond Lovedale subjugation. And also there's new evidence that is pointing us to KwaXumashe, a family that is using the same name Kashe, that might be a point of departure. So as time goes by, we'll be able to disclose that. Otherwise, we're glad to have been able to expose this a part of our research to you today. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Babu Myandu, for the inputs, Prof. Chaga. We want to hear something about food.
Yes. No, thanks, Chair. That's exactly why I am coming to the podium. Colleagues, we are now going to break for lunch. Lunch is served, after which we'll then come back to the same venue and proceed with our program. So lunch is served. Yes, we're just going to, it's 2 o'clock now. I guess we'll come back at 3. 2:30. Let's come back at 2:30, so that we don't stay in this venue for the rest of the day. 2:30, we are back.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you very much. I'm sure you have enjoyed the meal. We apologize for pushing a little bit faster. We're going to start at exactly 15 minutes before the hour. But what is going to happen is, because we are one session behind, so the organizers have requested that the panel 4 and panel 5 be merged together to become one session. So you are going to see that the panel which was gendered histories and marginalization, and panel 5, which was supposed is cultural heritage and resistance sites, they are going to be merged together. So we're going to start immediately at 15 minutes before the hour. And 2, because there was Usibusiso Mnyanda. Usibusiso Mnyanda was supposed to have presented in the previous session. Now he is going to form part of panel 4 and 5, which is the next panel. That's number 1. Number 2, I would like to know who is here and who is not here. We're starting at panel number 4. I know Stephanie Victor is available online, so I can confirm that. I know Lizo Sonkononkono is also online. Now I want to know, is Magezi Elijah Baloyi? Is Magezi Elijah Baloyi here? Can they just, okay, thank you, sir. This computer just switch off here. So whatever is going on here, people must know. And also, Sonwabile Samuel Mfekane. Is Sonwabile Samuel Mfekane here? Okay. So that person is supposed to be online. They're not here. They're supposed to be online. And
Sonwabile is online.
Okay, thank you, man. Thank you. And now we go to is Sibusiso Mnyanda online as well? Are you there?
I'm here, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Who else is online that is supposed to be presenting on this panel? Only those that are online can respond. Okay. And then we go to panel number 5. The panel number 5 is the cultural heritage and resistance site. Now that panel includes Pete Masilela. Pete Masilela, thank you, sir. Is here, physical. And Luvuyo M. Dondolo is here. Daniel Arense is here. Lizo, you have got a group. You are co-authoring a paper, isn't it? Is it you, Lucanyo, and Mzumomhle and Kolisa Plaki? Am I correct?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. It's the analysis of Amakhosi, is it? That's the one. Okay. And then there's no other person. Is there any other person that I'm missing on these 2 panels? Is there any other person that I'm missing on these 2 panels that is supposed to present? Prof. Tondolo, is everything okay? Okay. Now, this is what we are then going to do. We're going to resume with all the colleagues that are online. It's 15 minutes per person, isn't it, Dr. Prof. Tondolo? 15 minutes. So our structure is going to be the colleagues that are online are all going to present before, all of them. And then immediately after that, then we are going to start with Magezi Elijah Baloyi That would be the first person immediately after the last speaker of the online, and then second to that it would be Daniel Arendse. That would be the second person for the physical, and then it would be Pete Masilela, the last person on that list. Is that okay? The last person will be Pete Malisela. The second last person physical, it will be Dr. Arendse. The other, I see also Dr. Oh no, Professor Dondo is not talking here. And then Dada Magezi Elijah would be the first person out of that group. 1 minute to start. Immediately at 14:45 we will begin. So colleagues online, just be aware. We are going to start online with you, Sibusiso Mnyanda. It's strictly 15 minutes. No, if you can make it less, I would send you a nice WhatsApp text that says Israelite. So if anybody who would like to make it shorter than 15 minutes, we would really appreciate that. So colleagues, let's just wait for a minute or so. Thank you very much.
Sibusiso, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Once again, we are starting with the session. 15 minutes on the dot. Thank you very much. Sibusiso, over to you.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm just getting ready for you. I'll definitely make it less than 15 minutes, colleagues. I'll be talking to you today about Ink in Exile. It's a pictographic memory of real dispossession and the visual effects and ethics of African sovereignty. Now, this paper explores the Ink in Exile, as I said, and I constructed as a transdisciplinary territorial project that visualizes the interconnected legacies of Zulu King Cetshwayo and Hlubi King Langalbalele I, and the early Zulu intellectual Magema Kafuze. And I do this through the lens of memory, exile, and pictographic storytelling. Through this paper and this curatorial project, I investigate 19th century African sovereignty, which was contested and memorialized through both colonial archives and also indigenous modes of inscription, ranging from oral tradition, beadwork, to rock art, calligraphy, and modern curatorial practice. So I tried through this, I call it a visual ethnography of exile and resistance, ink and exile processes. That exile, I argue that exile was not merely a legal punishment, as Ohadebe earlier pointed out in this conference today, but a symbolic dismemberment of African kingship designed to erase spatial and spiritual ties.
to land and lineage. So colleagues, drawing on methodologies of the colonial aesthetic, indigenous knowledge systems, and critical heritage studies, this investigation frames an exhibition over time, because I collaborate with some visual creatives. It frames an exhibition over time of a counter archive where visual languages and cultural objects subvert the textual authority of the imperial record. And also foregrounding Make Mafuza's rare Zulu language, historical writings, and the pictographic forms embedded in Zulu and Hlubi cosmologies. I believe that this research will reflect the ethical possibilities of curating memories, both mourning and making. Therefore, this project is going to, and in fact, the research itself is going to ask how can curatorial practices and also creative research serve as a restorative gesture, reanimating sovereign African subjectivities in the afterlives of dispossession. Lastly, this study will try to position the intersection of visual culture, memory studies, and a post-colonial critique, and it will contribute to a broader debate on the role of arts in rethinking historical trauma and reinscribing erased cultural lineages in contemporary museum and public discourse. I thank you. And I'll make sure that I circulate images that will prompt this visual, pictographical exhibition I call The Ink in Exile. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, son of the soil. That was exactly 3 minutes, 17 seconds. Isolate. Did you got that one right? Thank you very much, colleagues. Our next speaker, which then forms part of this and is also online, Stephanie Victor, are you there?
You hear me?
Yes, we can. You can proceed. Your 15 minutes starts now. Thank you very much.
Like I'm not going to get help. Greetings to all from the Amakholi Museum in the Eastern Cape. In this paper, I highlight and seek to rectify several omissions and inaccuracies embedded in 19th century written narratives of the island, with specific reference to Nkosikazi Kachi, who accompanied her husband, Chief Makoma, during his incarceration on the island from 1858 to 1869. She was one of only 2 wives, alongside Nkosikazi Nonesi, wife of Chief Siyolo, known by the Imidushani as Matabese, who joined the Eastern Cape chiefs imprisoned on the island. The aim of the paper is threefold. Firstly, it explores the life of Nkosikazi Kachi, revisiting my work on royal women in the Eastern Cape. Secondly, it contributes to our understanding of the interactions between the chiefs on the island, their spouses, and their relatives studying at Zonnebloem College, an institution established to educate the children of chiefs and councillors in the hope that they would disseminate the values of Christianity and so-called civilization among their people. A recently uncovered source, for instance, reveals that Nomenteshe Matilda Makoma, daughter of Nkosikazi Kachi and Chief Makoma, visited her parents on the island in 1866 while she was a student at Zonnebloem. This evidence challenges Janet Hodgson and Teresa Edelman's claim in their otherwise excellent study on Zonnebloem that students were not permitted to visit relatives on the island, offering instead an intimate glimpse into the relationship between mother and daughter. Finally, I analyze a well-known image of the chiefs and Nkosikazi Kachi on the island, which has been incorrectly labeled in both contemporary historical accounts and the recent Robben Island Museum exhibition. Nkosikazi Kachi, a short biography. Little is known of Nkosikazi Kachi's life prior to exile. Her origins, early childhood, and marriage remain an enigma. We do know that she was a minor wife, serving as a support or a ikadi of the great house. The couple had 3 children, a son, Lindazwe, and 2 daughters, Nomana, possibly nicknamed Nopeki, and the aforementioned Nomenteshe. Oral tradition suggests that Kachi may have been of Ku descent, while an archival source hints at a possible link with the Amakhosi. Nkosikazi Kachi accompanied her husband after he was condemned to 21 years imprisonment, largely based on trumped-up charges following the cattle killing of 1857. The youngest of the chief's 10 wives, she was about 35 years of age when the couple travelled to Cape Town, arriving on 17 December 1857. Initially held on the mainland, the couple was transferred to the island in March 1858. They were soon joined by other Eastern Cape royals convicted of various offences and, in the aftermath of the cattle killing, transported to the island prison to serve sentences of differing lengths. These included Chief Makoma's brother, Nkosi Koko, and Chief Mhala, the Amakhosi Nkosi Patu, and his sons Chief Delima and Nkosi Mate, the Amambalu Chief Stokwe, the Tembu Chief Fadana, and the Amandungwana Nkosi Pesha. Many of the chiefs were interconnected through kinship, marriage, and political alliances. The Imitushane Chief Siyolo and Nkosikazi Nonesi had been on the island since 1853. Chief Siyolo was the first Eastern Cape chief to be imprisoned in Cape Town, first at Wynberg prison and later the island. While at Wynberg, Nonesi successfully petitioned the Cape governor regarding the conditions of their imprisonment, an act which exemplified the mediating role that elite women continued to play between the ruler and the ruled, even under the constraints of imprisonment. The chiefs and the Amakhosi settled at Murray's Bay, several miles from the other prisoners. They erected 3 huts, covered with canvas instead of the traditional reeds. Isolated from society, it requires little imagination to comprehend the oppressive conditions. One observer described the huts as standing, and I quote, on one of the bleakest and most wretched spots on the face of the earth. Winter's winds swept across the flat landscape, offering little protection from the island's harsh climate. Although the chiefs and their wives received basic provisions, their most formidable adversary was likely the pure monotony of confinement. The woman's presence on the island has been described as a special dispensation, though the rationale for allowing them to accompany their husbands remains unclear. Both women volunteered to share their husbands' imprisonment. They were not convicted of any crime. Their presence suggests deep personal loyalty or even close relationships with their husbands. We know that Chief Makoma's senior wife, Nkosikazi Nokwena, had accompanied him when deported to Algoa Bay in 1848, and it may have been from this president that the concession granted in 1858 arose. Such permission from the authorities and approval from the wives themselves was, however, exceptional and never repeated, even though other chiefs were subsequently imprisoned on the island. Chief Koko, Mhala, and Fadana requested that their wives join them, but the offer was refused. The most telling refusal came from a wife of Chief Fadana, who explained that, and I quote, during his prosperity, he had discarded and neglected her for years, that she was no longer living with him, and that she was therefore not prepared to share his adversity, unquote. The women were permitted to visit Cape Town during their stay on the island until it emerged that they were using their visits to send and receive messages from the Eastern Cape through Xhosa women employed in the local pauper lodges. Royal women often acted as envoys and intermediaries in times of political tension. It took the authorities about a year to uncover this network, after which their visits to the mainland were abruptly terminated. The chiefs cleverly deflected blame onto each other's wives. Nkosazana Nomenteshe Makoma's visit to Robben Island. The women's visits to Cape Town were resumed in 1862, but according to Hodgson and Edelman, they were explicitly instructed not to visit relatives at Zonnebloem College. For Kgosi and her daughter, this restriction must have been deeply frustrating, especially given that the island was visible from the college grounds. Hodgson and Edelman were unaware that Kgosi had accompanied Chief Makoma to the island. Consequently, when the same source refers to a rare visit to her daughter at Zonnebloem, they mistakenly assumed that she was visiting from the Eastern Cape rather than being exiled on the island. Their meeting was sensitively recorded by Norman Teshe's teacher. Another meeting between mother and daughter has recently been uncovered by the author. In July 1866, Zonnebloem's warden, Reverend Edward Glover, accompanied some of his students, including Norman Teshe, with relatives among the Eastern Cape Royals on a long weekend visit to the island. As with the earlier reunion, their meeting was charged with emotion. And I quote, "The mother of the girl whom we brought, wife of the Chief Makoma, was very earnest in her endeavors to persuade me to let her daughter remain until Monday. She cried pitifully and exhausted all her Dutch, but I felt constrained to be hard-hearted. The chief and his wife are now the most non-contented of mortals. It would be strange, perhaps, if they were. And so something of discontent is the usual result of any lengthened interview between parent and children." Unquote. Kgosi's frustration in pleading for her daughter to remain with her parents for the weekend is unmistakable. By then, Chief De Lima, the only fluent English speaker in the group, had already left the island. Glover's refusal underscores both his awareness of their suffering and his rigid adherence to authority, as he ultimately refuses to allow mother and child more time together. Elsewhere, Glover noted that the Zonnebloem students all suffered from the principal malady of homesickness, quote unquote, a condition undoubtedly shared by their relatives on the island. Evidence suggests that several appeals were made by the children and their parents to be allowed to see each other. In 1867, Zonnebloem students collectively petitioned the Anglican Bishop Gray for the release of their remaining chiefs, but they waited 2 more years for this to be realized. The two couples and Kgosi Tlotlo, the last of the remaining Eastern Cape royals, were finally allowed to leave the island in April 1869. Norman Teshe was persuaded to return home with her parents. Back in the Eastern Cape, little is known of Kgosi's later life. In 1871, Chief Makoma was sent to the island a second time. One observer noted that he seemed, and I quote, very resigned to his fate, and merely expressed a wish that Kgosi, his favorite wife, might be sent down to comfort and console his declining days. My research, however, reveals that she refused to accompany him to the island again. The chief died there alone on 9 September 1873. 19th century Robben Island imagery and Nkosi Kgosi's erasure. Several photographic images of Kgosi were taken during her time on the island. These images, along with captions, offer fleeting glimpses into her life. And so I wanted to show you the picture taken in 1862. Many of you will know it, of the Eastern Cape royalty on Robben Island. It's a group standing in front of a hut with about 10 of them. It's taken 1862, attributed to Arthur Green. The original is housed in the National Library of South Africa and is catalogued as the Xhosa Chiefs on Robben Island, which influenced, I argue, subsequent and problematic labeling of the photograph in numerous historical publications. Nkosi Kgosi is omitted. She is stripped of her gender and rendered invisible within a persistent androcentric historiography. Recognizing her presence is crucial. To disregard her gender, royal status, and individual identity perpetuates a distorted narrative. Furthermore, the description Xhosa chiefs is misleading, given that TAMBO and Ndungwana chiefs were also present. For this reason, the more inclusive term Eastern Cape chiefs is perhaps both historically and ethnographically more accurate, provided that, of course, you add Nkosi Kgosi. In 2014, the Robben Island Museum prominently exhibited the same image entitled Among the Earliest Photographs of Political Prisoners on Robben Island. at the museum Nelson Mandela Gateway in Cape Town. The museum's caption did include Kachi. She was finally named and acknowledged. However, another issue arose, as one RIM staff member noted, and I quote, "The names do not match the image." The figure identified by the caption as Nkosikazi Nonesi was clearly male, and she does not appear in the photograph at all. The exhibit was subsequently withdrawn, but the museum's willingness to reframe and reconstruct historical omissions associated with this image deserves recognition. In conclusion, this study has, firstly, demonstrated how Kachi's voluntary imprisonment brought her life to the fore, allowing her life and likeness to be documented for posterity. Her decision to share her husband's adversity was a choice few others made. Both women demonstrated remarkable ingenuity in using their visits to Cape Town as a ruse to convey messages from home, acts of subtle resistance that reveal how they navigated the severe constraints of exile. This paper has also focused on the island's Zonnebloem connection, challenging earlier assertions that relatives on the island and at Zonnebloem College were not permitted contact. Evidence of Nkosazana Nomenteshe's 1866 visit suggests that such interactions, though tightly controlled, were occasionally sanctioned, or alternatively, that the rules may have been applied with greater flexibility, but was still, in Glover's own words, hard-hearted. Finally, this paper has addressed Kachi's persistent erasure from the captions accompanying depictions of the Eastern Cape royals on the island, restoring women to spaces from which their presence has been conceptually denied, enables a more inclusive and nuanced understanding of the island's complex history, one that rightly acknowledges Nkosikazi Kachi's place within it. I thank you. If somebody has an image of the chiefs, can you please just show it so everyone can see it? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. A round of applause there. You are exactly on 14 minutes, 53 seconds. Thank you very much for that assistance. Colleagues, we are moving swiftly and nicely. We are going next to Sonwabile Samuels. Sonwabile, are you there? You will notice that after, when it's your time's up, the 15 minutes, there will be a radar, like a sound. So are you there? Are you ready to start? Sonwabile Samuel Mfekane, Land of Nonesi. I think that's the.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. We're starting now. Your time starts now, so thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Proceed. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sonwabile Mfekane. I'm with the University of Fort Hare Master's Program. Land of Nonesi. I will try to be as quick as possible. I'll start with the introduction. The history of Nonesi came to me early in the year 2002, but it was not myself as a historian who got attracted to the story. It was me as the playwright. I just had to accompany a friend of mine who had been called to the Kamata Great Place of APARTHEID, Ubasakhote, or the Western Temple by Kgosi Ngangomhlaba Matanzima, the late Kgosi Ngangomhlaba Matanzima. My friend was Onke Ntandiso, a sculptor. He was being appointed to make a head and shoulder bust of Queen Nonesi that would be erected at the Kamata Great Place. That was the day that Chief Ngangomhlaba Matanzima made me believe that Nonesi was a very important historical person. While we were there, Mr. Ntandiso asked if they did have a photograph of Nonesi. They did not have, so that would be a challenge for him as a sculptor because he needed that picture. So on that day, we proceeded to the King Williamstown Archives repository to look for the photograph, which we did not find. Also, the Kore Library did not have, but strange enough, the Kore Library does have the photograph of her father, King Faku of Amambon. In all that, I found the story. It took me a while to write the script, and the play Land of Nonesi premiered at the Ipulo Drama Festival at the Opera House, PA Opera House in 2014, which is the same year I enrolled myself for the study of history at the University of Fort Hare. The play survived and collected an award at the National Arts Festival in Makhanda in 2023. When I started the research in 2012, it was Professor Jeff Perez who directed me to a thesis by L.C.J.C. Wagner of 1988. He said, there is an Elsie Wagner who wrote extensively about the Tembuland history, and she will give you Nonesi. So I looked for that, and on the page 100 of the thesis, Elsie Wagner wrote, Nonesi was a woman with a remarkable personality. Any dramatist will consider himself or herself very fortunate to discover a woman, an African woman who lived in the 19th century with a vigor that Nonesi possessed. In this paper, I intend to present Nonesi as the real Nonesi, the historical figure, as well as the character in the play that I wrote, the dramatized person. However, the dramatist having to use the tools of drama to tell the story is likely to meet some challenges in placing the characters in their rightful places. A plan to place Nonesi as a protagonist in a play is immediately challenged by the fact that Nonesi lost the fight. So, because her story ends with a banishment, the story has to be told then as a tragedy. But the tragedy of Nonesi is the tragedy of her people. It is the tragedy of lost land. But there is a lot of drama in the fight. The land of Nonesi. Nonesi is a woman who would or could be easy to forget if she had not chosen to make the name for herself. She was the great wife of King Ngubenguka or Gusani of APARTHEID, and she was the daughter of Faku, the king of Amambon. Nonesi did not accomplish what was expected of her, being the great wife. She did not give birth to the heir. So Mtikaka became an heir and later on a ruler of Tembuland because Nonesi adopted him. The tradition requested that to happen because it was the child of Nonesi who would be the heir. So she adopted him. Nonesi was appointed a regent of Tembuland in 1849. That was the year after the death of Mtikaka, the Tembu king who was her foster son. She was the regent for Kaya, who would later be known as Ngangelizwe. There were two peculiarities with the appointment of Nonesi as a regent. One, she was not the only regent, yet for one king in waiting. Joyi also became another regent for this one Kaya, Mtikaka's heir. Secondly, she was the first woman ruler to ever be in charge of Tembuland. Nonesi's appointment as a regent, together with Joyi, was by no means analogous with handing power to her or recognition of Tembuland independence. Her appointment was the application of the indirect rule. The British agent in Tembuland was John Cox Warner, who otherwise held two titles as Mr. J.C. Warner, a politician, and at times as Reverend J.C. Warner of the Wesleyan Methodist Church. The historiography of the processes of colonial subjugation of the native people cannot be completed without discussions of the roles played by the institutions of religion. I will skip some parts. I will try to summarize. Nonesi, the reasons why she was appointed as one of the regents was that she had been a chief of the senior house of the Timberland, the Ala house. And then at the death of Umtikaka, she was suitable to be one of the regents because she was in that category of good chiefs. She had earned herself the title of Nonesi the Faithful, bestowed upon her by Governor Henry Cathcart at his time. So that was the loyalty that made her become one of the regents. Nonesi's first challenge after she had become the regent was the War of Umlanje from 1850 to 1853. The challenge for the Timberland people at the events of the wars of the land wars was which side to take during the war. The Cape colonial government had created some treaties or situations where the Timberland were requested to stay neutral, or if need be, or to the benefit of the colonial government, to assist the colonial government. Nonesi, in her loyalty, chose to be neutral. It was Mapasa, a chief under him, the chief of the Chachu people, under her paramountcy, who went to assist Unrika during the War of Mlanje. And then the next challenge was the Nongause debacle. Also, she was requested to persuade her people not to kill or slaughter their cattle. That she did. And then the third challenge was that after the Nongause debacle, after the cattle killing thing, there was a marauding that was caused by Chief Fatana and Kwesha of Amandungwan. She assisted the Cape colonial government to apprehend these two chiefs who were taken to Robben Island, and good enough, after his release, Chief Fatana came back to assist her in her last challenge. The last challenge that Nonesi faced was the call to an immigration scheme that was designed. She and the other Tembu chiefs were requested to take the people from what was known as the Tamboki location across Indwe River and leave their ancestral lands, because some white farmers had taken interest on the land that they thought was better watered. That was better watered than the land that was confiscated from Sahel after the Nongause debacle. Nonesi refused this. As this loyal chief, that is one first thing she refused to take instruction from the Cape colonial government. The paper discusses the indirect rule that they operated under as the rulers as the native chiefs at the time. Another thing that is very, very important in this paper is that there are some narratives that come true that accuse the Tembu people and the Amamfengu as the sellouts, so to speak, the people who were friends of the colonizer during the. But something that is very important to take note of is that after the War of Mlanje, there was a letter that was written by Sir George Grey to the Duke of Newcastle with the analysis of what the war had cost Britain. And then going forward, because they had to subjugate, they had to take more land, and they imposed their laws and power over the natives. But they would avoid, going forward, they would avoid avoid war because it was too expensive. So the indirect rule was how they approached taking Tembuland and later Pondoland. As a dramatist who had to write the script and put the play on stage, telling the story of Nonesi, I was, in conclusion, I want to read what actually helped me find, because Nonesi, controlled by the indirect rule, she was the paramount. But at the top of the pyramid, as Elsie Wagener said, at the top of the pyramid, there was J.C. Wana, who was backed by the Cape Colonial government. I'm looking for the speech that she made, that gave me the proper tools because what Nonesi realized was that she had lost everything. She had lost the power. She understood that no decision was coming from her as the paramount, and that the only thing that was remaining that needed to be defended was the land. So I am looking for the speech that she made. It is important also to note that in this era of democracy, President Thabo Mbeki had to establish a commission, the Nhlapo Commission, to investigate the legitimacy of some of the kingdoms and chiefdoms. The reason that had to be made, I'm sorry, I cannot find it. The reason that had to be made was because of the medley that had been done by the likes of J.C. Wana in the running of the affairs of the traditional leaders. Here is the speech that Nonesi made. I am an old chief, one of the old race. I never agreed to cross the river, and it is not known what I have done to the governor should be angry with me. I am a chief. Why should I be treated less than a chief? I have always been loyal to the British government. I was loyal when the chiefs were fighting. In the Catholic killing, I was on the side of the English. I have all the country on this side of Indwe River and have kept it loyal. We do not deny being under government. The Tamboki, wherever they may be, are under government. We do not wish it otherwise. I am the government's child, but the land is mine. It is important from here that Nonesi understood all this, but what the Nonesi in the play then asks, if the Galega part of the Eastern Cape has been defeated in 6 wars, and their land has been taken, and we have been loyal, with our loyal, we still stand to lose the land. Why don't we then pick up our spears and fight? In that way, we will be able to tell our children and our great children that we fought, we tried to defend the land. So Nonesi realized that the loyalty was not working.
Please wrap it up.
We're going to still lose the land. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give Ntatu Sonwabo a round of applause. We've got the last panel member on the online section. Lizo Sonkononkono, are you present? I'm sure as colleagues are moving, you are jotting down some notes that we are going to raise in the questions and answers session. After this, it's going to be the 3 physical speakers who are present here, and I'm going to ask them to get onto the front after Ulizo has spoken. Lizo, are you already available?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, your time starts now, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you very much, Prof. We have slightly changed our topic to reclaiming identity through the Nangause narrative, an Afrocentric and post-colonial analysis. Our introduction goes like this. The Nongause tale occupies a pivotal place in the socio-historical memory of the Amakhosi nation. Nongause's vision in 1856, which led to the wholesale slaughter of cattle and burning of crops, has been widely viewed as a collective catastrophe and cultural failure, says Perez. However, Western and colonial historians have generally portrayed the event as evidence of African irrationality and superstition, focusing less on its spiritual and political meaning. Interpreting Afrocentrically and post-colonially, the story not only produces a slice of history, but also an experience of resistance, colonial deception, and cultural resilience. The theoretical study re-examines the Nongause story as a lens through which they examine the colonial strategies of dispossession and the psychological consequences of cultural alienation of the Amakhosi. The study holds that history has been misrepresented through Eurocentric accounts meant to legitimize land seizure, economic appropriation, and dominance of indigenous peoples. It argues that recalling this history through an Afrocentric and post-colonial perspective offers a central clue to repossessing collective dignity, oneness, and identity for the Amakhosi. Our theories goes like we have Afrocentric theory, which states that in the Nongause story, Afrocentricity invites readers to interpret the prophecy as more than an indicator of ignorance, but rather as a religious and cultural performance rooted in indigenous cosmology. It views Nongause's message as a call to rebalance disrupted by colonialism rather than as an misguided exercise in self-destruction. And then we have post-colonial theory, which goes like familiar with the Nongause narrative. Post-colonial theory helps to uncover the manner in which British colonial discourse reinterpreted the incidents to make the Amakhosi appear incapable of self-rule and thus warrant further dispossessing. This paradigm calls for the need to write back to colonial misrepresentations and retell the story from an indigenous epistemological perspective, said Baba. Colonial authorities employed the resulting crisis to consolidate power, take control of land, and supply labor from disempowered population. British colonial narratives portrayed Nongause as insane and the Amakhosi as barbaric, framing the incidents as a foregone failure of an uncivilized culture with the advent of Western civilization. Looking at it from this angle, the Nongause saga is not necessarily a tragic one, but a cultural metaphor for colonization, psychological warfare. It is a symbol of struggle between indigenous beliefs and foreign domination, an echo of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, in 1986 call to decolonization of African mind and the retrieval of ancestors' language. Our methodology says this theoretical paper adopts a document-based research methodology with a focus of analysis of the historical and secondary sources. Sources of data are archival records, colonial reports, missionary reports, and academic texts regarding the cattle killing movement and the land wars in the Eastern Cape. Documents are read critically within an interpretive context informed by Afrocentric and post-colonial theorizing. That entails identifying and contrasting colonial descriptions of the Amakhosi with oral histories and cultural knowledge from indigenous sources. The approach enables meaning to be reconstructed from surviving written documents, remembering that documents are not neutral, but are imbued with power implications. The aim of such an approach is not to verify historical fact, but rather to revision existing narratives in terms of indigenous agency, voice, and worldview as foregrounding. The methodology thus aligns with the general goal and decolonial scholarship in retrieving silenced histories and turning hegemonic narratives upside down. Our discussions rereading the story of Nongqawuse in Afrocentric and post-colonial context reveals the complex dynamics of colonial encounters in the Eastern Cape. The event was not merely a case of misdirection, but a formulation of deep cultural dislocation in the face of colonial forces. The prophecy was an expression of the desire of the Amakhosi people for rebirth, unity, and release from domination. Colonial discourse, however, reshaped narrative into that of domination. Through the depiction of Amakhosi as unreasonable, colonial administrators justified further land seizure and British domination, says Perez. Such manipulation betrays what said refers to as ability of colonial discourse to define and dominate the other. This interpretation is pertinent to contemporary life, continuity in land inequality, cultural marginalization, and linguistic displacement of the Amakhosi resonate with the 19th century history's injustice. Cultural freedom is not separate from political and psychological freedom, as has been postulated by Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Retrieval of the Nongqawuse narrative is therefore a step forward, reinstating cultural pride, solidarity, and self-determination. I conclude this essay argues that the history of Nongqawuse, when read through Afrocentric and post-colonial century theories, holds more than a historical tragedy. That is an articulation of a conflict for identity, independence, and cultural restoration. Post-colonial readings distorted the meaning of the prophecy, making it a justification for colonialism. However, through rereading, the narrative remains a signifier of resilience and ongoing conflict for freedom. Furthermore, the study suggests reclaiming indigenous history from colonial distortion for cultural pride, merging Afrocentric perspectives on education and historical discourse to enable decolonized learning, encouraging unity among the Amakhosi according to language, culture, and ancestral heritage, constructing cultural literacy and historical consciousness to affirm common identity. Reclaiming the history of Nongause is thus a psychological and historical exercise reminder that freedom begins with reclaiming the right to define one's own past. I thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, colleagues. That's a beautiful thing. You've spared us about 4 minutes. Thank you very much, colleagues, on that aspect. Now we're moving to the colleagues that are here physically in the same panel. So I'm going to ask Utatu Pete, Dr. Arense, and Dr. Kgosi to come sit in the front here so that we can begin the session. We come and sit here in the front, then the person who's going to speak first is going to speak here. Also, one of the things that is important of the aesthetics is take a picture where you are a panel member, because that's part of the aesthetics of a conference. Thank you, sir. Colleagues and friends, we then are moving to this now next aspect. Our first speaker in this process is going to be Dr. Kgosi Elijah Baloyi, and the topic of the paper is Bring Him or Her Back Home. When the small toe is hurting, the whole body swaps down to remove the thorn, a contra-lesser moral communal study within rural Limpopo. The 15 minutes starts now. Thank you.
And those computers, this one. 1 minute is gone.
No, not yet.
Okay. I just want to read. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I used to be a friend to my own high school principal because he used to beat me very much after lunch. Because after lunch, you know, everything happens, and I knew when I was put after lunch, I'm going to talk to half of the house, and then even the half that is there will be tired. So I'll try to make sure I accommodate your tiredness within my paper, although it will compromise my paper because I won't get much feedback because of that. All protocols have been observed already. I won't go back to that. Straight to my paper, which I think I won't take that time that you gave me. I'll take less so that people are not tired as they are already. Yeah, they are. I can see that. And I'm sorry for the cap. I'm not undermining anyone because I have some condition that I always put on the cap. So please, it's not that I'm undermining anyone. When I look at the people in this hall, even since in the morning, what I know is most of us here, perhaps more than 50%, we don't call this place a home. Gauteng. We've got a home somewhere, which we always call a home. Perhaps that is where the first title of the paper is coming from, although it's a very big paper that we are working on with about 5 works that are going to be published. One of them has just been published. When I put in that Bring Him Back Home, I was not aware that the other one will be published last week. It was before that, then I could not delete it, so I had to leave it like that. But Bring Him Back Home is coming from the notion that I'm working with Contra-Lesser. Contra-Lesser simply means Congress of the Traditional Leaders in South Africa. So they are my partners in this research. So when working with them, one of the notions that I learned from them for the past 3-4 years is that most of us, like I indicated, most of us, we don't call this place a home. You go and stand in the main highways like N1, N4, N3 during Fridays. You'll see how the traffic is trafficking, because people are going home to bury their loved ones. And even if we don't go by burial, when we retire, we leave, we go away, because we've got a home somewhere away from home. This tells me and you that the place we call a home, there are people who are to receive us. In most probability, those are the traditional leaders who have gone through a lot of things. Since the morning I've been listening here, they have gone through a lot, and they're still going through a lot even today. So I did not decide to go back to talk about that very, very old history in Robben Island or whatsoever, but I wanted to touch on some of the things that are still fresh in our noses about how these people are going through. Meanwhile, what they are doing to us, for me, it's like an attempt in all its ways to unite the black community. When you look around the house, even before lunchtime, which depleted our hall, you will find that we did not even have a single white inside here. I don't know why, but we're talking about the history of this country. But then that is a question for another day. We are only black people and who are in here to talk about these things. Meaning we are the ones who are touched about these things. Where is the problem? Maybe let me just first touch on that one. I was listening to a program. Unfortunately, it is in Tsonga because I'm a Tsonga where I come from. I was listening to a program called Tiko Ash Etleri, and there was an interview of one of the Contralesa president called Kgosi Mutuba. Some know him from Mpumalanga. And he was being interviewed between 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the morning when I was waking up on the 16th of September about his reaction towards what the state president of this country was saying to the call that he made to all the councillors of ANC in the FNB stadium, if some of you remember that. And the simple thing that he said, it was that, why only now? Then you will finish the rest. I'm talking about Contralesa now. He said, why only now that these people are being told this? It's long these things have been happening. Now, further, when they were asking him, he said, I'll translate this quickly. Minkari yin'wana hi to vona ritshuri emugangeni ya hina loko hi vutisa vanhu va ku i mukhanselara a nga ku endleni ka mintirho ya yena. In other words, he's saying, sometimes we just see the dust going up and down in our villages. And when we ask what is happening, someone will say, but the councillor is busy with his project there. But you are a traditional leader, but you don't even know in that village what is taking place. And this was, for me, a telling that there is a kind of bad relationship between, which is continuing between the traditional leaders and the rulers of the time, like it was even when it was colonial and post-colonial times. So it looks like nothing much has changed as far as the traditional leaders are being handled to date. In 1987, when someone was a deputy president of this country, not 1987, 2017, when someone was a deputy president of this country, there was a promise that someone made to say, if I become a president, you guys, I'm going to give you back the land. To date, that is a time bomb which Contralesa is sitting on, because no one has ever come back to them saying, this is your land or this is the piece of your land. Now, let me leave the other things and come to the method of this study. The method of the study, we call it collaborative ethnographic, whereby we collect as many Contralesa members as possible, around 60 to 70. Then we start talking. And then we listen to them and we ask them questions. And then they respond to what we have. And this is the method of the study that we are using. And we call it collaborative ethnographic event, so that we gather all the data. It's like, if you use the government terms, it's like a summit. Like if we have got an earthquake or something that the government wants to call people together to a summit so that we can speak about that. So that is the method of this kind of the study that we are using, and it's a continuous study because it's very big. It's going to take us almost the next 5 years, if I will retire or if I will still be alive. Now, there are different phases which I will quickly go to, which the traditional leaders went through, despite the Robben Island things, despite what others were speaking, because I didn't want to repeat what other people are speaking about. But allow me to echo that what have been said in the morning, which is a kind of a Berlin conference, which happened around 1870, 1808, somewhere there. It changed the whole complexion of the game as to how colonization must take place. And that is what we are talking about here, most of us, because all the things that we are talking about, they are the fruits of that kind of a conference, of which I'm not going to detail here. You can Google it and then you will find it somewhere. But the persecution, in particular, of the traditional leaders was pioneered in that conference, because it has been learned that there is a resistance of the traditional leaders to be colonized in Africa. And when that conference was held, it was also targeting that Africa must be taken over from these stubborn guys. And that is why we are here today, and that is what we are talking about. Because after that, immediately more or less after that, then one of the heroes of the Bavenda nation, he was called his name was he lived around 1884. He was pushing the Boers from a place today called Louis Richard. I think that name was being changed to his name. I'm not sure what the developments are taking place right now. He was pushing them out because they were taking a place called Skumansdal. So he was fighting and pushing them out of that place, and then he became a big hero for that, amongst the others. And when I was asking some traditional leaders, saying, today, as we are working under, and we are collaborating and working with municipalities, what is the relationship between the traditional leaders and the municipalities, local municipalities? I got just one word from about 60 of them. They said, Vushaka bzinyaka parile in Xitsonga. In Venda, they said, Hochinyara. Vushaka Hochinyara ngamanda. What does it mean? Kunyaka pala is just like when you have porridge which slept over last night, then it has some water, then you cannot use it the next day. It's like, it's out of use. So these people were telling me the relationship as we work with municipalities is too bad. It is unbearable. But then we are still working on that to find out. 5 Ipedzi. Only 5. Hey. Okay, let me just name the phases so that I can finish as I promised. Then phase 1 was already mentioned by some, where I can only add one person, where the people were taken to Robben Island, the traditional leaders. One of them, who was the first in 1658, he was not mentioned here, so I'm mentioning him for that cause. He was called Otumato, something like that. Otumato, the chief of the Kukun, or what they were called Gorikanaikos. I think he was taken to Robben Island by the 1658. So he was the first amongst the others, and then followed the rest of which were mentioned. Phase 2. In their attempts to fight back the traditional leaders, now that's when the issue of relegating them came in, of retitling them. We should also go to check when did the retitling of them being called paramount chiefs, others called independent headmen, and so on. Those kind of stuff were not innocent. And some were laughing at it, thinking they were given good English names or English titles. But it was not innocent. It was to tell them, you don't have a king in Africa. King is in England. You are only chiefs around here. And even to date, some of those who are learned enough, when you call them chief, you derogate them, they will fight with you. I have learned that they don't want that name, not anymore. You don't call them chief, because you rather, even this one of traditional leaders, it's a compromise. They are still looking for their own way, how they will call themselves as they are going on. So that titling was simply to tell you, guys, you don't belong here. You are not this, you are that. So, and that was a dislocation on its own. Two things you can ask about that before I get to the next one. How long did these titles existed in African traditional leadership? This paramount chief, headman, independent headman, and so on. If you go and check, you'll find that it was more or less, not by coincidence, but more or less after the Berlin kind of a conference. So structuring was too busy there. Okay, phase 3. Phase 3. Under apartheid, you will always know that in the late 1960s, 68, 67, up to 69, there was a great move whereby everyone was being moved forcefully. If you are a Tsonga, you must go this way, one side. Baba one side. One side means a woman. Baba, you are a Sotho, you go this way. And this structuring has not changed so far. Even today, as we are here, you go to KwaZulu-Natal, you speak Tsonga, sometimes you can be asked a lot of difficult questions. Even if you go to Northwest and then you are not able to speak in Sotho. Some people will ask you some difficult questions. So these things, those structures have not changed because that were structures that were put to say, guys, you are powerful, then we have to divide you. And that's how the traditional leaders were being dealt with. Because the main thing was to deplete their power because they were so powerful in unity. And that is what will bring me next time to the next issue, which it's when 1-2, it's head. The whole body bends down. Because this African traditional leaders, they used to work together. The boundaries of Africa have been formed, as I follow, only after the Berlin conference. That's when they were formalized. That's why Muzilikas they were running through all over. There was no boundary. But those boundaries were started by then because now you were supposed to be put under control, as they are doing now. Lastly, phase 4. The educated democracy dispensation today is also getting further to create new laws to prohibit the traditional leaders not to do some of the things. I was in a meeting on the 19th of September when they invited me as they were celebrating, this is the last statement, as they were celebrating Heritage Day, the Contra Lesser people. One of them is working with the police station. So he was giving the report of crime in the area and so on. He said, what I'm going to tell you, don't take everything. That's how he introduced it. Then he started mentioning all the crimes. Then he said, please, we were told some of the things you must no longer attend to. They will be attended to by the police station. Remember in the olden times, if I used to fight with my wife, it was not supposed to be a court thing. No court interdict was about that. When I differ with my wife, it was supposed to be what uncle and aunts will come together and say, but what is happening here? We see the dust going up. Can't we resolve this thing? But today, when you say to your wife, it's a court interdict tomorrow. And you must live with her under the same roof and you are not talking to each other. Okay, for now I will stop there so that I cannot take more time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ntate Baloyi, for that. Yes. Our next speaker is Dr. Arendse. The title of the topic, Reclaiming History, the Case of the South African Cape Colored Corps. Your 15 minutes starts now.
Just press enter. That's fine. Thank you. Oh, good afternoon. Molweni. Dumelang. Sawubona. Awe. Today I'm presenting on Reclaiming History, the Case of the South African Colored Corps. Gestroop van die hamer in sy hand
en die koestering van sy huis. Moes hy sonder sy krose vertroosting tussen tanks en dakke soek na skuiling. Maar sy droom was nie verlore, van die fetus van die verlede, lang vergete, tussen geroeste gewere. Jou pa se vrede was nie verlore, was hom altyd maar beskore. History plays a pivotal role in understanding how things came to be as they are today. For us to find appreciation in the serving of the colored men in the South African Cape Colored Corps is to venture back in time and situate their military service. During colonialism, different moments allowed for different opportunities, particularly for non-white individuals. The South African Cape Colored Corps officially came into existence in the First World War and was regarded as a colonial project. Despite the integral role that the colored soldiers played, their participation in both world wars and the subsequent military history of South Africa has become marginalized and even forgotten. There is thus a play on the word forgotten. Not only does it refer to the forgotten South African Cape Colored Corps, but also the forgotten family and dependents left behind while they went to war. Both are forgotten in history, and both are required to be revisited so they may be remembered in the present. The participation of colored men in the military service during the colonial period, particularly World War I, is noted as a momentous historical event since their participation was initially denied. This refusal was based on the racial hierarchy that the colonial empire, the white minority, sought to protect. Sol Plaatje, the General Secretary of the then South African Native National Congress, offered 5,000 African men to the government in 1914 to assist in World War I. Sol Plaatje's offer was however discarded with the subsequent reply from the Secretary of Defense saying, "The government does not desire to avail itself of the services in a combat capacity of citizens not of European descent in the present hostilities. Apart from other considerations, that the present war is one that has its origins among white people of Europe, and the government is anxious to avoid the employment of colored citizens in a warfare against whites." Another aspect worth considering during this period was that the South African Defence Act of 1912, Article 7, indicated that only people of European descent were allowed to participate in military armed service. Black people could, however, have non-combatant roles in the military. In the case of colored people, the issue of European descent due to their mixed ancestry posed a challenge to their legislation. It is, however, worth noting that the legislation may have had some triggers to homogenize colored people. Also within this period, the German military was using black people, referred to as askaris, in their defense, and thus the inclusion of black people in the war appeared to sanction the inclusion of colored people in World War I. The appeal to participate in World War I by both black and colored people was eventually met with the following response: "Only bastards crossed with Hottentots and Europeans may be enrolled for the South African Cape Colored Corps, but Aboriginal natives must be excluded." This response may have contributed to the imaginary racial hierarchy and supported the suppression of black solidarity between colored and black people. Responses such as this also furthered the social engineering of colored identity through the reinforcement that they were different from black people, and their intermediate position gives them some access to privilege and power associated with whiteness. The recruiters sought colored men who were physically strong, medically fit, had a particular height, and were relatively young. Some colored men were disqualified due to their age, not meeting the height requirement, and as such, they were ridiculed as being short. During the recruitment process, colored men were referred to as bastards or Cape boys. In an instance recalled by Difford, he says, "The colored men were lined up and smiling, naked. They were fine specimens of strong, brawny manhood, so splendidly developed and ugly in physiognomy. Their smiles revealed dentures. Those men passed as medically fit." The statement reads as an affirmation that despite colored men not being fully human and not being fully men, they had some characteristics that the white men could use during war for benefit. The statement also suggests that their proximity to whiteness, being a bastard, allowed them to possess some plausible characteristics. In this moment, these colored men would have felt the white gaze, looking at the naked colored male body, making stereotypical statements such as ugly in physiognomy, and expecting the colonized body to smile while being exhibited for war purposes. It is argued by a scientific study published in 1901 that people living in malaria areas were immune to it. Thus, it was concluded that Africans had a natural immunity to malaria during the colonial period. Dr. Unisa similarly believed this theory and used it as justification for not providing mosquito nets, quinine, or spraying African homes as they were immune. Dr. Unisa further theorized that Africans could be disease carriers and suggested the removal of Africans to a location much further away from the Europeans. These beliefs led to the selective evacuation of white troops from East Africa in 1916, leaving behind Indian, African, and colored troops to fend for themselves. General Smuts was also of the belief that colored men of the Cape Corps had higher immunity to malaria and were able to work in tropical conditions associated with East Africa compared to their white counterparts. This selective evacuation not only symbolized evidence of biological racism, but also the disposability of colored bodies. As a result, the Corps suffered from diseases such as malaria and dysentery. In East Africa, diseases, mosquitoes and malaria, lack of food, failing uniform and boots contributed to low morale, sickness and fatigue. A vast majority, 77% of the Cape Corps died in East Africa due to sickness that could have been avoided by General Smuts. Racist science was thus used to justify the Cape Corps' immunity towards malaria, and this, unfortunately, killed some of them. In September 1919, General Smuts said this of the Colored Corps: "You have fought as well and as bravely as any other unit of the British Army. You have attained a name of honor, and on behalf of the Union government, I thank you." Lieutenant Colonel Morris is noted as saying, "We all hope that this will mean that conditions as a whole for colored men in South Africa will greatly be improved." Although these speeches appeared to acknowledge the contribution and roles that the South African Cape Colored Corps played, these words seem to have been forgotten. The colored men who had served in the military during the period were subsequently still subjected to inhumane treatment and an imaginary hierarchy. When the South African Cape Colored Corps returned home from war, despite their collective identity as soldiers of the Corps, within the then Union of South Africa, identity became entangled with war, language, and politics. They were in essence still colored men. Due to their participation, particularly in the apartheid era, they are labeled as sellouts. What is, however, lost in such stereotypes and perceptions is that their racialized existence as colored men had placed them in a complicated social, economic, and psychological position. Colored, black, and Indian people were all subjected to white supremacy, albeit in different ways. More importantly, these connotations deny their contribution and sacrifices during dehumanizing periods of South African history. Since their identity cannot be separated from their silence histories as soldiers, they are caught up in continuous wounding. What happens when people's histories are silenced? The military service of the South African Cape Colored Corps would, however, serve to leave an impact on these colored men, leaving a rippling effect on them and their descendants. Their military service does, however, offer us a glimpse into how colored identity has been repeated, reiterated, and reinforced. It is essential to raise a consciousness of the suppressed history of the South African Cape Colored Corps and how this historical violence continues to ripple into the future. By revisiting history, it will shed light on the current impact of transgenerational trauma as the scars of the past echo into the future. Moreover, it allows us to grapple with the issue of repair and how reparative justice requires recognition of that which is lost and may never return, and awareness of the afterlife of violence, and lastly, to dignify their service. Kohalos, ons wil huis toe kom. Ons het in die oorlog geveg. Ons was jonk en gewillig. Ons wou ons mense wys dat ons ook soldate kan wees. Ons was bang, maar ons het aangegaan en beklei. Maar ons het gedala. Ons is hier dood. Ons hoort hier nie. Kohalos, ons wil huis toe kom. As Nelson Mandela reminds us, the history of struggle is rich with stories of heroes and heroines, some of them leaders, some of them followers. All of them deserve to be remembered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arendse. Je gewor ons tala iso, ne? Ons tala iso. We're going to the last speaker for the day. Thank you very much. And that day it's your 10, your 15 minutes. We'll start immediately when you start.
Presentation?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
there's a presentation, but it's on that.
On his laptop.
Prof.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll go on a charger. May remove it. If yekele ngisebenzisa ila no yekele o leta le ya iyo le
Oh, we don't have a plug available for him. Is it dead?
Yes,
Dead. Do you have it on a USB or
no
on your phone?
the cable and nine. Yeah. No feel. It's a feel. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. That's one for it. Just a minute.
Install another computer. Already.
It's fine. Down arrow, up arrow. Oh, this one.
No, yeah. Let me do it. Okay. Okay, you can do it.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. Our presentation is around the heritage site. The heritage site, which is located around Valmansdal. It is known as Komjegejege
heritage site. This heritage site is the heritage site of Amandebele. That is where Amandebele commemorate their forefathers, showcase cultural activities, showcase the preservations of their language, the lifestyle of Amandebele. I'm just going to give an overview of the heritage site of Komjekejeke, where Komjekejeke commemorate, Amandebele commemorate King Silamba, the forefathers of Amandebele. Cultural heritage significance of Amandebele, Komjekejeke preserve the historical and spiritual legacy of the Amandebele people. The site, in the very same heritage site, there are facilities that includes museum, interpretation center, amphitheater, and traditional structures. During the process of commemoration, there are a lot of activities such as education and continuity of the lifestyle of Amandebele, active site for cultural transmission, education, and community engagement. Komjekejeke, it is portrayed as a national heritage site. We look into its importance. It is recognized nationally, fostering unity, respect, pride amongst Amandebele. There are multiple layers of significance of Komjekejeke heritage site. We start with historic acts of resistance. Nature of resistance. Resistance is identified as opposition to change and a force against intensifying process. The site gives an overview of Amandebele as a resistant nation, their belongings, wars, culture, and their way of life. We know there were, of course, major conflicts during those days. We have a battle against Mzilikazi and the Boers force, symbolizes the Amandebele fight for survival. That is why one speaker here said there was no boundaries before. That is why Mzilikazi was able just to move across the country, because there were no boundaries by then. Now, cultural preservation. Despite oppression, the Amandebele preserved their language, tradition, and kingdom. Komjekejeke, there is a museum inside Komjekejeke where it preserves documentary history, reinforces cultural identity through commemoration. Secondly, cultural practice and tradition. Definition of culture. Culture is a structured way of life and practices passed through generation according to scholars. Cultural preservation at Komjegejege. Komjegejege showcase traditional attire, as I've said before, beadwork, animal hide, and ceremonial practice, initiation, and ancestral ceremonies. The site hosts initiation school and ancestral ceremony to educate and engage communities. And the site showcases culinary and musical heritage, where traditional food and music play a vital role in reinforcing cultural heritage during the ceremony. Where the continuity, integration, knowledge, and heritage. Cultural continuity is defined as a means of cultural value exists without interruption across generation in Amandebele society. It is actively promoted at Komjegejege. As I've said, during the commemoration, Amandebele commemorate the power which was shown by King Silamba. Hence, we say there is a King Silamba commemoration, an annual event fostering intergenerational dialogue and cultural education at Komjegejege is conducted during that ceremony. We have heritage site importance. Komjegejege national heritage status attract tourists and government support, enhancing cultural sustainability. The site addresses land, youth, language challenges, ensuring ongoing cultural preservation and development. The next what you call portion, it will be handled by my colleague, Professor Lovuyo. Thank you, my prof. Thank you.
Mine is too little, not much. This is the project that came as an interaction with Amandebele. As you can realize, we worked together and he introduced me to the king of Amandebele. And after that, there was this site that is important. And what we're doing here in this project, we presented this Komjegejege as a site of contact zone, as he outlined those 3 levels of significance for Amandebele. But what is of interest is that if you look at post-1994, there are heritage policies that were introduced. And some of the national heritage sites that were declared before 1994, during the time of National Monuments Council, have been downgraded or regraded given a provincial status. And there seems to be a promotion of regionalism, where a site will be perceived to be only important in this region, therefore, it cannot be of national significance. And what is seemed to be promoted is that sites of national importance are those of liberation struggle. But sites that deal with history or cultural uniqueness and language, there seem to be this move of saying, no, it's a provincial heritage site. So this is one of those typical examples. And we are saying perhaps there's a need to relook into that. And also, what is of interest to Komjegejege is how, in terms of conserving their heritage, there's an element of indigenous knowledge or indigenous values that form part of all the activities that have been mentioned, and these 3 levels of significance. And this, to some extent, distinguishes it from other heritage sites that tend to be Eurocentric in terms of narrating the story. in terms of narrating the story, as this site preserve, and also through the activities undertaken, preserve the history and the cultural heritage of Amandebele and the language of Amandebele. So here it is important that we view Umchegechega not only as a contact zone, as we argue, but also as a space that challenges or that promote Afrocentric heritage management that takes into account the language and the uniqueness of the region. Yeah, for the sake of time, I will skip this, but in closing, it is important to say that Mchegechege, through its statement of significance, as presented in these three spheres, it does qualify to be a national heritage site, but that is determined by the statement of significance. But the trend that is promoted post-1994 is the trend that seemed to promote regionalism by downgrading other heritage sites to say, no, these are of only important in this region. And that tends to limit this boundaryless, as we made an example of Umzilikazi, his movement or fights or engagement with the Boers. Therefore, it is important that when talk about Komchegechege as a site, is a site of multiple layers and is a site of, it's a contact zone, as John R. argues, contact zone, but at times it can be a zone of conflict. And it is a zone of conflict as it challenges the heritage discourse post-1994 that has reduced it to a provincial heritage site. Thanks.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's give these two panels a round of applause. We are going to run a bit faster. We've got up until 16:30, so this is 20 past, and we've got a number of people that we have in this panel. So we need to take swift, straightforward questions and comments and interactions. Can you show me who is still available online? And I'm going to take your questions and your comments. Please, I know that we have been sitting for a very long time. So be precise in your questioning and make sure that you are as short as possible. Same with the answers. The same thing. So I'm taking questions, comments for everybody. Yes, number one, who's next? I'm number two. Who's number three? Okay, that's number three. Okay, thank you. You will just take those. Where's the roving mic that we had earlier? Is it still here? Is it still here?
Yeah.
Okay. We're here in the front. Thank you. Colleagues online, just make sure that you are listening.
Hi, Daniel. Like most children who are classified colored and grow up in Cape Town, we've heard the story of the Cape Colored Corps and how they came back from the war and were given a bicycle, and I can't remember what the other items were now. But then white people that had, sorry, I'm just going to put it in plain terms, white people that had fought in the war got houses and big amounts of money. Do you know whether there's anything being done to actually compensate those people now or their descendants properly?
Reclamation. Okay, thank you. You can give him? Yeah. Go ahead, my brother. Please stand up and go ahead.
Ole, thank you very much. Yeah, man, Chief, as indeed, we wanted to understand if the Contralesa is going to sit towards the local government election. Would they have any, or is any traditional leader show interest maybe in running independently for political, without political motives, just independently for local elections maybe? Yeah, and yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. That 15 minutes is ending. Okay. Any other hand? Mine, on my side. Words. Words, and I think it was Upudlizo. I'm not sure if, no, it was Uputsonwabile. Words, the usage of the words, traditional, chief, and so on and so forth. is that a deliberate approach, considering that now Professor Dondolo is working on this and recentering the studies on indigenous leadership? And that is my only question. So I'm going to allow you to answer, and after that answer, Somer, give your last parting shot. Once you're done answering, it will be Ntatebaloi. You will also answer and do your last parting shot. And then I will give the others to answer online and to do their last parting shot. And then Tate Masilela, because Kimotomo Hall, he'll be the last to give his parting shot. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So in terms of pensions, you are correct. They got a bicycle and a jacket, and they were disadvantaged. Their families have suffered. There is a veteran organization, the South African Cape Corps Legion. They have been struggling to get money. They were, I think the one veteran was 100 and something that recently died, suffered in poverty. A lot of them are still in poverty. They exist on the margins. So that is why I believe this work is very important, because a lot of stories, a lot of histories are being silenced, they're being forgotten, and it's up to us to unearth it and restore dignity to that type of work so that there could be some sort of economic justice that follows through. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To be straightforward, with Contralesa and someone getting to be independent candidate or so, I am not aware. I am not sure, because what we only do when I'm with them is not much political. We are doing much of the research work together under the topic Erosion of African Traditions on the Burial Traditions of Africa that has been eroded by colonialism. So I'm not sure if someone is garnering for that kind of a road. If it is, I'm not aware. But then what I know about them, they started as a unionized people. Contralesa it's a kind of a union that they started under particularly Holomisa in 1987. So if ever they are going moves of wanting to get to what do we call these buildings, union buildings, I don't know about that. What I only know, they have one seat in the parliament as traditional leaders, all of them. It used to be represented by a certain Mukiba. I'm not sure whether he is still there. There was a certain kind of a seat that they have in the national parliament. So that is all. My parting shot is I want to thank you all for being here. I even thank those who are absent for not listening to me. Thank you.
Online, there was a question for Sonobile, and then can you respond to that? And then we will do the closing remarks. Stephanie is still also there, and Lizo is also there. Stephanie is from Amathole. It's Amatole in Xhosa, but in English it's Amathole. So, but Lizo, yeah, it's your turn. No, but Sonobile.
Go first.
Yeah.
Yes. I will start with my question, but there's something else that I want to say in response to the Colored Native Corps question. That is quite very interesting. My use of traditional leaders, chief, king, and all that, I'm sure it comes from how I directly translate Kgosi to chief, Kumkani to king. And then this is very interesting for me now, the notion of traditional leader. And I think I need to revisit it and interrogate Professor Dondolo regarding that. That is my answer. And now I just want to share with the on the colored corps question. In April, May this year, in the recent years from 2021, Dr. Putikompi conducted me on behalf of a company based in Cape Town turned environmentalist, something like that. They had been commissioned by Commonwealth War Graves Society or Commission, Commonwealth War Graves Commission. So I was tasked to, I was given a list of people who were in the labor corps from the rural Eastern Cape. I was given a list from Zolo and a list from Engcobo, and I traced those. I found 6 of the descendants' families from the First World War. And there was they bought a land in Cape Town to make a memorial. So I had to accompany the families, the representatives of the families I found. And some turned down after they had been provided with flight tickets and hotel accommodation and all that. They said, no, we are not going there if we are not going to be compensated. So I just wanted to add on to that response. There is nothing came from anything that I did, but I was only tasked to find the families. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Stephanie, your closing remarks in Amathol. Okay, she seems to be not there, or is it me? And Lizo, is Lizo also not there? Okay, so if there's nobody else who is online, colleagues, si sathatha ke ngoku ubaba omkhulu ayivalele i-session with his closing remarks. And immediately after him, I will not be standing again. I will hand over to Babu Chaka. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Thanks. Thank you, colleagues. I don't know, Dr. Prof. Tondolo, maybe I will be wrong or not. We're talking about Komjegajega as a heritage site, as a heritage site that preserve culture of Amandebele. Now, amongst us colleagues, we have invited the Prince of Amandebele. Now, I want the Prince to come forth so that he can give a short message around Gwamjegajeg. Just to say a short message around Gwamjegajeg. To be precise, the whole Pretoria is on the land of Amandebele. Around Silver Lake, there is a village grave of Amandebele. Right at Union Building, there is a village grave of Amandebele. Around Vonnerboom, there's a place called Bonacot. The king of Amandebele, because when you trace the history of Amandebele, it starts from Randbeck, Emhlakeng. From Emhlakeng, the first person who ruled Amandebele around Emhlakeng, it was Mafana. From Mafana, it was Musiga Mhlanga around Bonacot. And Musiga Mhlanga, at least he was blessed by 6 what you call sons. One is in Hammaskral, Muhaduba. One is around Venda, Hasbasa. And the name is Sibasa. We have Muhaduba, we have Sibasa. One is Kekana. The one who calls himself Ngilipedi. He's not a Pedi, he's Ndebele. Kekana is Ndebele. And one is Dlomo. The Dlomo people around, Mahlubi people around Babu Tondolo, Mahlubi people around KwaZulu Natal, they belong to Amandebele. And we have, then Manala is the firstborn of King Musika Mhlanga, followed by Nzunza Kamabhoko, Mahlangus. Now I will allow Prince Guti Abena something to say, and then I will request Prof. Tondolo to come maybe to respond to one of the questions here. Maybe he has an answer. Prof. Tondolo, before we close.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Prof. Tondolo and the team, I think I have to firstly appreciate, as Baba Maslela was talking about Gomjegajeg. You see, we were removed, the last batch of the people of Amandebele to be removed in Valmanstar, it was in 1979. Once we have been removed, the farmers came back to take the rocks that forms our kraals, meaning that they were removing the evidence of, and if you know where there are kraals, normally there are graves. It's not just a kraal. There are graves of the king, if you know exactly how a particular, like us, when you come to a kraal, you found that there is a door facing the east, or yes, but the how can I explain it? Initially, when the king passes on, when the king passes on, they will close the front door because the king will be buried in that particular, yes. Then when the grandson come to utilize that particular kraal, they will open the door at the back. So you will know that, okay, here it means there is a grave of a king, and that is why the door is now on the west. You see? So I wanted to say, Maslela, perhaps let me say thank you to this institution of higher learning, Unisa and Pretoria. You know, when we try to regroup ourselves to reclaim that particular area in the early 80s, the farmers would give us 6 hours just to come in between 8 and 3 o'clock. Thereafter, you must leave. Once you leave, you will get the invoice that your people have messed their farms, their cattle have been eating, whatever. So you will have to pay on Monday. But because of the professors in these universities, at a time a black person was not supposed to can create a trust on their own. You have to have the majority of whites. And fortunately, this university provided those professors who came and assist us to create a slumber trust that through it we managed to buy part of that particular land so that we can preserve the little that was there. I mean, I just want to say thank you, and I hope you will pass our message to the Vice Chancellor that we are still grateful, because today we can even point that this is our grave site of our forebearer because of these universities. If it wasn't like that, we would not be having anything today, because they were moving anything. Like many of our, if you see where they are plowing, in most cases you'll find that there were kraals, but they have removed everything. There is no evidence any longer that here it was once grave. So I wanted to say thank you very much. We hope, Professor Tondolo, you see, one challenge that we have from the royal side are funds so that we can preserve this particular area. for our future generation. And so long we don't have funds, we will fail to maintain them. Such discussion that were taking place today, I hope they will come up with some kind of a solution, not only for us, for the entire particular traditional leadership are very, very poor unless we know no any other traditional leader has got the muscles in terms of the finance, unless you were fortunate to have a royal household that is having a budget from a government. Therefore, you are able to maintain whatever the wealth of the nation that you have. But if you don't have that money, it's very, 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 very difficult. We are failing to maintain. Just behind Silver Lake is where King Sibindi, who was killed by Mzilikazi's spirit. And the developers keep on moving towards that side, because if you have to stop them, you have to go to court. Those are some of the challenges. If you go to Mamelodi and on Hatali, go Mazabanye, that dumping site, if you go deeper, you will find the kraals and the ruins of Mavula, King Mavula. So Tina, we are at the receiving end, because I don't know, because we were in Pretoria, we are almost losing everything. Whether you go on the west, Wamnyamani, along that N4 to the Bakwena N4 to those two mountains, that is Wamnyamani, where you'll find the grave of King Musi. But we cannot protect it, because we have to have a man is owned by a particular white farmer. When you want to go there, you have to apply, and if it doesn't say okay, you cannot come. So institution of higher learning play a very important role, which we wish to encourage program director at the as institution of traditional leaders. We would love to be assisted, particular by those who are just like us. Our forebears also fought in the First and Second World War, were promised those farms, but were given bicycles. And such treatment, it should be revisited so that our people can be compensated properly. And by having said this, I thank you very much, Prof. and colleagues. Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, Masosa Silva. What Prince was doing ngesixhosa besithi akangena endimeni because he's still going to talk in the next panel that will deal with the futures of indigenous leaders. Perhaps we will have time there to reflect on issues of sustainability and also financing the indigenous leaders. So thank you, Sabulela Prince. I'm not going to respond to the question, because the question about the funding of Komchakatan, because we all know that at some point it was open during Minister of Tourism, I forgot the name now. He's not part of this administration, but it's partly coming from tourism. But in order for it to be self-sustainable, it must have its own programs. And no heritage institution can depend on government. I'm sure we have already witnessed the decay in some of the heritage institutions, because they solely depend on government. And most of the time that just goes for salaries. It doesn't cover other things. So it is important that there is a multidimensional fundraising or sustainability plan that will go beyond just government. Thank you to the speakers. We will now Salbet Alpaling. Sizabaponi.
Presenters to just take a good photo.
You want it now?
Yeah, it's fine. I want to move the banners.
But Sisaya will last panel, eh? The last one, yeah, it won't be long. Yeah, we will move. I will call my colleague to come and take over The following session is about, we have a national perspective that will be given by Kgosi Umavuso Zweli Dumile from the National House of Traditional Leaders. We also have a regional perspective. Kgosi Ugwadiso Sizamjongo, if he is online, and Uno Prince will also form part of that provincial perspective, and also others. We have Dr. Chongolo and also Mr. Ndlazi. They will talk about the futures of traditional leaders or indigenous leaders and the regional perspectives. I will hand over to you, Program Director.
All right. Good afternoon, colleagues. Mine will be very short. Just to confirm, if we have the speakers, we're supposed to have 4 of our speakers coming from the online platform. Can we confirm? Number 1, it's Atoni Bongeka Gwete. Is she online? No. Number 2 should be Kgosi Pumalanga Gwatiso. All right. Number 3 should be Dr. Xolisa Chongolo. Xolisa Chongolo, then we'll begin with him. And the last from the online will be Mr. Bekin Dlazi. Is he not online? We only have 1. All right. Yes, that will be fine. We can continue with the 1 speaker, and thereafter we can focus on the people who are around the floor here. Is he ready for the presentation? Is he ready?
No, 1 speaker was online, but he seemed like he's not online. I will show you what you can do.
All right. So if we don't have anyone online, therefore, I will like to begin. We do have.
Online.
Ukhona tata, asiqhubeke Nkosi yami. I will hand over to you for your presentation, and thereafter then I will come to the people who are on person. Okay, you have only 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Only 15 minutes.
Thank
Okay. I see that I can't share, but I will still go through because I've got the presentation here on my side. So
guys, can we give him sharing rights? Sharing rights for the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Please confirm when you're done.
Oh. Okay, and
yes, they're still working on it. They will confirm.
Still working on it. Okay, sure. In the meantime, I must just start and get disclaimer. I'm not a historian. I'm a linguist, but a linguist concerned especially when it comes to ubuzwe bam okanye isizwe sam amampondomise. So a presentation will be mainly from an ordinary observation of what is happening now and what I think should be the future. So I will just carry on. I still don't have rights, but I will just carry on.
Seems like they're struggling a little bit. Please carry on.
Yes, let me just carry on here. Colleagues, you will know that into yokuphinjwa kwenkosi and kings was one of the huge projects of colonialism, and I think it was successful. Ngoba we can still feel ukuthi there is still into colonialism around us. In whatever we do, the colonialism is sahamba kunye nathi. Inkosi namhlanje asisenaso isidima sazo ngenxa yezizathu ezininzi. Even people are no longer actually having much trust or having close touch with land or with inkosi nekumkani. And although democracy promise where yathembisa ukuthi iyabuyisa izawuzibuyisa izinto,
But for me, I'm still to see that if democracy has really brought back into Yobukhosi Nobukumkani. Yes, we can see there are many programs taking place, but the feeling as to whether is it really what we wanted by democracy in relation to Ubukumkani Nkosi, I'm not sure if we are where we are. But now I feel like askafika posiyako. Then just in introduction, whatever I will be saying here, I'm basing it on isizwe sam sobumpondomsa amampondomsa, but it's applicable to other nations as well. Isizwe samampondomsa sesinye sesizwe ezathi zathinjelwa inkosi yazo ukumkani uMhlonhlo. I think we all know that as historians, and he ended up having to run away or IL Batswe. And we're not sure as to what were his intentions when he went into exile in Sud about Isizwe Swag. But the obvious reason was that he was running away from being arrested and his nation being dismantled by capturing him. But as I've said, Democrats promised to correct all of those things. Kodwa ke sisajongile ukuthi is it really going to happen? And even as if now, because now Ubumpondomse now is back in terms of the kingship, we've got now a king, Emampondomse. But the big question remains, eyoba kazi abuyile kusini na wona amampondomse nekumkani yawo. So we still have those questions. Yes, it might be like that as Nwadini and in law, but many of us are yet still to see if we have really got back our kingship as isizwe samampondomse. By the way, say ilisiko le-Afrika iphela ukuhlala kwenkqubo zabathimbi naxa sele kukhululekiwe sisizwe. So we can see that everywhere, even if a nation has been in democracy for many years, but you can still see that it is still captured in colonialism. Colonialism bona yonke imihla yonke indawo. So I think in Africa, that has become a tradition. I can make various examples as we've just changed the driver of colonialism. Now we're driving it ourselves, as if still writing land house. Then the aim, in summary, the aim of this presentation is actually just to make us talk. Is to provoke everything in relation to our traditional leadership, because for me and for where I'm sitting, it is not what it's supposed to be. I'm not sure. I know that many of you might disagree with me, of which that is fine as well, as long as we talk about it. I think the more we talk, the more we will reveal and start realizing some of the facts surrounding Ubukhosi and Ubukumkani. So that's the main purpose for my presentation. And as I've said, it's not an academic presentation, so it's just an ordinary presentation from an ordinary citizen who happened to be a linguist who loves his nation. Ukuthinjwa ke nokuchithwa kobumpondomse as an example, you will know the story that ukumkani Mhlonhlo kuthiwa wabulala uHope. Whatever, and irrespective of how he did that, but that's a fact that Hope died in the hands of Mhlonhlo. And that became the main reason yokuthi isizwe samampondomse sibe sinuke umzondo kwinkokheli zobukoloniali. And he ended up having to flee. However, the same inkundla zamatyala who were actually chasing him, the justice that was chasing him, wanting to lay a charge against him and wanting to keep him responsible, they still abafumana tyala kuye bamkhulula. Irrespective of ekhululwe, still ubuzwe ubukumkani nesizwe ngokubanzi sachithwa ngamakoloniali. They made sure that even if he's not found guilty, but his nation will never be the same again. That's what they made sure of. And I think they succeeded in that, Amakoloniali, because when he came back, Ukumkani Mhlonhlo, he could no longer practice as a Ukumkani. There were other chiefs that were put in place to keep the country going, but mainly chiefs and people who would agree to izinto zobukoloniali. Then, however, ubukumkani bamampondomse bubuyisiwe njengoba sendishilo. and we've got it back through inkundla zamatyala. So inkundla zamatyala ke ziyayibeka into eziyibeka ngendlela eziyibeka ngayo, but oko akusoloko kuchaza into yoba kuzawuba njalo ngenene. So as much as when we got our kingship back and then the process of appointing a king took place, and still there were those few of us who saw otherwise. But however, ikumkani wamampondomise is there, is standing. So ubuyiswa nje ke ubukumkani wamampondomise. Ubumpondomise bona ngokwabo abusekho, namampondomise ngokwabo akasekho. Sele kukho bantu bambi. I'm implying that based on into indlela aqondlele ukuqhutywa ngazo ngoku kule mihla. There is no longer that purity yokuthi this is how umpondomise do things. Yonke into ngoku iyingxubevange. Ukuthiwa kubuyiswa bumpondomise by books, but in terms of amasiko nezithethe nendlela zokwenza, then we are still to see that. And inkundla zamatyala ke indima yomhlaba wamampondomise eziyintlakile. They were not so clear and precise as to what are the demographics or what are the uthini umhlaba wamampondomise kanye kanye. Yes, they will mention the obvious places like uTsolo noQumbu, and then don't care about the rest of the history as to where amampondomise have traveled and where they have got their own graves and stuff like that. So in the case ba kusekude phambili nangani ubukumkani kuthiwa bubuyisiwe. Kwaye ke ngoku sekukho nenkosi phofu ke awayemkeza ikho naye inkosi zezizwe ezikhoyo kumhlaba wamampondomise ezamiselwa ngamampondomise ngokwabo. Inkosi ezo ngoku zithingazayo into yoba xa kubuya kumpondomise ithini eyawo indima, ingaba nabo sathathwa njengamampondomise. Isiko lamampondomise ke lithi ke wonke umuntu osemampondomiseni limpondomise. Umuntu ke angazicalula ke ngokwakhe. That's one thing I know. If you are in the impondomise land, you are impondomise. Then it stops there. Talking about resistance to colonialism, amampondomise they resisted colonialism. Akhandalazi. For example, umhlonhlo kwathiwa makabe inxalenye yokuba kuchaswe abeSuthu yohlasela iLesotho. Into leyo emiselwa ngamakolonial because it was their project to divide and rule. Bazawutyala ubutshaba phakathi kwezizwe ukuze izizwe zingafani zilwe ashiyeke besiphatha bona. Ezoyisiweyo bazithathele kubo. Ezingamaxhoba bazilawule ngendlela bazimisele yabo imithetho. So he resisted ukuthi ahambe ulwa nabeSuthu on the slate of the colonists. And then that's what brought the whole problem for amampondomise. And that it was their resistance to colonialism, in general. And amampondomise akakwamkelanga ukugoba kumakolonial. Ahleli ezigcinile nasekuchithweni kobukumkani bawo. Although they didn't have a chief after, they didn't have a king after Umhlonhlo was arrested or was ran away when he ran away to exile. But they tried to keep themselves, to contain themselves into Ubuze Bomampondomise to an extent that there are two towns that the colonists didn't really do much in them, uTsolo noQumbu. Those towns, they remain idolophu zamampondomise. Yona lento inkundla yamatyala ivele yasuke yathetha nje ngoQumbu noTsolo xa ithetha ngomhlaba wamampondomise. Ngoba kulapho amampondomise ayakwazi usibumba khona, aqine ame akugcina umpondomise sele engasenayo ukumkani. Nangani ke izinto bezisimka ngokumka zilahleka ngolahleka ngenxa yoba lokho isizwe besitshintshile nendlela zokwenza izinto zitshintshile. So that's how amampondomise resisted colonialism, And I think they were successful in that, as I'm pointing out to these two exemplary towns, uQumbu noTsolo, which and to an extent that the whites they never wanted even to stay in those towns, through resistance amampondomise. Even today, akho bantu bamhlophe pha.
Bawukhobe ngathi
ayisona. Abantu bamhlophe ke sele begwele indawo yonke bazibaleka ezindawo babekade besithindile.
Enkosi inkokheli khawube ngathi yasonga ke ngoku 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm hearing myself now.
Benisithi khawuzame ke ngoku iqokothela like a summary towards your conclusion. You have about 3 minutes.
I don't know, Chairperson. I think Ilento. Yeah, Hilda Lento. Oh, 10 minutes at level. Okay.
3 minutes, 3 minutes towards the conclusion. 3. 1, 2, 3, 3 minutes.
My conclusion is that we need to really make sure that if we say and we are ourselves, we need to make sure to try to go back to our roots. In Kgosi, they need to come closer to their people and then try to speak in the same voice from the same podium as abantu neNkosi zabo. That's what will take us forward. Otherwise, we'll remain isizwe soyisiweyo. Isizwe soyisiweyo ke sisizwe esigoba kwizinto zasemzini. Therefore, we need to make sure that we share, we look at the history, we recollect ourselves to make sure that we can feel it, ukuthi ubukumkani bubuyile indeed, and we are having traditional leadership. But I maintain that democracy doesn't really have space for traditional leadership. That's my concluding statement, which is provocative. Enkosi kakhulu, sir.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kwete. Can we also confirm for the last time, do we have anyone on the online session who was supposed to present? Have they joined us, or can we continue with the in-person? Last confirmation. We have. Okay. Therefore, at this stage, we'll go back. Is it to the online? All right. We'll go to Mr. Begin Dlazi, who will be joining us from online to make his presentation. Please proceed if you are online. Please unmute and confirm your presence. Mr. Begin Dlazi. Sir Begin Dlazi, please unmute and confirm your presence.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm online. Am I audible?
Yes, clearly. Please proceed with your presentation. You have 15 minutes.
It shows it's unmuted on my part. I don't know what's wrong here. Network. But am I audible now?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Can you hear us? We can hear you. If you can hear us, please proceed.
Am I still online, Chairperson?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
If you can hear us, please proceed.
All right, thank you so much, and good afternoon to all the academics. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Chairperson, and greetings to all the academics and everybody that has taken their time to come and assist the weeping nations like us, Amahlubi. Unfortunately, I will hit it on the head and say I'm a Hlubi guy, and truly grateful for this session and appreciate the efforts that were put behind by the academics and all the people behind it, Amakhosi and everybody. You know, it is a pity that it's 31 years of democracy, but we're still discussing the matters of our well-being and everything. We should be well established now, knowing ourselves. But either way, this is the way to go now that we have sessions of this caliber by Unisa, and we applaud this high learning institution. For Amahlubi, everybody knows Amahlubi. And for me, from where I come from, because I'm a son of Hlubi, we are the biggest nation. And I know a lot of people think because we speak. Now I can hear myself. All right, I think there's echoes somewhere, but either way, let me proceed. The problem is, Amahlubi, their history date back to the 13th century, year 1300. But today, after 1873, when Britain decided through Theophilus Shepstone to say, let the Hlubi nation cease to exist. And since then, Amahlubi had to hide their identity. That is why you will find Amahlubi speaking all the 11 languages in this country, and we are scattered throughout the country. But that doesn't hide our identity, because we know ourselves. Our history could not be written, or it is written and archived somewhere, but we are still here. And the worst part that could have ever happened to this country was when they thought they were destroying Amahlubi, we actually multiplied in numbers everywhere we are. Even in Northwest, we've got Kgosi there with the title deed of the land of his own. In Standerton, in Mpumalanga, all the provinces we are there, and we are talking about our land, and we understand that we are not recognized. We are not Zulus, we are not Xhosas, we are not Ndebeles, we are not anybody, but we are just Hlubis, and we have our own language. So the reason I'm presenting this, it is to say we appreciate, number one, Unisa and the academics behind the whole program, but then this is just the tip of the iceberg, because we're standing here as Amahlubi, we are not recognized, and it's a pity that we are not recognized, and yet, let me tell the story of when the Bushmen were terrorizing British in some places towards the Drakensberg. They asked the very same Amahlubi to defend them against those Bushmen. And the Bushmen were scared of Amahlubi. We have a bad blood between ourselves and Bushmen because of that today. And unfortunately for us, even in Kimberley mines, most of the men that worked there were Amahlubi, and when the money was not there to pay them, they were given firearms. And those firearms, at the end of the day, those firearms were stolen again by Britain. So we have suffered as Amahlubi. And I believe in our history that is told by our great-great-grandparents and everybody, because it never misled us. Whatever we know now, you can relate to it, instead of the history that is spoken these days, where there's a lot of lies, where people will drive their own feelings and not even do the research amongst the people that are relevant. There's nowhere in history where it's talking about Amahlubi, and yet they are there. And the first, and amongst the people that also, their king also went to Robben Island. And it's written down in black and white that he is the first black king to go there. And you find other things reducing him to a chief or anything, but we know for sure we never ran out of kings in our nation, because we still have King Langalbalele II in Umchezi today. And when you look back up until the 13th century, there is no gap. We always have kings. But unfortunately, we live in a country where we are reduced to nothing, even today. That is why I'm saying everybody is free in South Africa, but we are not free. So wrapping up, I would request that those that are doing research, do the research with the real Hlubi people. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having a problem of going to court to try and reclaim our kingdom and our well-being and everything as Amahlubi. And you only to find to say, the people will say, even the commission, TAMBO commission, declared us not having a kingdom. And how do you declare people that had a kingdom before all the kingdoms in this country, that they don't have a kingdom? And yet the history is telling us then. Finally, I would say, I would request that this sitting reconvene maybe sometime and look closely into the Hlubi history. I'm doubting the written one, because
Sendlazi, we lost you for a moment there. Mr. Ndlazi, can you hear us? Colleagues, can you confirm, is he still online? Sendlazi? It could probably be a matter of connectivity. Please let us know when you're available. We can give you that 2 minutes, 3 minutes to round up your presentation. Colleagues, now we'll go to the people who are in person. We only have 3 to conclude this round, and then we only have 2. We only have 2, so we can have a nice discussion around the future of reclaiming indigenous leaderships, histories, and again, looking at a regional perspective in terms of memory, resistance, and the politics of cultural survival. So, since we have 2, I will just request them just to sit in front here, and then I will introduce them as they come forward. All right. Let's see here. All right. We have Mr. Thandolwethu Dlanga coming from the Free State, who will offer us our very first presentation in terms of rounding up on the roundtable discussions on the future and reclaiming of leaders, histories, and the futures. And I hand over to you, sir. Thank you. You have 15 minutes.
A very interesting aspect of myself in this. Earlier, it was recorded as a round table, and that was going to be a very nice way of having a conversation without thinking of presenting it, and more of a conversation. And I prepared it in that perspective and in that manner. Because the interesting element of this round table is reclaiming. So it's more of about the reclamation. How do we do those reclamations of indigenous leaders, histories and futures, especially in the case of an academic environment? And I'm going to be coming from that point of view. Now, my thinking is my interest in the conversation is at ideation level. But I can tell you now, one of the aspects that makes it difficult for the indigenous histories and futures in the academic environment is money, funding. Some of the scholarships, I'm making an input on this point, and I'm not going to take long on it. One of the problems of specific areas of research is the lack of funding. So if you do not have a funding on a particular kind of research, there will be challenges in ensuring that you reclaim that kind of histories in the, whether in scholarship, in the universities, and so on and so forth. And therefore, the histories and the futures of indigenous leadership or indigenous leaders will always be compromised on the basis of that. And why is that? It is my interest to answer that question. So I talk about money, but I'm going to the ideation element of it. 2, the post-1994 society lives within the prisms of a political orientation that believes that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. Now, if you foreground your thinking on the basis of that, that means everything that you think about, what must be researched, what is the future of indigenous leadership, and everything else. If you foreground it on the thinking that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, already the futures of indigenous leaders becomes a problem, because there would be then a tension. Because remember earlier, why are these things happening? Why is this scholarship not popular in the public domain? Why is the construction and the curation of memory or of heritage in post-1994 South Africa tends to neglect the indigenous leadership. I think at an ideation level, it is based on that point, because these indigenous leaders, you have heard, the fundamental argument was a contest against land dispossession, indignity, and dehumanization. Now, if your indigenous leaders stood on the basis of, as Mamunonesi is saying, I have respected the king, I've respected the law, I've respected the rules, and I have become everything that you want me to be, but the land belongs to me. That on its own raises a tension of the post-1994 ideas of how to think about heritage and history, because the 1994 settlement accepted the bastardization of the indigenous people's lands to say that the land belongs to all who live in it. But the indigenous leaders, in their fight for an entire time, was on the basis of a reclamation of that particular land in dignity and humanity. So if you've got a political dimension that says, leave these things, man, focus on liberation struggle of 1948 up until the latter, because that is a kind of a nice way of thinking of anti-apartheid, which then talks about racism, the superficial level of what it means to be in the struggle. If you've got so much of a focus on that, surely the histories and the futures of indigenous leaders will then be compromised, because it challenges the very foundation with which the post-1994 society is based on. Two, also you need to understand, in my work and in my writing, I talk about how public memory and public heritage is curated after 1994. Now, if you've got that, because 1994 embedded itself on staying within the colonial logic, where the urban struggles were popular, where the urban struggles meant humanity. The non-urban struggles, which is the rural folk, remain in the periphery of a society. Now, if you want to then reclaim the histories of indigenous leaders, and also you want to think of the futures of indigenous leaders, the question remains, the politics of memory that live amongst ourselves in the post-1994 society, at some point will have to be discarded, because their existence in the future of raising the indigenous leaders, or the indigenous leaders' futures, will constantly clash, because you've got a democratic society that thinks in a more colonial logic under the guise of democratization. But in this logic, it excludes those who claim that the land belongs to us. It does not belong to all who live in it. It belongs to the African people. So how do you begin then to think about the indigenous leaders in the future? Even indigenous leaders studies, perhaps, if one were to say. So I would then go to this part. Collective memory and public memory needs to be democratized. Now, and I'm not saying democratized in the sense of the liberal orientation of democracy, but it needs to be democratized in the sense that when you talk of liberation history, liberation heritage, indigenous leadership, it must go as far back as including even those areas which you are not comfortable about. And that one aspect, which I say, it is the contest between the colonial logic and the decolonial logic of the land, of humanity, of reclamation of our histories, of reclamation of our indigenous people. So if we have to think That's my thinking at my ideation level. If we have to think of the future as Professor Dondolo, we need to begin to think that the struggles of the rurals remained the struggle of land dispossession, indignity, and humanity. And the struggle that has become in the metropole, which has been the dominant approach of what is post-1994 heritage curation and public memory curation, remained some kind of a lack of a better word, superficial interest on the idea of racism, blackness and whiteness, who's black, who's white, who's colored, who's this and that. But the fundamental of thinking of indigenous leaders' histories, you can't think about the future if you have misdiagnosed what is the histories of those indigenous people. Now, the fundamental question during the keynote address is why urban and not rural? And I'm therefore arguing that the problem is the very same. South Africa belongs to all who live in it, is a foregrounding of the post-1994. And that foregrounding is the very problematic position which places our indigenous leaders in the periphery. Now, how do we do that? We need to begin to contest this way of thinking of the post-1994 history and heritage curation to a more better approach so that we can reclaim our indigenous leaders' histories and their futures. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, sir. You saved us a lot of time. We will go now to more of a reflection that will be given, of course, by Nkosi Mavuso, Zolidumile, and rounding up our discussions before we can begin to discuss some of the notions that were presented today by all the speakers. And then I will hand over to him. Kgosi, you have 15 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you, Mphathi wohlelo. Ndibulise kumntu wonke olapha ebusuku nje. I enjoyed presentations today, especially the one of Loveday. I'm from Eastern Cape. I was born in Alice. Andlibhele mqonto mafunda visit. Lovela sikonye 40 ne? Kayop ngathi, yeah. I've listened to all the presentations today. Indeed, some of the issues that you presented are issues that make us not to sleep as traditional leaders. We have observed selective and insufficient government recognition of traditional leadership and rural communities. Umzekelo, whenever there's a foreign traditional leader, ndake sambuza upresident, xa uyi-president ucinga uyi-king okanye uyinkosi, why do you receive la traditional leader yase-England, uPrince William, without us? President was somersault. But they're not supposed to receive foreign monarchs, yet they are monarchs in the country. So the National House took a decision. We've been approaching Robben Island for quite a while. They seem not to be interested in working with traditional leadership. We have approached their board that it don't create an impression that Robben Island, Mandela is the first person to be there. But Robben Island, there was a time of Lipress, There was a time of traditional leadership and there was a time of politicians. So history has no blank chapters. So we decided to adopt a program called Lenaka. Lenaka, we said, let's leave government. Let's commemorate our heroes. For instance, I always joke with the Premier of the Eastern Cape. They call it a home of legends. The Premier, this thing of yours is ill-conceived. But this thing, there's no Stokwe, Kandlela, there's no Emma, there's no Nonesi, ufake onke lamaphakathi kule nto. And once uyibhala apha edongeni le-ofisi yakho, irongo le nto uyenzayo. This year, I went to a strategic planning session of a portfolio committee on land. There's a bill on communal land that is coming up. That policy, in fact, I said there, officials and ministers of land affairs, they have a systemic way of marginalizing the institution. When they are returning the land, they establish something called Community Property Association. Yet the land was taken from traditional leaders and their people. So why is it not returned to the traditional council? So we said we are in trouble. So let's honor our people. For instance, we started with Queen Mantatis of Batloko. And when I was there, I was a program director there, I asked, why in this country we are still having a town called Harry Smith, whom Harry Smith was awarded that town after he had killed Insa. And they took out his teeth, others took the ears, others inhloko, and so on and so on and so on. Why was still having that? Yet it's us as black people that are in charge of the country. So we decided to do this Lenaka. Over the weekend, we were in Batlaro, Kongo-Sototo. We're commemorating all the Langeberg uprising. And there's a mining company that is there, I won't tell you its name, that has promised us to put up about, because we want to create peace amongst those traditional leaders. In Northern Cape, they have about 8 traditional leaders that they are going to erect monuments for all the 8 traditional leaders of Northern Cape. So we are on our own as traditional leaders. But you know what is happening? Coming to your question, but that Kgosi they're contesting now. What the ANC did, it started to take prominent traditional leaders to parliament to silence them. And now, some traditional leaders are joining AFF, others on MK, but then the leader of opposition in KZN is Kgosi Kgiliza. He's a premier candidate for that province. But traditional leaders have reached a stage whereby saying, let's contest elections, and when we're inside, we change this thing. Because we can't now. The other issue, a painful story, is the issue of the Khoi chiefs. For instance, David Stearman, nobody disputes him that he was a Kgosi, and Adam Gog. But the Commission on Khoisan Issues have said for 5 years they have not even produced one case. So it's a problem. The other issue, there was a naming of Fort Beaufort. We ran around saying this municipality must be named after Maqoma. All of us, the 11 traditional leaders of Raymond Mhlaba, we lost that battle. Comrades instead, Batati Pagati or Raymond Mhlaba, and named that municipality. And they decided to name just Fort Beaufort town as Maqoma because they can't stand the reality. Maqoma is even bigger than South Africa, you see. So we'll be embarking on these memorial lectures. The other issue that I think I must raise here, we're looking for, there was that debate of Inhloko Kayinsa is not there. So we decided, because at that time I was chairing the Royal Council of His Majesty, King Sandile. Formed a partnership with Pretoria University, the archaeology department, we exhumed the grave of Sandile next to Stadium KwaZitengo Lahlat. And when we opened that grave, we discovered that Sandile is buried between two British soldiers wearing that red uniform that is in the Buckingham Palace. And there's nothing we can do to that grave because these heritage authorities, they said you just open the grave and verify if the head of Sandile is still there. So even now, he's still buried there. And we approached the President Abombeki that want to exhume Sandile here. And he's given a decent military funeral because he died in a battle. To date, the ANC didn't listen to us. So the grave of Sandile is still lying there between two British soldiers. We've been attacked. We just formed a partnership. I'm looking at all the people that I was studying with at PROTEA. Others are professors like Ulovuyolo. Now there's a university that I talk to is attacking us. UCT, to an extent that we wrote to their council. On issues of land, UCT is attacking us. On issues of traditional courts, UCT is attacking us. So we formed a partnership in September with University of Fort Hare. You might know Professor Ntamutandi. And how do we begin, especially after that judgment? If, let's say, I'm marrying Sister Galovuyo, then I can be Langa Tondolo. You see, this thing, it seems we're in Europe. And my daughter is doing LLB in UCT, third year, is asking me, Dad, how did you agree to a constitution that is like this? What is wrong? What is the liberal constitution? And underneath it is economic apartheid. And indeed, will spit on your graves. So it's a challenge that we must deal with. As traditional leaders in this country, we adopted what is called Invest Rural, a blueprint for traditional leaders of all South Africa. In the country, were 893 as senior traditional leaders, 12 monarchs, kings in the country. So I adopted this blueprint, Invest Rural, which I can share with you, which goes as far as telecommunication infrastructure. About rural development, they always think about planting maize. No, it's not about that. See? So we're looking for a partner to work with us in as far as that, so that we can try and implement projects. Across the country, traditional leaders are doing great work in development. We are not supported at times by government. For instance, I cannot even apply for a farm because I'm a senior traditional leader. Because I'm in Kgosi, we are not allowed to apply for a farm. It's in law. If I raise money for my traditional council, I must report it to the MEC of Kgosi. Recently, last week, the EFF moved a motion in the committee, in the legislation, that traditional leaders should be given a pension and medical aid. And the ANC opposed it. And there was an uproar on the social media that after Omakoma Dinizulu were defeated, black people decided to form what is called African National Congress. And Inkosi yabaThembu yakhupha inkomo, iinkomo ezininzi, close to 50 ezazityiwa ngapha eFree State, that abaThembu mbatye to form the African National Congress. Do we think it's still the right vehicle to liberate us? And the answer is no. But the ANC has failed us. I'm a member of the African National Congress, but it has failed us. And we've reached a stage as traditional leaders to be fed up with it. Because one, as I'm trying to learn, why are heroes and heroines of the wars of resistance are not celebrated by this democratic government? Why? For instance, President Beg is making a joke this weekend. What I'm giving one MEC of Arts and Culture, I'm asking her, do you know Frontiers by Moftet? He doesn't know that book. But then, how are you going to develop Eastern Cape if you don't know that history in that book? And the Haiti struggles. So we have such people that are leading our country. Others, when they find a platform, pass the toga, they swear at us. President Mhlande called us tin pot dictators. But we don't mind him. He was born in Soweto, so we don't worry about him. But we invited him to come and explain to us what does it mean. He refused to address us. One other issue that perhaps you'll help us to academics. Why Robben Island is profiling Mandela and Sobukwe? Why it doesn't profile Makoma? You know, I thought by now, the way that Tamachin was banished, isizwe sikaMakoma, I remember abantu bapha, because we're neighbors, iincwadi zabo noziyejoyinini babesanda ngutata omkhulu wam uweshe ngophondo. But I had thought by now the democratic government would have built a great place for Makoma. But the history is that you know the history of Siskal. Uland Makoma was chased by Usebe, and he was an exile in Transkei. So those are the situations that are confronting us day in and day out. Kukho umfo kwaleqa i-girlfriend yakhe in my village in Alice. So this girlfriend is running to a car at about 1 a.m. in the morning, ekuseni. So this guy attacks this woman whilst ephakathi in the great place. So I came out. Xa uyinkosi mos funeka uyithule icaps yoba yinkosi ube yindoda. So I'm asking, this woman is running to the great place, a place of safety. When are you coming in a place of safety, you are attacking this woman? So I had no choice to attack him. 2. The other issue, before I sit down, in the country, 49 traditional leaders have been killed through a barrel of a gun. the chairperson of the National House, myself, up to district level, we are not protected. We don't have security. The latest is Nkosi Khumalo of Newcastle. He was gunned down with his wife, and they left a 4-year-old baby in the car. Obulawa, when he stops in the gate, every gate coming in, Pamtubula. The latest is Nkosi Mtirara, where Mandela grew up. They call that place is an international heritage site in Kgosi. But the chief of Kgosi, who was a woman, was gunned down, and 6 young girls were raped. And to date, no one has been arrested. And many traditional leaders are being killed. We just rely on our ancestors. Just because we're traditional leaders, then our ancestors should protect us. And the other issue is that how do we survive this Kgosi? If I can define Kgosi is like a reed in Ngongolo. When the current is heavy in the river, in Ngongolo, iyalala mos ithi. And the current is over, it stands up again. So I've been warning comrades that you have a very weak government. Traditional leadership cannot survive colonialism, apartheid, and in a weak ninja, you can't. For instance, at home, they come to me and say, please sponsor a councillor for the ANC. But if they don't, we can get an independent candidate to contest them. So, in other words, I'm not sure where we are in this country, but it looks that the revolution is still going to begin. I had friends at PROTEA, Zimbabwe, who were criticizing them on Mugabe, blah, 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 blah. So Mugabe was getting an honorary degree at PROTEA, so our students were protesting there. And Mugabe must go. He addressed us that South Africa is not free. You have not yet got freedom. He said, you are still going to go to the third Chimurenga. So the third Chimurenga is now. And I've been warning people in government that our people are going to revolt against us. This is not fair. When you drive from East London, driving to Durban, you see women collecting scrap metal in the land of their birth. Bestengisa on the street so that they can feed their children. One time we went to Lusikisiki, and when we're having fancy plates, I said, I can't eat. Here there's a woman who has 7 children. He doesn't know Indot is in Joburg. About my 7, nobody to feed them. So what are we doing in this country? And these things were done before, during the colonial government. Amasimi ayelinywa onke. But today, abantu don't have means to produce the land. So perhaps because we've got umchato with PROTEA, the National House, Mr. Kandla is here, will make umchato with Unisa in terms of our history. We write them. By the time we struggle to get people to present our lectures. For instance, I know there's a lecture that we're going to do, the 8th Frontier War, the War on Plunging. For instance, it's not told that Makoma is the only African that killed a British military official. And they call him Ingweka 4 dies. Inyoke mnyama eqanda iziziba. You see. So let me not stand between you and your dinner. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Sibulele Nkosi Mavuso. Sibulele Bawo Thando lwethu Dlanga. And to our two online speakers, Mr. Bongeka Gwede, are you still online? And Mr. Begin Dlazi, are you also still online? All right, it appears that we have no responses. And I will, before I open up for just some 2-3 matters of concerns, matters of looking into the future, probably some deliberations, way forward, or maybe just ordinary comments. I would like to give just 2 minutes to Prof. Dondolo just to say a few as a matter of arrangement so that we know after the discussions what is going to happen. Thank you.
Thanks, colleagues. You know, on the first day, sometimes there are some glitches, and we started late, and that affected the whole program. And now I think it's already 5:30. We were supposed, or we planned to screen a documentary about histories of banishment, which is produced by our guest speaker. He wrote a book about histories of banishment and then now a documentary. This was going to be the first time that 1 hour documentary is streamed. And now there's a gala dinner that starts at 7. They want to come up and set the space. I was thinking that perhaps we don't stream the documentary because it's 40 minutes. I know that it deprives us that opportunity to see it before it's streamed on TV, as the guest speaker outlined that he has been working on this for a very long time, and I'm sure it is informative. And it has been a long day, so we are not going to do it. We apologize for that, for the sake of time. And also we get ready for the gala dinner. You can hang around at 7 o'clock. We will have a gala dinner. And Professor Hlonipha Mukwena from WITS will give us a talk. And then we will have the gala dinner. Thank you for staying long and enduring the long day discussion. But it was fruitful. It was fruitful, and I hope tomorrow or in the near future there are issues that will carry forward under the futures, because we don't want to lament on the past. We need to use that past to shape the present and the future. There are a number of issues that the indigenous leaders are not happy about. What must be done? What can be done at various levels? So at some point we will have to reflect on that and come up perhaps with tangible interventions to ensure that they don't lose that importance, and also deal with a number of issues. I know in my previous life there were people who were always commenting that there seems to be one royal house or kingdom that is recognized in South Africa. And most traditional leaders are not happy about that. But perhaps it is also important even for other indigenous leaders to look at themselves. Whether we like it or not, some of the Bantustan leaders did something. If you look at Utatu Butelis, he laid the foundation. There's Ngonyama Trust. You look at Northwest, they own mines. Why other indigenous leaders in other areas can't do that? So when we talk about the futures, we also need to reflect on that and have the proactive approach. So Without taking much of your time, colleagues, we appreciate you being with us here. We adjourn the session for now, and then we will have a gala dinner that starts at 7 o'clock. As I said, Professor Hlonipa Mkwena will give us a talk, will give a talk. Thank you, colleagues.
Ask that one. Don't was actually take a picture with that. Don't. Oh no. He's pulling. No, you can